Rebirth, bound to a lottery system win trillions, pure school beauty Neils and Fawns on the spot. I've been reborn. Sitting in his university dorm room, Chu Hao spent a full hour just coming to terms with the fact. He had truly been reborn. From over a decade in the future, he had returned to the beginning of his senior year. The familiar dorm surroundings made his memories flood back with startling clarity. A detected suitable host. System binding in progress. Binding progress. 11%, 35%, 78%, 99%. Binding successful. Cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Before his eyes, a translucent screen materialized. A system. Chu Hao was stunned. But then again, if he could be reborn, was a system really that strange? System, explain your functions, Chu Hao tentatively asked in his mind. This system is a lottery system. The host can draw once per day, with rewards being completely random. If the host is dissatisfied, the binding can be terminated at any time. The system responded instantly. Chu Hao stared at the screen, deep in thought. 1 lottery per day, meaning he could get rewards every single day. That didn't sound bad. But the completely random part was a bit of a scam. What if he had terrible luck and only drew trash rewards? Even if he drew 1,000 or 10,000 times, what good would it do? System, can I draw now? He asked. Today's lottery opportunity has been issued. The host may proceed with the draw. A newbie gift package has been issued, granting 2 additional lottery chances. So 3 draws in total? This system was pretty generous. Chu Hao quickly washed his face, respecting the superstition of luck. Draw. He took a deep breath and silently commanded. Well, he got free draws every day anyway. As long as it was free, it was a good system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 trillion in cash. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a villa at Cloud Peak Estates. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Lamborghini Veneno. 3 system notifications in a row. No fancy animation, just straightforward rewards. Chu Hao was left speechless. This was way too simple, wasn't it? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Text message. He opened it. China Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 7777 has received a transfer of 1 trillion.00. Current balance, 1,439.60. Chu Hao couldn't believe it. He counted the zeros several times. Trillion yuan. It was really here. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing an actual trillion in his account was still mind-blowing. Whole trillion. In an instant, he had become the richest man in China. Even just the daily interest would put him above 99.99% of the population. He had assumed the system's rewards wouldn't be that great. But this? This was beyond perfect. Since the cash reward was already in his account, what about the other 2? Lamborghini Veneno. Villa. Compared to 1 trillion yuan, they were just drops in the bucket. But each was still worth tens of millions, something ordinary people could never achieve in a lifetime. This system is insane. Forgive Chu Hao's limited vocabulary, but that was the only way to express his excitement. Especially when he realized he could draw like this every single day. Even if future rewards were worse, after a few months or even years, how much wealth would he accumulate? He could literally rival nations. Thinking back to his previous life of relentless struggle. And now looking at his current assets. TSK. Holy shit, who's the big shot here? A Lamborghini Veneno. That's a god-tier car. Just parked casually on the street? This guy's loaded beyond reason. Noisy chatter suddenly erupted outside. Chu Hao walked to the window and looked down. Sleek black Lamborghini was parked by the roadside, surrounded by a crowd. The system's second reward had arrived delivered right to his dorm. Now that was service. At the same time, Chu Hao felt something heavy in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out the car key. It felt like a mix of plastic and metal, cool to the touch. Not that impressive, really. Chu Hao smirked at his own spoiled thoughts. But his body was honest. He bolted out of the dorm in seconds, still wearing slippers. Less than a minute later, he was downstairs. Large group of students had already swarmed his car. Damn, a Lamborghini Veneno. I've only seen this in movies. How much does this cost? Like a few million. A few million? You're insulting the Veneno. This is a hypercar. It starts at tens of millions. Tens of millions. I wish I could be this guy's girlfriend. Keep dreaming. A guy like that would never look at someone like you. Who are you calling someone like me? Watch your mouth. The crowd was getting heated. Chu Hao squeezed through, finally reaching the front. That S when he saw it a line of girls taking turns posing with his car. All of them were stunning, the kind of beauties you'd rarely see in daily life. They held up their phones, snapping selfies. And behind them? More equally gorgeous girls waiting their turn. Normally, Chu Hao wouldn't care. But this was his car, fresh out of the system. He hadn't even touched it yet. No way was he waiting for these people to finish their photo shoot. Just as he stepped forward, a girl blocked his path. She was breathtaking, the standout even among these beauties. Her delicate features gave off an innocent, first love vibe. But her figure was the real killer. Tall, with legs that seemed to go on forever, showcased in shorts. And her headlights. Bright enough to rival his Lamborghini. But she wasn't stopping him to flirt. What's the rush? If you want a photo, get in line. Can't you see everyone is waiting? Her words drew everyone's attention to Chu Hao. Their eyes swept over his plain clothes and slippers. Instantly, their gazes turned dismissive. They didn't say anything. But they didn't need to. Chu Hao almost laughed. Seriously? This was his car. And he needed their permission to approach it? Fine. If that's how they wanted to play. Time to reveal the truth. He pulled out the key and pressed a button. Beep beep. The Lamborghini S lights flashed, its scissor doors slowly rising. The crowd froze, including the girl who had stopped him. Now can I pass? Chu Hao smirked, enjoying the moment. Chapter 2. Shen Mengya's Initiative. With that, Chu Hao ignored the reactions of the onlookers and stepped past the girl, sliding into the driver's seat. Every pair of eyes followed his movements. As the scissor doors slowly descended, the crowd's gazes were filled with awe and envy, but surprisingly, no jealousy. If this had been just an ordinary BMW or even a Mercedes, they might have felt a twinge of resentment. After all, with enough hard work, they could one day afford such cars themselves. But a Lamborghini Veneno? Not even if their ancestors' graves erupted in smoke could they dream of owning something like this. Only sheer, dumb luck or a lottery system could put such a car within reach of ordinary people. Chu Hao had never felt such satisfaction before. This was exhilarating. No wonder everyone wanted to be rich. Who could resist the intoxicating weight of envious stares? Settling into the driver's seat, he started the engine. Single press on the accelerator. The Veneno roared to life like a waking beast. The crowd scrambled back in alarm. After briefly familiarizing himself with the car's performance, Chu Hao was about to leave when he noticed the same stunning girl who had stopped him earlier approaching. He glanced at her, puzzled. What now? More to say. He rolled down the window. The beauty wore an expression of deep embarrassment. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Chu Hao, this guy in slippers, was the owner of this $1,000,000 hypercar. Remembering how she had tried to block him, her cheeks burned. Bending slightly at the waist, she clasped her hands together in apology. I'm so sorry, handsome. That was completely my fault earlier. Chu Hao shook his head, unmoved. So this is your apology? Look, I'm not holding a grudge, but what's your attitude next time? The girl nodded rapidly, visibly relieved. Don't worry, I promise nothing like that will ever happen again. She hesitated, then added, could I get your WeChat? WeChat? Chu Hao raised an eyebrow, studying her. Ah, so that's why she apologized. With her looks and figure, in his past life, he would be agreed without a second thought, probably even celebrated. Back then, his only asset was his face. A girl like this asking for his contact would be felt like winning the lottery. But now, he had a system. He had been reborn. He was no longer the easily excitable young man who'd de-jump at any female attention. More importantly, with his current wealth, what kind of woman couldn't he have? This girl wasn't approaching him because of him. It was the Veneno's doing. If he'd been the one asking for her number earlier, she probably would be laughed in his face. Chu Hao smirked. Sure. The girl's eyes lit up, already mentally congratulating herself for snagging a billionaire's interest. But just as she pulled out her phone, Chu Hao added, next time, though. I'm busy today. With that, he floored the accelerator. The Veneno snarled, launching forward like a black bolt of lightning. Left standing in a cloud of exhaust, the girl stared blankly at the vanishing taillights. Then, after a moment, her expression hardened with resolve. Next time. Who knew when that would be? If she wanted this chance, she'd have to make it happen. University campus. Cruising down the main avenue in his Veneno, Chu Hao savored the experience. This was his first real car. Before this, the only vehicles he'd driven were a decades-old Jetta from driving school and his family's beat-up minivan. Now, A hypercar worth tens of millions was his personal ride. While part of him wanted to test its limits, he resisted the urge. Safety first. Besides, speed wasn't the Veneno's main appeal. On a university campus, the moment those scissor doors lifted, everyone noticed. Even those who didn't recognize the Lamborghini badge were drawn in by its sheer presence. Still, he was wearing slippers. Driving around campus was one thing, but hitting public roads might attract unwanted police attention. After a leisurely loop, he returned to his dorm to change shoes. As he parked, a familiar figure caught his eye. Her again. The long-legged beauty from earlier was still there. He'd been gone for at least half an hour. Everyone else had dispersed. Yet here she stood, alone under the blistering noon sun. Even with a parasol, her delicate face was flushed from heat. Sweat dampened her clothes, glistening on her exposed legs. Chu Hao couldn't help but smirk. Was this her idea of seduction? "You're still here?" he asked, stepping out. The girl hurried over, smiling eagerly. "You said next time, handsome." "Well, it's next time now. Can we add WeChat?" She held up her phone, eyes shining with hope. Chu Hao studied her. He had to admit waiting this long in the heat was impressive. If he refused again, she'd probably camp out here indefinitely. "Fine. Scan me." He pulled out his phone. Once the contact was saved, Chu Hao turned toward the dorm. "Wait," she called. "I'm Shen Mengyao. What is your name?" Shen Mengyao. The name rang a faint bell, but he shrugged it off. "Chu Hao." She quickly added the name to her contacts. When she looked up again, he was already walking away. Shen Mengyao watched his retreating figure, her gaze unreadable. Then, pulling out her phone, she opened a group chat titled, Yan University Luxury Splurge Squad. Dorm room. Freshly changed into proper shoes, Chu Hao prepared to leave. Of today's 3 rewards. The cash was in his account. The car had been test-driven. Only the Cloud Peak Estates villa remained unchecked. With no classes on the first day of the semester, this was the perfect time to visit. Just as he reached for the door, his phone buzzed. Message from his newest contact. Shen Mengyao, Chu Hao, are you free right now? Chapter 3. Renting a Lamborghini for 2,000 yuan? Chu Hao, what's the matter? Chen Mengyao, it's like this, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Mengyao, didn't a few of us take photos with your car this morning? Chen Mengyao, because we didn't get your permission, we discussed it and wanted to transfer 2,000 yuan to you as compensation. Chen Mengyao, do you think this is okay? Compensate? Chu Hao was stunned for a moment, unable to react. I took pictures with his car, so I have to compensate him? Are these people so self-aware? Chu Hao didn't believe it. Chu Hao, just compensation. There was silence for a moment. Chen Mengyao, actually, I have other ideas. Chen Mengyao, isn't your car a supercar? We thought of renting your car, if nothing else, just to take some photos. Chen Mengyao, don't worry, you can watch the whole thing from the side. We promised to only take pictures. Looking at the message sent by Chen Mengyao, Chu Hao shook his head and laughed. No wonder he is so generous. 2,000 yuan is now a month's salary for many people. Want to rent his Lamborghini Veneno for just $2,000? I'm afraid he hasn't woken up yet. Not to mention that he still has 1 trillion in his bank account. Even if you really want to rent it out, the price of this car is not just $2,000. Forget it, I'm not interested. After replying to the message, Chu Hao clicked on the upper right corner and deleted the friend directly. Be reasonable. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Mengyao is a beauty, he was too lazy to add this friend. In the end, he had already given Chen Mengyao a chance. Chen Mengyao also didn't know how to grasp it. I really gave you the opportunity, but you didn't use it. At the same time, on Chen Mengyao's side, after being rejected, Chen Mengyao did not give up and wanted to continue fighting for it. After all, it was a Lamborghini Veneno, so she didn't find it strange. But after sending the message again, I only saw a red exclamation mark. Chen Mengyao. She widened her eyes in disbelief. She is Chen Mengyao, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in Yanju University. Someone deleted me as a friend? Even though the sun was scorching hot above her head. But Shen Mengyao felt a little messy. Why is this? Is it because she is not good looking? Or did she do something wrong? She is the one who always takes the initiative to delete friends. Results today. She was deleted as a friend? In the dormitory. After deleting the friend, Chu Hao was too lazy to think about it. He might be more cautious when he has no money. But now, he doesn't tolerate anything that makes him unhappy. Not to mention that he hasn't remembered Shen Mengyao's identity yet. Even if he remembered it, he wouldn't care. Just a school beauty. How many school beauties are there in the country? A net worth of trillions. A three-legged toad may not be found, but you can find all kinds of beauties at will, right? Taking the car keys, Chu Hao prepared to go out. And just at this moment, several figures walked into the dormitory. Standing in the middle was a sissy with gold-rimmed glasses and dyed blonde hair. The other two people were like lackeys, protecting the sissy in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. Wang Ning, Chen Yu, Liu Jiaqing? Chu Hao looked at these three people and narrowed his eyes. Since it is a university dormitory, he naturally has roommates. And these three people are his roommates. The yellow-haired sissy Wang Ning is the eldest master among these three people. In his previous life, he was often bullied by these three people in the dormitory. The reason why Chu Hao was bullied was very simple. He is handsome, comes from a poor family, is honest and good at studying. Wang Ning is a local and his family is very well off. So the other two people became Wang Ning's lackeys. A few years. The three people bullied Chu Hao from his freshman year until his senior year. At this moment, all the new and old grudges came to my mind. Chu Hao looked at the three of them with a somewhat unfriendly expression. He had nothing in the past and could only endure being bullied. But now it's different. Wang Ning and the other two had no idea that Chu Hao had been completely transformed after just one morning's absence. Bullying Chu Hao has become a habit for them. Seeing Chu Hao standing at the door, he subconsciously scolded, "You bastard, what are you doing blocking the way here? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't get in the way?" Chu Hao originally wanted to deal with these three people. After they said this, Chu Hao's eyes became even colder. "Say that again." Chen Yu looked at Chu Hao as if he was looking at a fool. "I say, good dog." The words haven't been finished yet. Bang! A crisp sound. Chu Hao raised his hand and slapped him. He slapped Chen Yu's face quickly, accurately, and fiercely. At this time, there were many students from other dormitories in the dormitory corridor. When they heard the voice, they all looked over. Chen Yu covered his face, stunned. Although Wang Ning and Liu Jiaqing were not hit, their expressions were similar. They never thought about Chu Hao, who had always been bullied by them. "How dare you take the initiative today?" Liu Jiaqing reacted quickly and shouted, "Chu Hao, why are you hitting someone?" As he said that, he took a step forward, ready to fight Chu Hao. Chu Hao glanced at him with a cold look. "Are you itchy too?" Liu Jiaqing's face changed and he stopped subconsciously, although he had followed the other two to bully Chu Hao before. But deep down, he is still a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Chu Hao used to be weak and honest, and he didn't dare to resist when he was bullied. Naturally, he felt no pressure in bullying others. But now that Chu Hao has become tough, he feels a little timid. The eldest young Master Wang Ning's face had turned very ugly. In front of him, two little brothers, one was beaten and the other gave in. If he doesn't stand up, how will I survive in the future? He looked at Chu Hao and scolded him. "Chu Hao, this is a school. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the counselor if you hit people like this?" "Tell the counselor?" Chu Hao looked at Wang Ning and couldn't help laughing. "You're already an adult, and you're still complaining? Okay, go ahead and tell me. But before that, you're all counted one by one. No one can escape." Chu Hao said this and rushed forward, swinging his fists and starting to fight. The three of them didn't expect Chu Hao to be so bold. They had already carried out the counselor, but Chu Hao still dared to take action. And he even dared to fight three people alone. The students in other dormitories were stunned. They didn't expect it. Chu Hao, who has always been very honest, is so cruel. 1 against 3, and he can chase and beat all three of them. However, the fight only lasted a few minutes. Unable to withstand Chu Hao's ferocity, Wang Ning and the other two ran out of the dormitory building. Chu Hao was too lazy to chase after them and threatened, "Just wait for the three of you. I'll beat you up every time I see you again." After letting out a sigh of relief, Chu Hao felt extremely refreshed. After 2 lifetimes, he finally got his revenge. When the fight ended, the other people in the corridor also dispersed. They didn't dare to provoke a ruthless person like Chu Hao. Chu Hao didn't care either. For him. Chapter 4, Cloud Garden Villa. These are just a group of kids who haven't graduated yet. He didn't need to compete with a group of children. But my body is indeed a little weak now. I actually let these 3 guys get away. Chu Hao moved his body and muttered to himself, although he was chasing and beating 3 people. But this is only because these 3 people only bully the weak and fear the strong. If a fight really breaks out, he is definitely no match for 3 people. After having wealth, he had plenty of ways to deal with these 3 people. There is no need to worry about physical matters. After dealing with the three people, Chu Hao didn't waste any time and went downstairs to the dormitory. The day is almost over. He hasn't gone to see his villa yet. What he didn't expect was that. Just came downstairs. He was stopped by someone. Seeing this familiar figure, Chu Hao was speechless. Chen Mengyao hasn't left yet? Is this what's haunting him? Why, do you have something else to do? Chu Hao's attitude towards Chen Mengyao was not good, including the previous 2 times. This is the 3rd time. Chen Mengyao was also very conflicted. She also knew that this was not good. Hence the awkward expression. But even so, he was not going to give up on Chu Hao either. Actually, there's nothing else to ask. I just wanted to ask you, why did you delete me? Chen Mengyao asked. Chu Hao looked at Chen Mengyao with a calm expression. What do you think? Of course, Chen Mengyao didn't know, so she guessed. Is it because I said I wanted to rent your car? Chu Hao nodded. I guess it's because of this reason. Chen Mengyao was speechless. She said, even if it's because of this, you won't delete me, right? $2,000 to rent your car just for taking pictures. That's not a low price, right? She admitted that Chu Hao's car was indeed expensive. But this is a business that makes money for free. Why wouldn't teach you how to do it? And she was deleted just because of this? Is there something wrong with Chu Hao? Chu Hao shook his head. Do you think I got the better deal? Chen Mengyao nodded as a matter of course. Isn't it? Chu Hao smiled and showed Chen Mengyao the bank account arrival text message from this morning. Chen Mengyao was still a little confused and looked down at her phone. Look at how much money I have. Chen Mengyao counted very carefully. Then people become stupid. 12 zeros? 1 trillion. She had never seen such a large sum of money. Even in her dreams, she didn't dare to think about such a large sum of money. Right now, Chen Mengyao's head was buzzing. She is not ignorant. There are also many rich second-generation suitors around her. But even those suitors only have a total net worth of a few million at most. Those with tens of millions are already considered super rich second generation. If an ordinary person has 100 million, it is enough to live a life without worries about food and clothing. 1 trillion. This was beyond Shen Mengyao's comprehension. But she could understand it. Why did Chu Hao delete her when she talked about renting a car for 2,000 yuan? Although 2,000 yuan seemed like a lot to her. But for Chu Hao, 2,000 yuan is not as much as the interest he earns in 1 hour. Do you understand now? Chu Hao smiled and put his phone away. After saying that, Chu Hao prepared to leave. However, when he looked at Chen Mengyao, who was standing there in a daze, his eyes suddenly flashed. This time he goes to the villa, he will definitely stay there tonight. Living alone in such a big villa, I definitely need a warm bed. Ice and tea there a ready-made one? Besides, it is the first day of rebirth after all. Isn't this supposed to be some fun? Thinking of this, Chu Hao looked at Chen Mengyao. Do you really want to take a picture with my car? Chu Hao asked. After learning about Chu Hao's bank card balance, Chen Mengyao no longer had any ideas. However, seeing Chu Hao bring up this matter on his own initiative, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Think. She nodded honestly. Chu Hao laughed. I definitely can't rent you a car, but you can take pictures if you want. Not only can you take pictures, you can even sit in the passenger seat. But there is a prerequisite. You have to go out with me. Hearing this, Shen Mengyao's face changed. Out? Where to? Chu Hao said, Does Yunduan Xinyuan know? Chen Mengyao nodded. Yunduan Xinyuan is the largest villa project in Yanzhou City, and it's also the highest end. This is not about worshipping money. It's because the Yunduan Xinyuan project is too famous. Almost everyone in Yanzhou knows about it. That's all I need to know. Chu Hao nodded. I have a getaway villa over there, and I'm going to check it out now. If you want, you can come with me. When you get there, you can take whatever pictures you want. I won't care about you. After saying that, Chu Hao looked at Chen Mengyao, waiting for her to make a choice. Chen Mengyao is not a simple girl who knows nothing. As soon as she heard it, she knew what Chu Hao was planning. We went to someone else's villa, alone, a man and a woman. You can guess what will happen next with your toes. So she was very hesitant. Seeing this, Chu Hao said nothing more and walked towards the Lamborghini, ready to leave. Chen Mengyao stood there, her face full of confusion. She looked at Chu Hao's back and was in a dilemma. On one side is one's own body, and on the other side is a sports car and a villa. It's impossible to have both. There was no way Chu Hao would give her the opportunity to operate. But Chu Hao's conditions are really too good. She didn't want to, as there were plenty of girls eager to give themselves to Chu Hao. This might be her only chance. Missed this time. She might not be able to encounter it a second time in her life. No, it's not that it may not be possible, but that it is definitely impossible. If she chooses to refuse now, she can indeed keep her innocence, but her life will remain the same. Thinking of this, Shen Mengyao made a decision in her heart. Seeing that Chu Hao had already gotten into the car, she hurriedly followed. Chu Hao, who had just started the car, saw this scene and smiled. He was not at all surprised by Chen Mengyao's choice. That's the charm of money. Not to mention, he's handsome in his own right. Especially for a woman like Chen Mengyao, who has nothing but her beauty. Get in the car. Congratulations, you have made the best choice in your life. He opened the scissor door and said to Shen Mengyao with a smile. Chen Mengyao pursed her lips and did not refute. Cloud New Garden. This is the highest end and largest villa project in Yanju City. No doubt about it. Chu Hao drove the car at lightning speed. The closer you get to Yunduan Xinyuan, the fewer cars there are around. The positioning of Yunduan Xinyuan itself is clear, not to mention the various facilities inside. The gate alone is enough to witness the luxury and nobility of this project. Although Chen Mengyao had heard of the name of Yunduan Xinyuan a long time ago, but when I saw the gate of Yunduan New Garden, still couldn't help but feel shocked. So luxurious. All doors are like this. Not to mention inside. When Chu Hao drove to the gate, 2 security guards immediately ran over. Chapter 5 applauding with Shen Mengyao. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? A security guard looked very respectful. Yunduan Xinyuan is indeed high-end. But this also resulted in no one coming near. The security guards did not allow any outsiders to approach. But Chu Hao's car is parked here. So the 2 security guards were also respectful. I dare not be presumptuous at all. Chu Hao glanced at the 2 security guards and felt a little regretful. There are so many scenes in the novel where people look down on others. Why didn't he encounter any of them? But this is normal. As the highest-end villa project, Yunduan Xinyuan has done its best in every aspect. The quality of security is naturally one of them. I'm the owner of this place, Chu Hao. Chu Hao took the initiative to reveal his identity. The system did reward Chu Hao with a villa in Yunduan Xinyuan, but he really didn't know which building it was. Chu Hao now gives his name. The security guards found out as soon as they checked. When the 2 security guards heard this, they hurried to check the information. Hello, you are the new owner of the distinguished Villa No. 1. Here are your keys and door card. We have entered you and your car into the management information. But just to be on the safe side, please show me your ID, Mr. Chu. Although very respectful, but the 2 security guards still followed the rules and procedures. In this day and age, the probability of imposters is very low. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chu Hao didn't care. On the contrary, I was very satisfied with the 2 security guards' serious and responsible attitude. He took out his ID card and handed it to the 2 security guards. After checking the information, the 2 security guards respectfully handed all the information and things to Chu Hao. Dear Mr. Chu, welcome to Villa No. 1 of Yunduan New Garden. If you have any questions or need any assistance, you can always contact us via the internal phone inside the villa. Finished. The 2 security guards immediately made way, stood straight, and saluted Chu Hao. Shen Mengyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw all of this, although his face remained calm. But my heart was completely turned upside down. Although she had seen Chu Hao's deposits before, also agreed to Chu Hao's request. But in fact, I still feel a little conflicted. And there are also some doubts about Chu Hao's identity. After all, you can rent a car. Text messages can also be fake. But now, Chu Hao has proved his identity as the owner of the villa. All her doubts disappeared. As for counterfeiting, are they involving Yanju City's most high-end Yunduan Xinyuan property in fraud? The price is not much less than buying a villa here directly. Chu Hao drove into the villa area and quickly found the location of Villa No. 1. It's not that Chu Hao is very familiar with this villa area, but Villa No. 1 is in the most conspicuous location. Moreover, Villa No. 1 is obviously different from other villas. It can even be said to stand out from the crowd. There are only 36 villas in the entire villa area. Villa No. 1 is the most special. Chu Hao drove the car into the garage and walked into the villa with Chen Mengyao. Just entered the villa. Chen Mengyao was shocked by the scene she saw. A huge swimming pool. On the other side is an exquisite artificial lake. In the artificial lake, there are various koi fish of different colors, full of vitality. In the center of the artificial lake, there is an extremely exquisite rockery. There is a marble path under your feet that leads directly to the backyard of the villa. There are also various exquisite flowers and plants in the entire front yard, which can be seen at a glance that it has been carefully designed and maintained. Even though she had already overestimated Villa Number 1 in Yunduan New Garden as much as possible in her heart. But after truly seeing the luxury here, Chen Mengyao still felt that her imagination was too lacking. Chu Hao was actually equally shocked, despite being a human in 2 lives. But he had only seen such luxurious villas in various videos. And even the villas in those videos. It's not as good as the scene in front of me. Besides, what you see in the video is no match for the shock of experiencing it in person. If it weren't for the emergence of the system, even if he lived 2 lives as a human being, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be here. He quickly came to his senses. How is it? Isn't it better to take pictures here than at school? Chu Hao walked behind Chen Mengyao, hugged her slender waist, and asked with a smile. Chu Hao's body temperature and the hot air exhaled from his mouth made Chen Mengyao's face turn red instantly. Her face flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Chu Hao chuckled in his heart and began to climb to the top with his hands. Chen Mengyao didn't expect the progress to be so fast. But there was no resistance. From the moment she got in the car, it was all destined. Now, everything that was just imagination has become reality. Let's go to the bedroom. Chu Hao hugged Chen Mengyao. The 2 of them walked towards the bedroom like conjoined twins. It didn't take long. A muffled groan came from the bedroom. There was a burst of applause. More than an hour later, Chu Hao collapsed on the bed contentedly. After rebirth, he felt everything was beautiful. Chen Mengyao stood aside, cleaning up the marks with a wet wipe. Careful. Chu Hao reached out and touched Chen Mengyao's hair. Looking at Chen Mengyao's expression, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's great to have money. In the previous life, even with his appearance, Chen Mengyao only glanced at him at most. I'm afraid I won't even look at it a second time. But now, Chen Mengyao obeyed him in everything and even took the initiative to clean up everything. More importantly, Chen Mengyao will only be the first. But it definitely won't be the last. There is the system and there is his current wealth. He can have all kinds of women. Chu Hao's gaze suddenly stopped on the bedsheet. The dark red bloodstains were extremely conspicuous. He looked at Chen Mengyao and asked, is this your first time? Shen Mengyao, who was cleaning the battlefield, blushed when she heard Chu Hao's question. But she nodded anyway. Chu Hao's expression looked a little strange. The look he gave Chen Mengyao also changed. I have to say, Chen Mengyao gave him a surprise. Before that, he had never thought of such a possibility. It was mainly because of Chen Mengyao's performance that gave him the wrong impression. After all, how can a materialistic woman remain chaste? Originally, Chu Hao just wanted to relax himself. But now, Chu Hao's thoughts changed. Chen Mengyao is indeed materialistic. I also took the initiative to please him because of the poison incident. But this does not mean that Chen Mengyao is a very promiscuous woman. At least, not before. You're pretty good. Chu Hao was very satisfied. He took out his cell phone and transferred 1 million to Chen Mengyao. After hearing the notification tone of her phone, Chen Mengyao didn't think much about it and opened it to take a look. But the next moment, her eyes widened. 1 million. Chu Hao, what are you doing? Chen Mengyao stared at Chu Hao with her beautiful big eyes. Chapter 6. Lottery, Tiannan Square. Chen Mengyao had never expected it to unfold like this. Don't worry, you deserve it. As long as you behave well in the future, you will definitely get more. Chu Hao pinched Chen Mengyao's delicate and smooth face and said with a smile. After all, he now has 1 trillion in his bank account. This 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. To Chu Hao, supporting Chen Mengyao was nothing. Don't worry, husband. I will be obedient in the future. Chen Mengyao smiled and put down her phone. Lie obediently in Chu Hao's arms. This made Chu Hao's favorability towards Chen Mengyao increase a little bit. She is beautiful, sensible, and obedient, although a bit materialistic. But this is for Chu Hao. On the contrary, it is an advantage. If it weren't for materialism, there was no way he could take down Chen Mengyao so quickly. Come to think of it, you're so beautiful, there should be a lot of people chasing you, right? Played with it for a while. Chu Hao suddenly asked. Chen Mengyao lay in Chu Hao's arms and nodded after hearing it. Yes, there are indeed some. Chu Hao asked doubtfully, since someone is pursuing you, then you don't like anyone. Chen Mengyao was silent for a moment and chose to answer honestly. Actually, we talked about one. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows. It's just that we broke up very quickly. We just held hands. Chen Mengyao hurriedly explained, fearing that Chu Hao would misunderstand. She was also feeling relieved. Fortunately, we broke up quickly and I persisted. Otherwise, how could we have the good things we have now? Nothing else to say. She definitely won't be able to get this 1 million. However, Chu Hao continued with this topic. So, you have an ex-boyfriend? What does he do? Chen Mengyao said, it's from our school. Chu Hao smiled and said, are you an alumnus? If there's a chance in the future, I think we can get to know each other. He lowered his head and looked at Chen Mengyao's rosy and delicate little mouth. The battle had just ended. But now he had the energy again. He reached out and pressed Chen Mengyao's head. Chen Mengyao looked up at Chu Hao, her face full of confusion. Chu Hao suddenly exerted force and pressed Chen Mengyao's head down. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning. When you open your eyes. Chu Hao felt sore all over. He looked at Chen Mengyao, who was still sleeping in his arms. Thinking back to what happened last night, I couldn't help but smile. Next time, don't play like this. Just this once. Chu Hao couldn't help but rub his waist. They hardly slept last night. I didn't fall asleep until dawn. From 6 or 7 o'clock last night until 5 o'clock in the morning. You can imagine how crazy those two are. That is, he is still young. Otherwise, it would be the age he was in his previous life. I'm afraid something really is going to happen. Oh right, my lucky draw. Chu Hao suddenly remembered the system. Without any hesitation, he immediately asked the system to draw the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yanju Qiannan Square. Qiannan Square. Chu Hao widened his eyes and couldn't help but say the national quintessence in his heart. Qiannan Plaza is the largest and most prosperous shopping mall in Yanju. No doubt about it. When we first invested, we invested a huge amount of money. Regardless of the area or building size. They are all the largest in Yanju. Plus, it was just recently completed. Therefore, this is the hottest time. Regardless of geographical location or traffic flow. They are all top-notch in Yanju. Basically all the international brands that can be named. They all have branches in Yanju Qiannan Plaza. Whether it is the previous life or this life. He often goes shopping there. But that was real shopping. Because many things are simply unaffordable. But now it's different. The entire Qiannan Square belongs to him. Isn't it up to him to buy whatever he wants? When Chu Hao's lottery ended, Chen Mengyao also slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chu Hao's face full of smiles. Chen Mengyao immediately came up to him. Hubby, what's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily? Chu Hao smiled and said, of course it's a good thing. Good things? What good things? Chen Mengyao's face was full of confusion. Chu Hao shook his head. I can't say, but you will know later. Although Chen Mengyao was confused, she was sensible enough not to ask any more questions. Okay, get up when you wake up. Don't you still want to take pictures? After that, let's go shopping. Chu Hao patted Chen Mengyao's head. When she heard that they were going shopping, Chen Mengyao's eyes lit up immediately. She nodded obediently and ran to the bathroom to wash up. More than half an hour later, downstairs of the villa, Chu Hao sat on a chair in the yard. Chen Mengyao took her mobile phone and took photos everywhere. Various photos and videos were stored in Chen Mengyao's mobile phone. Until the memory is full. Chen Mengyao stopped with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. Seeing this, Chu Hao asked, is the filming finished? Chen Mengyao nodded. Well, actually there are still many places I want to take pictures of, but the phone memory is full. As she spoke, she sighed. His face was full of regret. This was her first time to come to such a nice place. Whether it's a villa or a Lamborghini Veneno. Worth a full memory. Chu Hao smiled when he heard this. That's easy. When the memory is full, just buy another phone. There are many mobile phone stores in Qiannan Plaza. There are various brands. I'll buy one later. Well, thank you, husband. Chen Mengyao smiled sweetly. The two entered the garage and the roar of poison was heard. The other side. Qiannan Square. In the high-level conference room. All the senior executives of Qiannan Plaza gathered together. What? The boss has changed. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? This is Qiannan Plaza. The boss has invested so much, how could he bear to sell it? After learning that Qiannan Plaza had changed hands, all management found it difficult to adapt. After all, since the opening, everything in Qiannan Plaza is running smoothly. It can be said that he makes a fortune every day. They could not think of any reason to sell Qiannan Plaza. Another aspect is the speed at which ownership changes. Everything was normal before I got off work yesterday. The result was one night. Qiannan Plaza has changed hands. At the top of the conference table, General Manager Shen Qianni coughed twice. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent. All the management's eyes were on Shen Qianni. Shen Qianni looked at everyone and said, "I know you all find it hard to accept." I was actually quite surprised as well. But there's nothing we can do about it. This is the truth. As for why it was able to change hands so quickly, it's actually very simple. Because the new owner made an offer the owner couldn't refuse. Many senior executives looked surprised. But then came shock. The value of Qiannan Plaza is obvious. The original purchase price is already an astronomical figure. Not to mention that the new owner offered a price that the boss couldn't refuse. Chapter 7 Shen Qianni's Respect. What kind of sky-high price is this that even the owner of Qiannan Plaza can't refuse? Shen Qianni took in everyone's reactions. He continued, "Okay, do you understand now? It's 10:50 now. According to the information I just received, the boss will be here soon. I don't care what you think in your mind, get ready now. I'll give you 10 minutes. I hope you all will follow me out to greet the new boss. Pay attention, since the new boss was able to take over Qiannan Plaza, his strength is self-evident. I don't want any of you to do anything that would displease the new boss." When Shen Qianni finished speaking, his expression was already very serious. All the management present also had serious expressions. They also understand this very well. Although they are all management of Qiannan Plaza, in the eyes of outsiders, he is already a big shot. But in the final analysis, he is still a wage earner. If the new boss is dissatisfied in any way, they all face the possibility of being fired. The parking lot of Qiannan Square. Chu Hao parked the Lamborghini Veneno and got out with Chen Mengyao. The two of them walked in together from entrance number 1 of Qiannan Plaza. Chen Mengyao walked beside Chu Hao, looking like a little bird. She took Chu Hao's arm. The headlights even pinched Chu Hao's arm. If this scene fell into the eyes of others, you would definitely think that these two are a couple who have been in love for a long time and have a good relationship. But I never thought of it. From the first time they met until now. It's not even 24 hours yet. Entrance number 1. Shen Qianni and a group of management stood in a row, all standing straight and honest. A manager looked around and whispered to Shen Qianni, "Boss Shen, it's been more than half an hour. Will the new boss not come?" Shen Qian listened one by one and glanced at the time. It's past 12:30. From the beginning of the meeting till now. It's been over 40 minutes. Not really. This is what the boss said himself. Maybe there's a traffic jam on the road. Shen Qianni frowned. He glanced around, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll call and ask." He said, taking out his cell phone. After finding his new boss's phone number, he called him. A few seconds later, the call is connected. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu? I'm the general manager of Qiannan Plaza, Shen Qianni." Shen Qianni's tone was very respectful, and he introduced himself right away. "Well, I'm Chu Hao." The tone on the other end of the phone was much more casual. Shen Qianni did not dare to neglect it at all. "Mr. Chu, are you in any trouble over there? If so, please tell me and I will find a way to help you solve it immediately." "No, I'm already here." Shen Qian was stunned for a moment. "Are we there yet?" "Look up and look ahead." A voice came from the phone. Shen Qianni quickly raised his head and looked forward. In front of him, Chu Haojing and Shen Mengyao were walking over arm in arm. After noticing Shen Qianni's gaze, Chu Hao hung up the phone. Shen Qian was stunned for a moment, then hurried over. Seeing Shen Qianni's actions, the waiting management immediately followed. Shen Mengyao didn't realize what was happening at this time. When she saw Shen Qianni and his group coming towards their side, she subconsciously wanted to pull Chu Hao away. After all, looking at these people in suits and ties, they look like big shots. But the next moment, she was stunned. This group of bigwigs in suits and ties actually ran up to Chu Hao in unison. Shen Qianni, who was in the lead, smiled respectfully. "Mr. Chu, I'm finally meeting you." Chen Mengyao blinked, somewhat unresponsive. "Mr. Chu? Are these people here to find Chu Hao?" Behind Shen Qianni, a group of managers also confirmed Chu Hao's identity. Countless eyes secretly fell on Chu Hao. They didn't expect that the new boss would be so young. Shen Qianni, President Shen? Chu Hao's tone was casual and calm. If he was facing such a big shot in the past, he would definitely not do this. But now, Qiannan Plaza has become his property. Shen Qianni was just an employee under him. How could he be polite to his own thin body? Shen Qianni nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Chu, I am Shen Qianni. Chu Hao nodded and said calmly, Boss Shen, are you clear about the change of ownership of Qiannan Plaza? Shen Qianni nodded again. Yes, it is clear. On behalf of all the employees of Qiannan Plaza, I would like to welcome Mr. Chu. These people behind me are the management of Qiannan Plaza. Are you going to inspect the work now? Listening to Shen Qianni's words, Chu Hao's eyes swept over the group of people behind him. Every time Chu Hao saw someone, that person will smile respectfully. After all, Chu Hao is their boss. Although Chu Hao is very young, they still dared not be negligent in the slightest. Chu Hao scanned everyone and didn't miss anyone. He shook his head. There's no need to inspect the work. The achievements of Qiannan Square are enough to prove your ability. Shen Qianni smiled suddenly. It is our honor to be recognized by Mr. Chu. Chu Hao continued. We've already met. If there's nothing else, let's just go. I'm taking my girlfriend in for a walk. Is there anything like a membership card? Please get it for me. Girlfriend? Shen Qianni then looked at Shen Mengyao beside Chu Hao. He is also a man who has seen countless beauties. Even so, Chen Mengyao is still an absolutely top beauty. No wonder she could become the boss girlfriend. Shen Qianni couldn't help but think in his heart. He looked at Chen Mengyao and said with a smile, That's easy. What's your name, miss? Shen Mengyao was still in a daze, and only came back to her senses when she heard Shen Qianni's question. Oh, my last name is Shen. The smile on Shen Qianni's face suddenly became even brighter. So it's still our family. Miss Shen, please wait a moment. I'll have someone do it right away. He looked at a manager behind him. The management understood what he meant and quickly ran into the square. Shen Qianni retracted his gaze and looked at Chu Hao. Boss, someone has already processed the membership card. If you don't mind, you can go shopping first. Someone will hand the membership card to you later. Okay, I'll just walk around first. Chu Hao waved his hand and walked into the square with Chen Mengyao. Shen Qianni, along with a group of management personnel, still stood there. He waited until the two figures disappeared from the square before he breathed a sigh of relief. One executive couldn't help but sigh. I never thought the boss would be so young. Although the others didn't say anything, they nodded. Shen Qianni also agreed very much. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. He's so young and yet he can become the boss of Qiannan. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. After saying that, he paused. Chapter 8. A call from the counselor. By the way, don't forget to inform the boss about this. Everyone, please cheer up and don't let me down. This is the new boss's first time at the square. If anything goes wrong, you'll all be waiting for him. Inside Qiannan Square, just when Shen Qianni was making arrangements, Chu Hao had already taken Chen Mengyao towards the mobile phone store in the square. When I was in the villa before, he talked about this matter. Just by a cell phone first. Chen Mengyao still held Chu Hao's arm. The headlights kept scratching. But at this moment, her mind was not on this aspect at all. She was still thinking about what had just happened. Husband, you are actually the boss of Qiannan. She still couldn't believe it. Before this, she thought Chu Hao was just a simple rich second generation. Have money, a car, and a house. The result now looks like Chu Hao's identity is even more complicated. Chu Hao smiled and asked, Why? Is there any problem with this? Chen Mengyao quickly shook her head. No, I was just a little scared. This is Qiannan Square. We have all discussed privately what kind of big shot the owner of this square is. I didn't expect it to be you. Chu Hao smiled and said, That's nothing. You'll see more when you spend more time with me. Ah, husband, do you have other businesses? Shen Mengyao was startled. Chu Hao just smiled and didn't explain. He certainly doesn't now. But there is a lottery system. The future is uncertain. At this point, Shen Mengyao had no idea what to say. Qiannan Square in the eyes of ordinary people like her. It's already a behemoth. You can listen to what Chu Hao means. This is only part of Chu Hao's industry. How terrifying is Chu Hao's total wealth? Thinking of this, Shen Mengyao suddenly began to get nervous. With Chu Hao's excellence. I've only just been with her now. There is also a sense of freshness. What about later? If Chu Hao gets tired of her, will he abandon her? Chen Mengyao knew it very well in her heart. For Chu Hao, her only attraction was her beauty. No matter how beautiful a woman is, there will come a day when you get tired of her. In the past, the emperor had 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. No concubine would always be favored by the emperor. Honey, can I ask you for a favor? Chen Mengyao suddenly looked at Chu Hao. Chu Hao asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Mengyao said pitifully, "Hubby, no matter how many women you have in the future, can you please not abandon me? I just want to be with you forever, my husband. Even if you don't have time to accompany me, it doesn't matter." Chu Hao was stunned by Chen Mengyao's change. The two of them just met yesterday. Is Chen Mengyao already thinking about such a distant thing now? But looking at Chen Mengyao's appearance, Chu Hao couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. Is this what they call a sense of conquest? The once proud goddess now begs for mercy from him. It's really wonderful. Chu Hao reached out, pinched Chen Mengyao's cheek, and laughed. You think too much. As long as you are obedient and let me like you. How could I abandon you? Isn't there a hotel next door? Let's go shopping first, and then I'll take you there. After receiving Chu Hao's assurance, Chen Mengyao finally felt a little relieved. As for going to the hotel, Chen Mengyao didn't care at all. As long as Chu Hao is satisfied. No matter what Chu Hao said, she would do it. Some shopping. It was several hours later. After entering the hotel room, Chen Mengyao's face was full of shyness. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, she walked into the bathroom. However, Chu Hao followed closely behind. It's inconvenient for you to wash by yourself. Let me help you. Chu Hao was indeed very attentive in helping. It took me more than an hour to take a shower. Chen Mengyao was exhausted. After having a quick lunch in the hotel, Chu Hao took Chen Mengyao back to school. Yanju University. Chu Hao's Lamborghini Veneno still attracted countless eyes. However, Chu Hao was already accustomed to these gazes and did not care. He drove Chen Mengyao to the dormitory building. Chen Mengyao was a little reluctant and said, "Hubby, I'm going back first." Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Go back and have a good rest. One night and one morning of trouble. Chen Mengyao was exhausted. Okay, you should have a good rest too. Chen Mengyao nodded obediently, not forgetting to care about Chu Hao. Hubby, don't forget to look for me. Chu Hao nodded. Only then did Chen Mengyao feel relieved. She picked up the things she bought and turned to walk towards the dormitory. Many students around saw this scene. Beautiful women always attract attention. Not to mention that she was a beautiful woman who had just stepped out of a luxury car like the Lamborghini Veneno. This beauty looks familiar. Nonsense, she is Chen Mengyao, how could she not look familiar? This didn't T campus beautician say that she wouldn't T have a romantic relationship in college? That's all bullshit. Look at that car, it's a Lamborghini Veneno. That's true, those who like the school belle have no chance at all. Countless people were talking about it. After Chen Mengyao went upstairs, Chu Hao drove to his dormitory building. He parked his car casually downstairs and walked into the dormitory. In the dormitory, Wang Ning and the other two were all there. After being beaten yesterday, although there were no visible injuries on his body, but they were still a little afraid of Chu Hao in their hearts. See Chu Hao again. The three of them couldn't help but change their expression. Facing the gazes of the three, Chu Hao sneered. What are you looking at? Do you want to get beaten? The three of them were startled and quickly looked away. Wang Ning said sternly but weakly, Chu Hao, we are all roommates in the same dormitory. Don't go too far. Otherwise we won't be polite. Chu Hao snorted coldly. Roommates? Now you remember we were roommates. Why didn't you think about this when you bullied me before? Wang Ning was suddenly speechless. Liu Jiaqing hid aside, quietly typing something on his mobile phone. Chu Hao glanced at it. What are you doing? Liu Jiaqing was startled and quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows. Nothing. Bring it here and let me see it. As he said that, he walked towards Liu Jiaqing. Liu Jiaqing's face suddenly became flustered. Chu Hao took a look and became more certain. This guy is definitely plotting something. Chu Hao was just about to grab it. His cell phone suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows and let Liu Jiaqing go for the time being. He took out his phone and saw the incoming call. Xu Wanwen. Xu Wanwen is his counselor. School just started yesterday. As for the start of classes, that will be tomorrow. Why call him now? Moreover, he is just an ordinary and inconspicuous student in school. Chapter 9 Xu Wanwen's suspicion. Chu Hao really couldn't think of the reason why Xu Wanwen called him. After a while of thought, Chu Hao suddenly looked at Liu Jiaqing. When he looked at Liu Jiaqing quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Chu Hao. This guy was just being sneaky. It seems that this matter has something to do with him. But Chu Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him now. He picked up the phone. "Hello, counselor, I'm Chu Hao." "Yes, it's me." "Student Chu Hao, I heard that you bullied your classmates. Could you please come over now?" "Bullying classmates? Teacher Chu, are you mistaken? Come over here first. We'll talk after you come over." Shu Wanwen didn't give Chu Hao a chance to explain and hung up the phone directly. Putting down his phone, Chu Hao looked at Liu Jiaqing. "Shu Wanwen said I bullied my classmates. You were the one who reported me, right?" "No, it's not me. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't." Liu Jiaqing quickly denied it 3 times. But his expression completely betrayed him. And denying it 3 times is tantamount to admitting it. Chu Hao sneered. "Really? That's better. I'm going to Shu Wanwen's place now. If I find out who reported me, don't blame me for being rude." Chu Hao glanced at Liu Jiaqing and turned away. Liu Jiaqing turned pale with fright. After Chu Hao left, he quickly looked at Wang Ning. "Brother Ning, what should I do? I'm afraid he will cause trouble for me again." Wang Ning glanced at Liu Jiaqing and suppressed the panic in his heart. "What are you afraid of? He's just a student. Just wait, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." After leaving the dormitory, Chu Hao drove to the teaching building. As expected, the Lamborghini Veneno once again attracted countless attention, although it was really cool at the beginning. But after getting used to it, Chu Hao also noticed the trouble this car brought him, because it's too high profile. "If I have the chance again, I'll have to change my car. This one is too high profile." Chu Hao thought in his heart. There's no hope of expecting the system to give him a low-key car in a lottery. There were several lucky draws and the rewards were great. This is actually a kind of distress. Among several rewards, this car is actually the most ordinary. The other rewards are basically over 100 million. Instead of relying on the system, it would be better for him to buy one himself. Chu Hao made a decision in his heart and planned to go to the Fourth Sun store when he had time. After entering the office building, Chu Hao quickly arrived at Shu Wanwen's office. "Teacher Shu, are you looking for me?" Chu Hao walked into the office, took a look and found Shu Wanwen. And beside Shu Wanwen, there was a familiar figure. Chu Bingyang. Chu Hao is the monitor of his class and is also the recognized beauty in the class. Chu Hao looked at Chu Bingyang, and the memories of his previous life also revived. She is beautiful and has musical attainments. So after Chu Bingyang graduated, she entered the entertainment industry. However, she overestimated herself. I also underestimated the muddiness of the entertainment industry. In addition to the beginning, she also shared her new songs on WeChat Moments. There was no news after that. This was the last time Chu Hao heard from Chu Bingyang. It's Chu Bingyang getting married. Seeing Chu Bingyang again at this time, Chu Hao's eyes swept over Chu Bingyang. A white shirt and a grey pleated skirt, with 2 long, snow-white legs underneath. He was wearing a pair of white sneakers. Standard youthful student outfit. Although Chu Bingyang was not very famous after entering the entertainment industry. But I have to say it. Chu Bingyang must be very good looking. But the only drawback may be the height. Chu Bingyang is only a little over 1.6 meters tall. But it matches the clothes now. It is full of youthful atmosphere. "Okay, come in." Shu Wanwen looked towards the door and nodded at Chu Hao. Chu Hao walked to the desk. "Class monitor, long time no see." Chu Hao greeted Chu Bingyang. Because school has just started. Chu Bingyang thought Chu Hao was talking about vacation. She smiled and said, "Don't call me that. He's just a small squad leader." Chu Hao smiled. No matter what, he's still the squad leader. Chu Bingyang looked at Chu Hao. Just missing for a holiday. But the feeling Chu Hao gave her was completely different. It's like they are 2 completely different people. Shu Wanwen didn't care about this. She looked at Chu Hao and said, "Chu Hao, you also know why I asked you to come here. Do you have anything to say about you bullying your classmates?" Chu Hao looked at Shu Wanwen. "There's nothing much to say. Teacher Shu should know it clearly." Shu Wanwen frowned. "What do you mean? Are you saying there's something hidden?" Chu Hao didn't explain, but simply said, "Teacher Shu, it should be Wang Ning and the others who reported me, right?" Shu Wanwen did not admit it, but did not deny it either. Chu Hao understood. He smiled and said, "You don't know the relationship between me and them, but my classmates should know it very well. They have been bullying me for the past few years. I haven't seen you ask about these things." Shu Wanwen looked at Chu Bingyang. "Bingyang, is what Chu Hao said true?" Chu Bingyang thought about it and said honestly, Wang Ning and the other three are indeed not very friendly to Chu Hao. She was still a little too conservative. And it's in class after all. Wang Ning and the others didn't dare to go too far. This kind of thing. Everyone in the class knows it very well. Xu Wanwen frowned and fell into deep thought. If that's the case, then there might be some hidden story. We can't even rule out the possibility that they were the ones who filed the complaint first. Humph, what a bunch of rats. Xu Wanwen was very angry. He was very dissatisfied with Wang Ning and the other two. She looked at Chu Hao again with a serious expression. Don't worry, Chu Hao. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. However, Chu Hao shook his head. Forget it, I appreciate Mr. Xu's kindness. Xu Wanwen didn't quite understand. Why? Chu Hao smiled. They bullied me before because I was too honest and didn't dare to resist. But starting today, even if they are given the courage, they won't dare to do it. After hearing this, Xu Wanwen and Chu Bingyang were both stunned. Chu Bingyang was even more worried and asked, Chu Hao, please don't do anything rash. These days, there are many news reports about students who were bullied and then acted recklessly because of their loss of control. She was afraid that Chu Hao would follow the same path. Xu Wanwen was also worried. However, Chu Hao just smiled. Don't worry, I just don't want them to bully me. He has everything he wants now. The future life will be even brighter and full of beauty. It is naturally impossible to do anything stupid. And it's just Wang Ning and these three idiots. It's not worth it at all. That's good. If there is anything in the future, you must tell me in time. Xu Wanwen breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Hao's words just now really made her think of some bad possibilities. But now it seems that Chu Hao is still very calm. Chapter 10 Sending the Class Beauty Home. Xu Wanwen was still a little worried and gave a few more instructions. In the end, Chu Hao had no choice but to make repeated promises. Only then did Xu Wanwen let Chu Hao leave. Chu Hao and Chu Bingyang walked out of the office together. Walking beside Chu Hao, Chu Bingyang couldn't help but look at Chu Hao with her beautiful eyes. Big class beauty, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? Chu Hao teased Chu Bingyang. Puff. Chu Bingyang couldn't help laughing out loud, her face turning a little red. I like you. How did you become so narcissistic? Chu Hao smiled and shook his head. Narcissism. I'm so handsome, can that be called narcissism? Chu Bingyang didn't refute it. Chu Hao is indeed the most handsome in their class. But she wouldn't admit it. So, according to what you said, you really think you are handsome? Yeah, class beauty. Is it possible that your taste for beauty is different from that of ordinary people? Well, I have to say, you have indeed changed. A smile appeared on Chu Bingyang's face. Chu Hao also smiled and didn't care. Chu Bingyang suddenly talked about what happened before. Chu Hao, Wang Ning, and the other two are suing you. What are you going to do? Chu Hao spoke casually, and it seemed that he didn't take it to heart at all. What to do? Just give him another beating. Still not honest. Chu Bingyang curled her lips. Stop bragging, there are three of us. If a fight really breaks out, you'll definitely be the one who suffers. Chu Hao smiled, full of confidence. I'll suffer a loss? Not necessarily. Chu Bingyang just didn't know what happened yesterday. Otherwise there would be no such worries at all. In her heart, Chu Hao is still the silent and bullied person. So, she must be on Chu Hao's side. Chu Hao didn't want to continue dwelling on this matter, so he changed the subject. I came here because I was reported. What are you doing here? As the class monitor, Chu Bingyang might have come here because of something happening in the class. However, Chu Bingyang's words denied Chu Hao's guess. No, it's about the new students. The school has issued a notice asking us, the senior students, to send 2 people from each class to guide the new students during military training. Teacher Xu asked me to come over. Chu Bingyang explained. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows, a little confused. 2 people? Who else besides you? Chenan. Chenan. Hearing this name, Chu Hao remembered some things. Chenan is the student committee member of their class and also the secretary of the Youth League branch. Naturally, he is an absolute celebrity. He is handsome, second only to Chu Hao. Moreover, his family is very well off and is in business. Now I remember, it's indeed this guy. After being reminded of this, Chu Hao also remembered this matter. It's also because of this incident. Chen An and Chu Bingyang often stayed together during that period. As a result, there was a scandal between the 2 of them in the school. However, Chu Hao did not pay attention to this matter at that time. And after this period of time, The two of them appeared together much less frequently. Soon, the two people went downstairs. Chu Hao suddenly asked, "Where are you going next, Class Beauty?" "Back to the dormitory." Chu Bingyang shook her head. "No, I'm going home these 2 days, and I won't check the dormitory anyway." Different from Chu Hao. Chu Bingyang's family is well off and her home is near the university. "Go back." "How are you going to go back?" Chu Hao smiled and said, "I happen to be free, so why don't I give it to you?" Not many people in the class know that he is rich yet. Chu Hao had no intention of hiding it. He wants to keep a low profile, instead of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. And he was showing off in front of Chu Bingyang, a familiar class beauty. The pleasure is doubled. "Drive." Chu Bingyang was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised. She remembered that Chu Hao's family conditions were very ordinary. "Did you buy a car?" Chu Hao nodded. Chu Bingyang's face was suddenly filled with curiosity. "I didn't expect you to buy a car. You bought a car in your senior year. You're considered a winner in life." "I haven't even gotten my driver's license yet." Speaking of this, Chu Bingyang was speechless. Her journey to get a driver's license was really bumpy. Chu Hao didn't care and smiled to comfort him. "It's very easy to get a driver's license. If you put in a little effort, you will definitely be able to learn it." Chu Bingyang curled her lips. "You already have a driver's license, so you must think it's easy." "But I'm different. I'm a complete novice. I've taken the second part of the driving test 3 times. 5 chances in total. If you can't get through again." Subject 2. Chu Hao was speechless. But for those pure beginners, Subject 2 is indeed a bit difficult. When he took the exam, "I almost failed the second subject. Don't you still have 2 chances? Keep a good attitude. You will definitely succeed." Chu Hao still comforted him. Chu Mingyaro didn't really care, but asked, "What car did you buy? A domestic one? Or a joint venture?" Chu Hao smiled and shook his head, with a mysterious look on his face. "Guess again." "Neither. Could it be a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz?" Chu Bingyang was a little confused. The options she just mentioned basically cover all the cars that college students can buy. BMW and Mercedes-Benz are a bit out of scope. If a college student can afford a BMW or Mercedes-Benz, it is either because of luck or good fortune, or his family is very rich. However, Chu Hao still shook his head. Chu Bingyang really couldn't guess this time. She didn't dare to guess any further. "Forget it. Stop guessing and come and take a look." Chu Hao didn't continue to make things difficult for Chu Bingyang. He brought Chu Bingyang to the parking lot and walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno. As soon as Chu Bingyang entered the parking lot, he saw the Lamborghini Veneno at first sight. After all, among a group of ordinary family cars, Lamborghini's black invisible car cover and streamlined body are really too eye-catching. "Wow, what a cool sports car. Chu Hao, look at it." Chu Bingyang was very excited and pulled Chu Hao's arm. Chu Hao looked at Chu Bingyang and suddenly smiled evilly. "What's the point of being handsome? Isn't it still a car?" Chu Bingyang shook her head and said seriously, "Every car is different." Chu Hao humbly asked for advice. "Oh, why are they different?" Chu Bingyang explained science to Chu Hao seriously. "The most basic difference is that luxury cars run fast." Chu Hao laughed and retorted, "What's the point of being fast? He can't fly through the traffic jam." Chu Bingyang was a little annoyed. "How can you be so argumentative? You're just saying the grapes are sour because you can't have them. Once you can drive this car, you will know what is good about it." "Really? I don't believe it." Chu Hao smiled and said, "Because this car is mine." Chu Bingyang was stunned for a moment. "Yours?" She looked at Chu Hao and couldn't help laughing. "If this car is really yours, you can ask me to do anything." "Really? What if I let you be my girlfriend?" "Really? Forget about being your girlfriend. I'd even call you Dad." Chapter 11. Class Beauty Calls Dad. Chu Bingyang really didn't think that this car belonged to Chu Hao. In her eyes, it was already amazing that Chu Hao could buy a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Such a luxury car. She didn't even dare to think about it, not to mention Chu Hao. However, what surprised Chu Bingyang was that Chu Hao took out a pair of car keys from his pocket the next moment. Just a tap. The Lamborghini Veneno in front of them lit up its headlights and the scissor doors slowly rose. Chu Bingyang was dumbfounded. This was a development she couldn't understand at all. "How's it going, Class Beauty?" Chu Hao looked at Chu Bingyang with a smile. Chu Bingyang came back to her senses and stared at Chu Hao. "Is this car really yours?" Chu Hao shook the car keys. "How can this be fake? The car keys are here. Chu Bingyang was still a little bit unbelievable. She walked over and circled the Lamborghini Veneno a few times. He even reached out and pinched his arm. Of course, it's her own. Only then was I sure that I was not dreaming. Chu Hao watched all this with a smile. After Chu Bingyang calmed down. Then he teased, "What did you say just now?" Chu Bingyang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening and her face flushed. The reason why she dared to say that just now was because she felt that Chu Hao was joking with her. Turns out she was the joke. "Okay, stop standing there, get in the car, I'll take you home." Chu Hao didn't pursue him closely. After getting in the car, he waved to Chu Bingyang. Chu Bingyang was still a little embarrassed and her face was still red. But even though Chu Hao said so, she still got in the car. As the scissor door falls, the Lamborghini Veneno roared and disappeared on the spot. Chanyu Community. Chu Hao parked the car outside the community gate. The class beauty is here. Chu Hao looked at Chu Bingyang. Chu Bingyang sat in the passenger seat, still a little dazed. Everything I just experienced was like a dream. Chu Hao really has a supercar. She was still sitting in this sports car and was sent back by Chu Hao. "What? You don't want to get off the car? Are you really in love with me?" Chu Hao teased with a smile. Chu Bingyang finally reacted. She blushed and unbuckled her seatbelt, shaking her head quickly. "Don't talk nonsense, I'll get off the car now." After getting off the car, Chu Bingyang prepared to leave. But she seemed to have thought of something. After stopping for a moment, she walked around the car and came to Chu Hao's side. Chu Hao lowered the car window and looked at Chu Bingyang with some confusion. Before he could speak, Chu Bingyang slowly leaned forward and came in. A moment later, Chu Bingyang came out of the car with a red face. "Chu Hao, now we are even." Chu Bingyang's face flushed, still a little shy. After saying that, she ran into the community in a hurry without waiting for Chu Hao to say anything. Chu Hao sat in the car, looking at Chu Bingyang's back. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. He had heard Chen Mingyao call him dad more than once. But I heard Chu Bingyang calling me dad. These are still two completely different experiences. He touched his chin and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Interesting. If there's a chance, I really want to call both of them over to listen." After sending Chu Bingyang, Chu Hao didn't stay outside, but drove back to the dormitory. The physical exertion last night and this morning still made him feel a little overwhelmed. So he decided to go back and catch up on some sleep. When I returned to the dormitory, Chu Hao took a look and found that the three were not there. Chu Hao didn't care either. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu are Wang Ning's lackeys. The three of them are as close as wearing a pair of pants. And school has just started. It's not surprising where the three of them go to fool around. Ignore them and go to sleep. Chu Hao climbed onto the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. "Brother Hao. Brother Hao." Chu Hao heard someone calling him. He hadn't gotten much rest to begin with, and was woken up by someone. I couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Without thinking, he grabbed the pillow and ran towards the direction of the sound. "Fuck." The man cursed subconsciously. Only then did Chu Hao open his eyes and look over. He found Liu Jiaqing standing there holding his pillow with a troubled look on his face. "Brother Hao, are you awake?" Facing Chu Hao's gaze, Liu Jiaqing didn't dare to complain and hurried over. When he called Chu Hao just now, he really didn't expect Chu Hao to be so grumpy when waking up. Luckily, it was a pillow. If I were to replace it with something hard, he really didn't dare to think about it. "Liu Jiaqing, you called me just now." Chu Hao frowned. Liu Jiaqing nodded quickly. "Yes, Brother Hao." Chu Hao was still in a bad mood after getting up. He frowned and said in a cold tone, "You disturbed my sleep. Do you want to die?" He sat up and flexed his wrists. He only realized it after sitting up. In addition to Liu Jiaqing, Chen Yu was also there. The only one missing was the eldest young Master Wang Ning. No, Brother Hao, don't be angry." Liu Jiaqing was frightened and thought Chu Hao was really going to take action. Chu Hao snorted coldly and let this guy go for the time being. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Liu Jiaqing quickly said, "Brother Hao, we are here to apologize to you." Chen Yu chimed in, "Yes, Brother Hao, we are here to apologize to you." Chu Hao looked surprised. "I hit you, and you apologize to me? The sun is rising from the west." Both of them looked a little unhappy, obviously remembering what happened yesterday. But they still said, "After all, we were the ones who bullied you before, so we deserved it. And after being beaten by you, we also realize that we are all roommates and there is no need to make the relationship so stiff. Yes, so we would like to treat you to a meal and a drink." I hope we can put aside our grudges and laugh it off. Yes, I hope Brother Hao can do me the honor. We promise that we will never cause you any trouble again. If you have any questions, you can always tell us, and we will do our best. The two of them sang in unison and said all the good things. Chu Hao stared at the two of them, his eyes sweeping across their faces. Just when the two were getting very nervous, Chu Hao suddenly laughed. Let us forget all grudges with a smile? That sounds nice. But he didn't believe it. Is there such a good thing in this world? Obviously. These two guys must be plotting something. Inviting him to dinner is definitely a hongmen banquet. Although the two people are also trying their best to cover it up. But they are just children after all. Their eyes still betrayed them. Okay, you'll treat me to a meal, right? You guys can pick a place. Chu Hao didn't expose them either. Instead, we should see what tricks they are playing. When the two heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, with joy in their eyes. How about the night side? Liu Jiaqing took the initiative to propose. The night scene he was talking about was a bar on the back street of the school. It is also the most popular bar near the school. Many students from Yanzhou University often go there to spend money. Chapter 12 Liu Jiaqing invites guests to dinner. Because the living expenses there are not expensive, students can afford it. Chu Hao didn't say anything, but looked at Chen Yu. Is what you said true? Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to be called out suddenly, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Yes, it's true. His eyes couldn't help but wander, but he still tried to control them. Chu Hao's guess became more certain. These two bastards definitely didn't hold their farts in. Where's Wang Ning? Why are you two the only ones apologizing? Chu Hao was not in a hurry to take the bait. Liu Jiaqing had obviously already thought of an explanation and quickly explained. Brother Ning has gone to reserve a place. Isn't this a sign of sincerity? Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. Said a place? I don't think I promised to go. Liu Jiaqing was stunned for a moment. After hearing Chu Hao say so much, he thought Chu Hao had already agreed. Chen Yu's expression was also very stiff. Obviously, Chu Hao didn't play by the rules, so they couldn't handle it. Liu Jiaqing's brain was working frantically, and he laughed dryly twice. Brother Hao, you are boring now, aren't you? We are all roommates in the same dormitory. Can't we invite you for the sake of our three faces? Chu Hao sneered. You three? How can you three have face in front of me? Do you really think of yourself as something? Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu's faces became even stiffer after being ridiculed by Chu Hao. And he was clearly angry. But they dared not turn against each other. Instead, he continued to be humble. Brother Hao, don't say that. As long as you give us this opportunity, we are willing to show our sincerity. Don't they say you should drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment? As long as Brother Hao goes, I'll drink a bottle directly. I've come to this point. Brother Hao, please be kind and give us some face. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly agreed. Yes, let's just blow a bottle to show our sincerity. Although he said this, he was already cursing in his heart. If he drank a bottle directly, he would probably vomit on the spot. But in order to get Chu Hao to agree, he could only say this. After saying that, the two looked at Chu Hao again, with anticipation in their eyes. Chu Hao started to consider it on the surface, but he was already very happy in his heart. This acting is really not up to standard. It's so purposeful, even a child wouldn't believe it, right? Although he had figured it out, he still didn't expose it. Instead, he wanted to show off and see what tricks these two people were going to play. 1 bottle isn't enough. How about this? Each person blows 3 bottles. This is how you show your sincerity. If it's okay, I'll go. If not, forget it. 3 bottles. Both Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu's faces turned ugly. After all, we are all students and don't have many opportunities to drink. Blow 3 bottles directly. They are all afraid of going to the hospital. But Chu Hao has already said this. The two of them had no choice but to agree. Okay. 3 bottles is all. As long as you can forgive us, Brother Hao, we will blow. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu's faces were filled with determination to die. A smile suddenly appeared on Chu Hao's face. Behind the university town, night bar. Amidst the colorful lights, there are many figures shaking their bodies to their heart's content. In the box on the 2nd floor. Brother Leopard, this is the situation. When he comes, it will be up to you to take action. The person who speaks. It was Wang Ning who had no lackeys following him. Opposite him was a man wearing a vest, with a bald head, tattooed arms, and a gold chain. Just to deal with a student. Brother Leopard was holding a cigarette, crossing his legs, and speaking in a calm tone. Wang Ning smiled and said, Yes, just one student. He's very arrogant at school. I can't do anything about him, so I have no choice but to trouble Brother Leopard. Brother Leopard smiled. It's just a small problem. Being rampant in school is not a skill. But here, I have the final say. Let alone teaching him a lesson, even breaking his arms and legs would be no problem. Wang Ning waved his hands repeatedly. Not really, just a lesson will do. After all, you are still a student in school. Wang Ning really doesn't have such a cruel heart. And if it really gets out of hand. He was also afraid that his future was in jeopardy. He didn't want his wonderful life to be ruined like this. That's fine. If that's the case, it will be easier later. So, Brother Leopard rubbed his fingers at Wang Ning. The meaning is self-evident. Wang Ning had been prepared for this, so he wasn't surprised. Brother Leopard, don't worry about the money. Wang Ning smiled and took out a wad of money from his pocket. Brother Leopard, click, this is 4,000 yuan. Brother Leopard took the money and counted it casually. Then put it aside. Not enough. Wang Ning, what? Brother Leopard, it's just a beating, isn't 4,000 enough? Although he is a local, his family has some assets. But that's all his pocket money. 4,000 yuan. He is already in pain. If it wasn't for revenge on Chu Hao, it's impossible for him to spend so much money at one time. Is that a lot? Brother Leopard sneered. Wang Ning, have you forgotten my Brother Leopard's reputation in the underworld? If it weren't for your understanding, do you think I would take action? My face alone is worth more than 4,000 yuan. Brother Leopard narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Ning. Although there was no action, the meaning was clear. Wang Ning didn't expect this matter to turn out like this. A full $4,000. I can't even get anything done. What's more, he is just a college student who has never been to society. At this time, under the pressure of Brother Leopard, he was sweating all over. Even Chu Hao yesterday could scare him. Not to mention Brother Leopard. Then, Brother Leopard, tell me the number. He didn't dare to test it anymore and just pointed it out directly. Brother Leopard made a gesture. 8,000. I do things, too Geely. Just 8,000. Wang Ning's expression suddenly changed. 8,000. He thought the price would not be low, but he didn't expect Brother Leopard to double his money. It's just a beating. Brother Leopard, is this robbery? Brother Leopard glanced at him. Why? Too expensive. Wang Ning immediately became intimidated and looked bitter. No, Brother Leopard, this price. Isn't it too high? Brother Leopard sneered. Whether it's a lot or not, that's your problem. Since you asked me to take action, you must be prepared. But you are quite sensible. Brother Leopard will give you some face. 7,006. I'll take these 4,000 first. Give me the remaining 3,006 as soon as possible. Brother Leopard said this and put 4,000 yuan in his bag. Wang Ning's brows twitched as he watched, but he didn't dare to say anything more. You can only bear this loss yourself. The 4,000 yuan has already fallen into Brother Leopard's hands. If he talks any more, Brother Leopard immediately turned hostile. He had no other choice. No way. Wang Ning could only bear the pain and transfer another 3,600 yuan to Brother Bao. Just after Wang Ning discussed it with Brother Bao, outside the bar at night, Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu have already arrived with Chu Hao. Chapter 13. Damn, this bastard. How can he drink so much? Brother Hao, this is it. This is the best bar near our university. We invite you here. Isn't that nice enough? Liu Jiaqing grinned and patted his chest. Chu Hao looked at the bar in front of him, and some memories emerged in his mind. In his previous life, although he was very honest when he was in college. But if you don't go crazy, you're wasting your youth. So he came here a few times before he graduated. Certainly. He certainly didn't have any money at that time. Just here to join in the fun. But now he is looking here again. It looks very shabby here. No matter from which aspect. That's all. Chu Hao didn't care about this. Where's Wang Ning? We are all here. Where is he? Liu Jiaqing quickly replied, Brother Ning is inside, waiting for us. We can just go in directly. After saying that, the two of them walked in front and led the way for Chu Hao. Chu Hao followed behind with a calm expression. The three of them went directly to the second floor. Outside a private room, Liu Jiaqing confirmed it before pushing the door open. Wang Ning was the only one in the box. When Chu Hao saw Wang Ning also saw Chu Hao. At that moment, Wang Ning seemed to see the 7,600 yuan he had spent. My eyes are a little red. If it weren't for Chu Hao, He wouldn't have spent so much money. Chu Hao didn't know what Wang Ning was thinking. Even if they knew, they would just sneer. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Seeing that the situation was not right, Liu Jiaqing hurried out to smooth things over. Brother Ning, Brother Hao is here. Why don't you show any appreciation? After hearing what Liu Jiaqing said, Wang Ning came back to his senses and collected his thoughts. He forced a smile on his face. Brother Hao is here. Come and sit down. I've already ordered the food. It will be delivered right away. Chu Hao glanced at him, sneered, and sat over. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu then sat down. Wang Ning first poured Chu Hao a glass of wine. He continued, Brother Hao, Jiaqing, and Chen Yu should have already told you. We were wrong about what happened before. Don't take it to heart. I hope we can reconcile in the future. The first cup, I toast to you. I did it. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, he drank the whole glass of beer. Putting down the wine glass, Wang Ning looked at Chu Hao. Chu Hao glanced at the cup in front of him, too lazy to move his hands. When Wang Ning saw this, the smile on his face froze. Brother Hao, what do you mean? Chu Hao smiled and looked at Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu. Didn't we agree to blow 3 bottles? Let's start blowing. Wang Ning looked at the 2 lackeys, his face full of confusion. What do you mean by blowing 3 bottles? Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu's faces froze. Just, our apologies to Brother Hao. It's okay, just 3 bottles, let's drink. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu also gritted their teeth, opened 3 bottles of beer, and guzzled them down. The 2 young men, college students, didn't usually drink much. I drank 3 bottles in a row and couldn't help vomiting halfway through. But in order to gain Chu Hao's trust, the 2 of them still finished drinking it. After drinking 3 bottles, both of them felt a little dizzy. However, at this moment, Chu Hao picked up the wine glass. You have a good alcohol tolerance. Come, I toast you. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu were both dumbfounded. But Chu Hao had already offered the wine, so they didn't dare refuse. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and open another bottle and fill it up for myself. However, this is just an appetizer. Chu Hao drank a lot in his previous life. Now that I'm young, I can drink quite well. So he started to get these 3 people drinking. Anyway, it was agreed that he would be the one making the decision today. So he brought the wine, and the other 3 had no choice but to drink along. After a while, Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Brother Hao, I really can't do it anymore. No matter what you say, keep drinking. If you don't drink, you're not giving me face. Brother Hao, I'm not trying to give you face, Then drink it. I've already drunk it, so you can do whatever you want. This drinking session lasted more than an hour. Wang Ning saw that the situation was not right, so he quickly found an excuse and dragged the 2 drunk lackeys out of the box. Standing outside, Wang Ning looked inside the box and still couldn't help feeling scared. The 3 of them. Chu Hao almost drank himself to death. If it weren't for his wit. I'm afraid none of the 3 of them can escape. Damn, this bastard, how can he drink so much? Wang Ning felt depressed, but he was too lazy to think about it. I quickly took out my cell phone and sent a message to Brother Leopard. He put away his phone and slapped the 2 lackeys in the face a few more times. A few slaps. The 2 lackeys finally recovered a little. It's just that his eyelids are open, and the alcohol is still in him. The 2 people could only lean against the wall and couldn't even stand steadily. You 2 idiots, stop embarrassing me here and get out of here. Wang Ning cursed angrily. He dragged the 2 people out. And in the box, Chu Hao put down his wine glass and sneered. He had acquired the drinking capacity and drinking skills through practice at the wine table in his previous life. How could these 3 rookies possibly figure it out, if he hadn't deliberately let it go? Wang Ning, don't even think about running away. But now that the wine has been drunk, it should be Wang Ning's turn next. Okay, let me see what you are up to. Chu Hao sneered and looked at the box door. I couldn't help but speculate about what Wang Ning was doing, based on his understanding of Wang Ning. If Wang Ning feels too exhausted, he can just find some thugs to beat him up. This is the limit of what this little kid can think of. No matter how powerful the method is, he can't think of it and dare not use it. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed the time on his phone. It's past 12. Chu Hao realized that he had a new chance to win the lottery. System, draw a lottery. Without any hesitation, he directly used today's lottery opportunity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the night bar. Night bar? Is this the bar he is in now? Chu Hao looked at the system prompt with a strange expression on his face. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could this dog system be the same as the big data of later generations? This is his first time here after his rebirth. So the night bar became his? In terms of value, this night bar is just so-so. But considering the current situation, it's not bad. Chu Hao muttered to himself. And next, it's time for Wang Ning to take revenge. Although he was confident before, it would be troublesome. We need some means to resolve this matter. But now the bar is his. Then solving the problem will become very simple. Thinking of this, Chu Hao suddenly felt a little regretful. If Wang Ning and those 3 bastards hadn't left yet. I know he is the owner of the night bar. What expression would it be? Just when Chu Hao was thinking about it, our cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Hao took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar phone call. Chapter 14: Chu Hao's Anger. After the call was connected, a friendly voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? It's me. Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Jiang Dao, the manager of the night bar. You can just call me Old Jiang. I just got the news that you've acquired the bar, so I wanted to ask you when you'd be free to come over so we can handle the handover. Jiang Dao was very polite. After all, we are facing a new boss. Even a big shot like Shen Qianni had to show great respect to Chu Hao. Not to mention him. Chu Hao said calmly, no need to make time, I'm in the night now. Jiang Dao was stunned for a moment. You are in? Yes. Where are you then? I'll come over now. It's the innermost box on the left side of the 2nd floor. Come over. Chu Hao told his location. After saying that, he hung up the phone. As soon as Chu Hao hung up the phone, the door of the box was kicked open. A group of thugs rushed into the room. The one who took the lead was Brother Leopard. Brother Leopard had a fierce look on his face as he looked at the only person in the box. You're the fucking Chu Hao. As he said that, he took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab Chu Hao's collar. However, before he could touch Chu Hao suddenly attacked. He picked up a beer bottle and smashed it on Brother Leopard's head. Juang. A crisp sound. The beer bottle didn't break. Brother Leopard's head was swollen. Blood gushed out. Like a fountain. The group of younger brothers following Brother Leopard haven't reacted yet. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? They came to teach someone a lesson, but the boss got the head butted first? Isn't this right? The group of younger brothers looked at each other, not knowing what to do. After Chu Hao knocked Brother Leopard down with a bottle, he did not pursue him. Instead, he sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and had a calm expression. It was as if the person who had just attacked him was not him at all. The group of younger brothers didn't dare to act rashly, although there were more than a dozen of them facing Chu Hao alone. But in momentum. But they were overwhelmed by Chu Hao. Brother Leopard was lying on the ground, his head buzzing. Chu Hao glanced at him. I'm Chu Hao, what's wrong? Several younger brothers stepped forward cautiously and helped Brother Leopard up. Brother Leopard covered his head with his hands, his face full of disbelief. How dare you hit me? He still hasn't recovered from his shock. Damn it. Chu Hao speaks sweetly. Okay, stop pretending. Was it that loser Wang Ning who asked you to come here? Brother Leopard shook his head and became a little more sober. Hearing Chu Hao's words, he frowned. You know. Anyway, he just takes money to do the job. But I didn't have the awareness to keep it confidential to my employer. Chu Hao was not surprised at all. He glanced at the group and sneered. After all, they are all from the same nest. That piece of shit he has will only come after a bunch of idiots like you. When Brother Leopard heard this, his eyes widened. Who the hell are you scolding? Chu Hao glanced at him and was too lazy to say anything more. Brother Leopard was fully awake at this time. The severe pain on his head made him even more furious. Boy, you are very crazy. You really think I dare not touch you? Chu Hao sneered and sat there without moving. You can try. Brother Leopard really doesn't believe it. What can you do if I touch you? Can you let me walk out sideways? Who do you think you are? Do you think this is your bar? Chu Hao smiled. This bar really is mine. Brother Leopard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Chu Hao would actually respond. As for Chu Hao's words, he definitely didn't believe it. Although yes cannot be said to be the best bar in Yanzhou, available near the university town. There is absolutely no better bar than nightclub. In his eyes, Chu Hao is just a poor boy who is still in school. How could this bar be his? You're such a boaster, I almost believed you. But boy, bragging is useless in this society. Leopard, don't believe you. Brother Leopard didn't want to continue talking. He was afraid that if he waited any longer, he would die from excessive blood loss. He picked up a bottle from a table, ready to give the man a taste of his own medicine. However, just as he picked up the bottle, he heard an angry shout from behind. "Stop!" Brother Leopard was stunned for a moment and looked back. This one glance made his face change drastically. Jiang Dao. Of course he recognized Jiang Dao. After all, he has been here many times. I know Jiang Dao is the person in charge of this bar. Although Jiang Dao is not a big shot, but in this small piece of land in the university town, still has something to say. Anyway, he is definitely not as good as Jiang Dao. In Jiang Dao's eyes, at best, he is just a scoundrel who is doing well. Brother Leopard didn't bother to deal with Chu Hao. He quickly put down the wine bottle and went over to him with a smile. "Isn't this Brother Dao? Why are you here?" Jiang Dao gave him a cold look. "Why am I here? If I don't come, are you going to tear down my bar?" Brother Leopard smiled and didn't dare to refute. "How could I do that? Even if you give me more courage, I wouldn't dare to do that." As he said this, he reached out and pulled his younger brothers away, asking them not to block him. However, before he could get close to Jiang Dao walked into the box. Jiang Dao walked into the box and passed by Brother Bao and others and came in front of Chu Hao. "Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry that you encountered this kind of thing here." His tone was very respectful, but he was also a little scared. Fortunately, he came early. If it had been any later, the consequences would have been very serious. If this matter gets out, it is said that the boss of Yi Se was beaten by gangsters in Yi Se. Jiang Dao's reputation must be ruined. I'm afraid I'll become a complete joke outside in the future. Chu Hao's expression was calm, and he was not moved at all. It's not too late. Chu Hao's tone made Jiang Dao feel relieved. It sounded like Chu Hao was not angry. "That's easy. I'm glad you're okay, Mr. Chu. I'm so sorry about what happened today. I didn't know you were coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hao questioned, "So, they can act recklessly here?" Chu Hao stood up and pointed at Brother Bao and his group. The tone was extremely cold. "Where is this place?" "This is Night. It's the most popular and busiest bar near the university town. A bunch of hooligans are running rampant here. If this matter gets out, will we still be able to do business in the future?" "Certainly." Chu Hao was just talking. After all, the nature of a place like a bar is obvious. "I hope there are no gangsters here and everything is safe and well behaved." "It's impossible. It's the same no matter where the bar is. Unless it's the kind of bar that doesn't intend to make money." The reason he said this was to warn Jiang Dao, so that he won't take this matter seriously at all. Jiang Dao is different from Shen Qianni. Shen Qianni is a serious businessman. Businessmen have their own rules. And we can take over Qiannan Square. In Shen Qianni's eyes, Chu Hao is worthy of his submission. Chapter 15 Jiang Dao Shock. Jiang Dao is different. Although he is the person in charge of the bar. But actually, he's just a more polite gangster. The world is different. The rules are different. In front of Jiang Dao, his identity as a boss does not have enough deterrent power. Without any means, it is difficult to control such people. As expected. After Chu Hao said this, Jiang Dao broke out in a cold sweat. But he didn't dare to wipe it at all and could only nod repeatedly. "Mr. Chu, you are right. I'll kick them out right now." After saying that, he turned and looked at the people who followed him. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what Mr. Chu said?" Facing Chu Hao, he was very humble. But when facing his subordinates, he is very confident. The group of security guards did not dare to neglect and even drew out their batons. He cursed and drove away Brother Leopard and his group of people. The group of younger brothers didn't dare to resist at all, and Brother Leopard was the same. Soon, a group of people were kicked out of the bar. Standing at the door of the bar, Brother Leopard was still a little dazed. He is also an old acquaintance of this night bar. "I have a pretty good relationship with Jiang Dao. As for taking action here, this is not the first or second time. Why did you suddenly start chasing people away this time? That poor student, how could he have such a big face?" He really couldn't figure it out, so he could only try to get close to the security guard who kicked them out. "Brother, please tell me, what is the identity of that student?" "He is not stupid either. I know the problem lies with Chu Hao." Therefore, when asking, he didn't dare to say anything bad about Chu Hao. "Identity. That's our boss." The security guard sneered. He pointed at Leopard Brother's nose and cursed at him. "Aguzi, I'm warning you. Get out of here. Get as far away as you can. Otherwise, wait for our boss to settle the score later, and you'll have to figure out what will happen to you." After saying that, several security guards turned and walked into the bar. Brother Leopard and the group of younger brothers behind him all stood there in a daze. Especially Brother Leopard. He had made fun of Chu Hao when Chu Hao said he was a bar owner. So what they said is true. No wonder. No wonder Chu Hao was so calm before. How could they not be calm when they were in their own bar? Fortunately, he didn't do it just now. Otherwise, it would be just like what Chu Hao said. There was no way he could walk out of the bar standing. I'm afraid he will be carried out or thrown out. Brother Leopard suddenly felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, Jiang Dao arrived in time. He was not given a chance to make a move. As for what happens in the future, Brother Leopard didn't dare to think too much. If Jiang Dao wanted to deal with him, it would only take a word. If Chu Hao wanted to deal with him, he really didn't dare to think about it. Coming back to his senses, Brother Leopard couldn't help but curse. However, the one being scolded was not Chu Hao. Damn Jiang Ning. You're the one who's causing me trouble. I still think he's an honest man. If I really get dealt with, this bastard won't have an easy life either. He now hates Wang Ning. If it weren't for Wang Ning, how could he possibly offend a big shot like Chu Hao? In the bar, after driving away Brother Leopard and his group of people, the box finally quieted down. Chu Hao was still sitting there. Jiang Dao stood in front of him, bending over. Don't dare to neglect it at all. Okay, sit down. Chu Hao glanced at him with a cold tone. Jiang Dao laughed dryly twice, nodded quickly, and carefully sat down with half of his butt on the farthest sofa. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. I will definitely clean up the situation at the bar in the future. I promise that such a thing will never happen again. Chu Hao waved his hand. All right, you and I both know what a place like a bar is like. I won't argue with you. But if it happens again, don't blame me for speaking out in advance. Jiang Dao nodded quickly. Boss, don't worry. I will definitely supervise all departments and conduct strict inspections. We must prevent this from happening again and protect the safety of every customer. Chu Hao nodded. Okay, I'll remember this. Okay, let's get down to business. Chu Hao didn't dwell on this matter any further. Buying the bar was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I won't interfere with operations and management. It's just a small bar, not worth my attention. Jiang Dao was stunned, and his respect for Chu Hao increased even more. He originally thought that Chu Hao only had a small amount of assets. I didn't expect it to be such a big bar. Chu Hao didn't take it seriously either. He naturally wouldn't think Chu Hao was bragging. As a boss, there was no need for Chu Hao to brag like this to a subordinate like him. Boss, you are right. Chu Hao didn't mind revealing some of his cards. If you can't contact me for any reason in the future, you can contact Shen Qianni at Qiannan Plaza. You and he are in the same position. Jiang Dao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This is what Chu Hao meant. Qiannan Plaza is also Chu Hao's property. There is naturally no comparison between Qiannan Square and Night Bar. If we have to measure it by value, it would take about a dozen night bars to rival Qiannan Plaza. It's just comparable. In fact, the value is not comparable at all. Although he had tried his best to overestimate Chu Hao's assets. But when I think of the terrible value of Qiannan Plaza, Jiang Dao still felt a tremor in his heart. In his heart, Chu Hao's status was infinitely elevated. Boss, if you have anything to do in the future, just give me an order. I, Jiang Dao, will definitely go through fire and water for you. Jiang Dao knew it very well. He wants to achieve greater success in the future. You must hold on to the boss's thigh. Although Jiang Dao looks very prosperous now, but that's only in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of those real big guys, he Jiang Dao is nothing. There is no difference from those ordinary people. Chu Hao just nodded calmly, not seeming to care. Jiang Dao didn't find it strange either. Such a mysterious boss with a strong background. If you can please someone by just saying a few nice words. Instead, he began to doubt. Chu Hao actually thinks highly of Jiang Dao. After all, he is still in college. Jiang Dao is the local boss of the university town. The effect it can achieve is better than Shen Qianni's. And Shen Qianni is a serious business person. Many things are difficult to do. Jiang Dao can solve these problems. Okay, I'm going back now. You can continue with your work. Chu Hao has achieved his goal today. Jiang Dao quickly said, Boss, where are you going? I'll take you there. Chu Hao drank some wine. If they really went somewhere else, Chu Hao would have accepted Jiang Dao's kindness. No, I'm going back to school. Jiang Dao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Chu Hao shocked him so much. As a result, he even forgot Chu Hao's identity as a student. For Chu Hao, The incident at the night bar was just a trivial episode in his life. After seeing Chu Hao off, Jiang Dao sat in the box to calm down. For him, what happened today completely changed his destiny. Chapter 16. Wang Ning is taught a lesson. Chu Hao fell asleep soon after returning to school. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, when Wang Ning woke up, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Looking at the ceiling, he seemed to have thought of Chu Hao's miserable condition. As a result, when he sat up, he saw Chu Hao sleeping soundly on the bed beside him. People were dumbfounded at that time. He is well aware of Brother Leopard's methods. Even if Chu Hao doesn't die, he will definitely be skinned alive. Maybe he has been sent to the hospital now. When he got up, he found Chu Hao sleeping soundly in bed. Subconsciously, Wang Ning wanted to call Brother Bao to inquire about the situation. Damn it, my little Bachin, is he really fed to the dogs? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Brother Leopard go there? Wang Ning still has some doubts about life. Holding his cell phone, he walked out of the dormitory and called Brother Leopard in the bathroom. Brother Bao, I'm Wang Ning. Wang Ning's tone was very bad. What's wrong with you? Where's the deal? Why did Chu Hao come back safe and sound? Are you trying to break the rules? Wang Ning came up and started to scold him. If it were in normal times, even if Brother Leopard really broke the rules, he didn't dare to talk to Brother Leopard like that. But after seeing Chu Hao, he had already lost some of his mind. Besides, he also felt that he was right. Therefore, it is even more justified. After Wang Ning scolded him, it was unusually quiet on the other end of the line. Wang Ning once suspected that the phone was broken. Brother Leopard, are you there? This time, Brother Leopard finally spoke. I am here. Wang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Brother Leopard's voice. Okay, Brother Leopard, shouldn't you give me an explanation? An explanation? What explanation do you want? Or should I give you my money back? Wang Ning was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe it. Is Brother Leopard so easy to talk to? Although Chu Hao was not dealt with, he felt a little regretful. But it's okay if Brother Leopard is willing to refund the money. Brother Leopard, are you serious? Well, I did something wrong this time. Brother Leopard's tone was very calm. I'm near Yunnan University. Come to the back door and I'll give you the money. Wang Ning didn't expect that Brother Leopard would actually do it. He also felt relieved, thinking that Brother Leopard still followed the rules. Although Brother Leopard didn't take action, he felt a little regretful. But as long as the money is returned, he could find someone else. Okay, Brother Leopard, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Wang Ning didn't think much about it. After returning to the dormitory, he quickly changed his clothes and rushed to the back door. After arriving at the back door, Wang Ning looked around but did not see Brother Leopard. Just about to make a phone call, a black van suddenly stopped in front of him. The second row of doors opened, revealing Brother Leopard. Get in the car. Wang Ning got in the car without thinking much. Brother Leopard, where's my money? Brother Leopard didn't answer, but closed the car door. Wang Ning's heart moved, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. But he thought about it and felt that it shouldn't be the case. He has no grudge against Brother Leopard. Even if you don't want a refund, it won't be disadvantageous to him. However, the guy driving in front suddenly drove the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Brother Leopard also locked all the doors on both sides of the car. Wang Ning was a little panicked, but still asked, Brother Bao, what are you doing? Brother Leopard sneered without explaining. He slapped Wang Ning directly in the face. Wang Ning just felt his head buzzing. Everyone is stupid. What's going on? What about the refund? Why am I getting beaten here? What are you doing? I'm going to fuck you. You hurt me so badly, and you still want money. Brother Leopard gnashed his teeth, wishing he could grind Wang Ning into dust. It's this little guy in front of me. It cost less than 8,000 yuan. It almost cost Brother Leopard his life. The more Brother Leopard thought about it, the angrier he became, and his attack became even more ruthless. More than an hour later, in a remote alley not far from Yanju University, Brother Leopard had already vented his anger at this time and his anger subsided. But when I saw Wang Ning again, I still felt a little angry. He pointed at Wang Ning, who was lying on the ground holding his head, and cursed, You bastard, don't let me see you again. I'll beat you up every time I see you. How dare a fool like you fight Mr. Chu? Why don't you take a piss and see what you look like? Finished. It seems that he is still not satisfied. Brother Leopard spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Wang Ning's face. The younger brothers around him immediately took this opportunity to show their loyalty. They all came over, stepped on it a few times, and spat at it. After everything was done, Brother Leopard took everyone away. Wang Ning, lying on the ground, was questioning his life. When Brother Leopard beat me, Brother Leopard said everything. He also knew why he was beaten. He was still somewhat skeptical about his life at this time, because he couldn't believe it. Chu Hao is actually the boss of Yi Se. How is this possible? Yanju University, men's dormitory. When Chu Hao woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. It was already very late when I came back yesterday. I also drank a lot of alcohol. More importantly, the consumption in these 2 days is really too great. According to traditional Chinese medicine, 1 drop of semen is equal to 10 drops of blood. That night, Shen Mengyao was like a juicer. Although he is young, but I still couldn't bear the hard work. After sitting up, he glanced at the others. Wang Ning has disappeared. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu were still sleeping soundly. Chu Hao didn't think much about it. While washing up, Chu Hao felt his stomach rumbling. It seems like I haven't eaten in the cafeteria for a long time. Let's eat in the cafeteria today. Including the previous life. It's been more than 10 years in total. Although the cafeteria of Yanju University is not a paradise for gourmets, but people just like to reminisce. On the way to the cafeteria, Chu Hao called Chen Mengyao. Soon, the call was connected. Shen Mengyao's sweet voice came from inside. "Hey, husband, did you miss me?" Chu Hao smiled and said, "Well, have you had lunch?" "Not yet, husband. Do you want to take me to dinner?" Chen Mengyao's voice was still very sweet, with a strong sense of dependence. "I'm going to grab a bite in the cafeteria. Do you want to join me?" "Let's go together. As long as I'm with you, husband, we can eat anywhere." Chen Mengyao answered very quickly, obviously having already had the answer. Chen Mengyao's answer made Chu Hao couldn't help but smile. This is the benefit of having money. Even a goddess like Chen Mengyao. But all it takes is a phone call from him. You can take it out anytime, anywhere. And no matter what he does, Chen Mengyao would never refuse. "But honey, I haven't put on makeup yet. Can you wait for me?" Chen Mengyao asked again. "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. How long will it take you?" Chu Hao didn't mind. "It will be quick. 10 minutes will be enough." Shen Mengyao didn't dare to waste time. Even makeup should be kept simple. Chu Hao nodded. He could still accept this time. "Honey, hang up the phone. I'm going to start putting on makeup right away." Chapter 17 Confession to Chen Mengyao. Hang up the phone. Chu Hao changed his clothes casually, washed up briefly, and left the dormitory. The other side. Chen Mengyao was putting on makeup carefully in the dormitory. Ever since she became Chu Hao's woman, she became more and more dependent on Chu Hao. Even if it's just eating in the cafeteria together, she couldn't help but be very happy. This was simply impossible in the past. "Mengyao, what are you thinking about? You can smile so happily even when putting on makeup." Chen Mengyao's roommate came out of the bathroom wearing glasses. She looked at Shen Mengyao's smiling face with some doubts, because she had never seen Shen Mengyao so happy. Guess what? Besides her dear husband, who else can make Mengyao so happy? On the other side, a girl with a delicate face but a sexy body, wearing cartoon pajamas and 2 pairs of white stockings on her legs, was sitting on the bed. She laughed and teased. "Husband." The roommate wearing glasses was stunned for a moment. "Mengyao, when did you get a husband?" Chen Mengyao recalled the process of getting to know Chu Hao and couldn't help but smile sweetly. It happened just 2 days ago. She couldn't help but feel thankful for her initial initiative. Otherwise, there would be no current story. 2 days ago, right after school started. My roommate with glasses was a little surprised. But at this moment, she seemed to have thought of something, pointing at Chen Mengyao with wide eyes. "Mengyao, let me ask you something." Chen Mengyao was putting on makeup and looking at her roommate in the mirror. "What's wrong? You didn't come home the night before last. You weren't with your husband, were you?" After saying this, the lowly roommate sitting on the bed also came back to her senses and looked at Chen Mengyao. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but blush. No need to answer. Both roommates have already reacted. After all, we are all adults. What don't they understand? Oh my God, really? My roommate with glasses was a little surprised. "Aren't you guys too fierce? We met on the same day and started living together on the same day. That's fast enough." Chen Mengyao is one of the campus beauties of Yanju University. I rarely even talked to boys before. However, I didn't expect it. Surprisingly, one day, it would develop so fast. My roommate who was sitting on the bed was also surprised. Right, Meng Yao, this guy has to be the boyfriend of Diviner Mei Yang to make you give in so easily, right? I remember when you were talking to Wang Hao, you were very persistent for more than half a year, right? Chen Meng Yao was originally blushing. When he suddenly heard the name Wang Hao, his face suddenly turned a little ugly. The roommate sitting on the bed also came to his senses and realized that he had said the wrong thing. The expression was a little awkward. He quickly stuck out his tongue and apologized cutely. I'm sorry, Meng Yao. I spoke without thinking. The roommate with glasses also apologized. Meng Yao, don't mind it. You know Tong Tong's personality very well. She definitely didn't mean anything else. Both of them were apologizing, so Shen Meng Yao naturally didn't care. Why are you saying that? It's no secret that I was in love with Wang Hao. And I've confessed it to my boyfriend. Yi Shentong, who was sitting on the bed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Meng Yao. I will definitely remember this matter in the future. After saying this, he raised 3 fingers to show that he swears. Chen Meng Yao smiled and said that she didn't care. She continued to put on makeup. A few minutes later, she looked at herself in the makeup mirror and asked her 2 roommates, Look, what do you think? Yi Shentong gave a thumbs up. Great, it's a pity I'm not a man, otherwise I would definitely love you to death. Chen Meng Yao rolled her eyes at her. You love me to death. Come on, with those 2 lumps of flesh of yours, I'm afraid you'll crush me to death. Yi Shentong couldn't help blushing when she was teased. Meng Yao, we agreed not to joke about this. Don't you know that it's very uncomfortable for me to grow up like this? If the conditions were not allowing, I would want to switch with you. I can't even find clothes that fit. Chen Meng Yao laughed. No, I don't want to live such a tiring life. In the end, men will get the better deal anyway. And it grows on your body. I can touch it when I have nothing to do. How nice. As she spoke, Shen Meng Yao walked to the bedside and reached out to touch it. Yi Shentong's face turned even redder. Meng Yao, don't do this, or I won't let you touch me anymore. Chen Meng Yao smiled and said, You won't let me touch you? Do you want to take advantage of those men? As she spoke, she touched him twice more before leaving the dormitory. Yi Shentong sat on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Meng Yao leave. But when she looked down, she couldn't help sighing again. Alas, it's still too big. It would be fine if it could be the same size as Meng Yao. Downstairs of the dormitory, Chu Hao was still waiting for Chen Meng Yao. It has been more than 10 minutes since he came here, but there was still no sign of Chen Meng Yao. Sure enough, the time a woman puts on makeup is always fake. He couldn't help but complain. When he went out, it took him more than 10 minutes to wash and walk. As a result, I waited downstairs for almost 20 minutes, but still didn't see Chen Meng Yao. He was getting a little impatient waiting, so he took out his cell phone and prepared to call Shen Meng Yao. Just at this moment, Chen Meng Yao walked out of the dormitory building. Chu Hao saw it at a glance. Compared to when we first met, Chen Meng Yao obviously put more effort into her outfit today. Wearing a pair of white high heels, shirt and tight skirt. She has long hair and light makeup. She looks innocent but dresses in a sexy way. The advantage of dressing like this is, Chu Hao's first glance fell on those 2 long, straight white legs. I couldn't help but recall the feeling of carrying these 2 legs on my shoulders. At this moment, I couldn't help but want to salute. I have to say, this woman really understands men. Originally, Chu Hao was a little bothered by Chen Meng Yao's lateness, but now after seeing Chen Meng Yao, the dissatisfaction in his heart immediately dissipated. He was about to greet Shen Meng Yao, but he hasn't spoken yet. Then a boy holding a rose stood in front of Shen Meng Yao. Chu Hao was a little surprised. It looks like he wants to confess to Chen Meng Yao. Chu Hao became interested, but did not step forward to stop it. As expected, after the boy stopped Chen Meng Yao, he knelt on one knee. He held the roses in his hands with a look of deep affection on his face. Meng Yao, be my girlfriend. Really? Confessing to Chen Meng Yao. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He has already captured Shen Meng Yao. But this matter has not been made public yet. Even if it is made public, it also doesn't prevent some people from being blinded by lust and relentlessly pursuing beauties like Chen Meng Yao. A beautiful woman. All men like it. But he didn't think this was a good thing. Now Shen Meng Yao is his woman. Even if he didn't show up, Chen Meng Yao would never agree to such a confession. If Chen Meng Yao had nothing to do with him, he might just watch the fun from sidelines. Chapter 18. Chen Meng Yao's ex-boyfriend. The boy's sudden appearance scared Shen Meng Yao. However, When she saw the boy's appearance clearly, her expression immediately turned cold. Wang Hao, it's you again. Chen Mengyao directly revealed the boy's identity. He was the only boyfriend she admitted to having during her college years. Certainly. He was just an ex-boyfriend whose hand I held. It was lunchtime. In addition to Chu Hao, many students around also noticed this scene. Seeing Wang Hao kneeling on one knee in front of Shen Mengyao, everyone couldn't help but gather around. What a big bouquet of roses. This boy is so romantic. Not only is he very romantic, but is also quite handsome. Isn't it too happy to be confessed to like this? That's all. The key point is that the person who confessed his love was Chen Mengyao. Compared to Chen Mengyao, this guy is nothing. Indeed, these long white legs are truly exquisite. Fuck, so she is Chen Mengyao? Yesterday I heard that she had a very rich boyfriend. Is this him? Impossible. Various discussions were heard around. However, Shen Mengyao looked at Wang Hao in front of her, and her expression became more and more ugly. Wang Hao, get up quickly, don't do this. She frowned, obviously feeling uncomfortable with Wang Hao's behavior. Wang Hao shook his head. No, I won't get up if you don't agree to it. The students who were watching were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What is going on? Change face? He looked impatient just now. Such a sweet smile in the blink of an eye. Isn't this too real? Wang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. He looked at Chu Hao and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Who are you? Chu Hao glanced at him and smiled. Who am I? Didn't you hear what Mengyao called me just now? He stretched out his hand and hugged Shen Mengyao's slender waist. A big hand was still caressing Shen Mengyao's body. Chen Mengyao blushed and leaned against Chu Hao, but did not resist. As a girl, and a smart woman at that, Chen Mengyao knew very well what kind of value she had to Chu Hao. It's not just about being good in bed. Outside, you also have to give Chu Hao face. Chu Hao is doing this now, on the one hand, to declare his sovereignty and tell everyone that she, Chen Mengyao, is already taken. On the other hand, it makes you look better. When men are outside, they either show off their money or their women. So, Chen Mengyao was obedient. Chu Hao was very satisfied with Chen Mengyao's reaction. He stood in front of Wang Hao, looking at Wang Hao who was still kneeling on the ground. Now, do you understand? Countless eyes around were now all on Chu Hao. When they saw Chu Hao unscrupulously hugging Chen Mengyao into his arms, most of the boys couldn't help but envy her. After all, Chen Mengyao is one of the campus beauties of Yanzhou University, being able to do whatever he wants to a school beauty in public. This is simply a winner in life. They couldn't even help but put themselves in the situation. What a pity. Chen Mengyao is already Chu Hao's woman. They can only think about it in their hearts. Same. Wang Hao's eyes turned red when he saw Chu Hao's behavior. He talked to Shen Mengyao for such a long time. The most intimate action was touching Chen Mengyao's hand. Even so, he was scolded by Chen Mengyao for a long time. As a result, now, Chen Mengyao has actually developed to this point with someone else? How long has it been since they broke up? Chen Mengyao, is he really your boyfriend? He stood up angrily and questioned Chen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao glanced at him with a cold tone. Haven't you already seen it? Do you need me to tell you a few more times? After saying that, she turned around and kissed Chu Hao on the face. Then he looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Others have become stupid. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. He couldn't believe that this was something the once aloof and unapproachable Chen Mengyao would do. At first, he had to put a lot of thought into even touching Chen Mengyao's hand. As a result, now, Chen Mengyao actually took the initiative to kiss a man in public? Everything he knew about Chen Mengyao before was fake? Hubby, let's go and ignore him. Chen Mengyao took Chu Hao's arm and shook it coquettishly. Chu Hao nodded, too lazy to continue wasting time. No matter from what perspective, there is no need for him to compete with Wang Hao, his defeated opponent. If it weren't for Wang Hao's sudden appearance today, he wouldn't even remember that there was such a person. Chu Hao put his arm around Chen Mengyao's waist and turned away under the gazes of countless people. Wang Hao stood there, looking at the intimate backs of the two, especially when thinking of Chen Mengyao's cold attitude in the past. His anger suddenly rose. You bastards! I'm going to kill you. He threw the rose to the ground. In a rage. He didn't even care that this was a school. Chapter 19, taking Chen Mengyao to the night. Now, Wang Hao just wanted to teach Chu Hao a lesson. He took a big step forward and punched Chu Hao in the back. The students watching had no idea of this at all. Wang Hao was actually so impulsive. It's just a matter of being stunned. Wang Hao was already behind Chu Hao. Husband, be careful. Chen Mengyao was the first to react and exclaimed. But it was too late. This punch had already reached Chu Hao's back. It was about to fall on Chu Hao. However, at this critical moment, Chu Hao took a step sideways and easily avoided Wang Hao's attack. Then he kicked sideways. It kicked Wang Hao right in the stomach. Ah! The severe pain in his stomach made Wang Hao scream. He staggered and fell to the ground. Seeing that Chu Hao was safe and sound, Shen Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled Chu Hao and checked him up and down. Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? She felt a little annoyed. After all, Wang Hao is still her ex-boyfriend. If Chu Hao gets hurt because of this incident, what if Chu Hao ignored her because of this? She had just gained Chu Hao's favor. Chu Hao shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He turned to look at Wang Hao with a cold expression. That's why he reacts quickly. Otherwise, if you were attacked by surprise like this, you would definitely get injured. Waste, sneak attack me. Who gave you the courage to attack me? Wang Hao sat on the ground, holding his stomach. He was already full of hatred towards Chu Hao. Hearing such ridicule, he wanted to kill Chu Hao even more. You fart. If I really sneak attack you, do you think you can dodge it? The only thing that's tough about him now is his mouth. However, Chu Hao was too lazy to bother with him. He sneered at Wang Hao. He hugged Chen Mengyao and walked away. Wang Hao lay on the ground, and the severe pain in his stomach gradually eased. Wait until Chu Hao and Chen Mengyao walked away. He slowly stood up. Wang Hao stared at the backs of Chen Mengyao and Chu Hao with a sinister look. You two bastards. I must take revenge. The other side. Chu Hao hugged Chen Mengyao and walked towards the cafeteria. He suddenly spoke up and asked, that Wang Hao just now, is he your ex-boyfriend? Chen Mengyao pressed her entire body against Chu Hao. Hearing this, his face changed. But she nodded and admitted, yes. Chu Hao continued to ask, didn't you say you broke up? Why is he still looking for you? Chen Mengyao thought Chu Hao had misunderstood, and quickly explained, hubby, I really broke up with him. But he still didn't give up. He thought I was testing him, so he kept pestering me. I never paid any attention to him. It was not easy to get Chu Hao's favor. She doesn't want to lose everything because of this guy Wang Hao. Chu Hao smiled and pinched the soft flesh on Chen Mengyao's waist. I didn't think much of it, I just asked. But he's still clinging to you even after we broke up. Were you the one who broke up in the first place? Chu Hao really didn't seem to care and was just chatting. Chen Mengyao nodded. Why did you break up in the first place? Chu Hao asked again. Chen Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but still explained. When I didn't let him touch me, he couldn't help it and went to find another woman. After I found out, I broke up with him. Chu Hao nodded, somewhat understanding. Having a girlfriend as beautiful as you and not being allowed to touch her is really torturous. But, if you didn't let him touch you in the beginning, why were you so proactive when you were with me? Chu Hao had a playful expression. When two people are together. Except for the first time, Chen Mengyao didn't quite understand and was guided by Chu Hao. The next few times, it was Shen Mengyao who made the move herself. She even took the initiative to be on top and act as a female rider. If I hadn't seen the marks on the sheets with my own eyes. And Chen Mengyao doesn't seem to be acting out her unfamiliarity. He couldn't believe that Chen Mengyao would be so conservative. Well, because you are my true love, husband. Chen Mengyao's face flushed, but she still took this opportunity to confess to Chu Hao. Chu Hao suddenly felt very comfortable. That's really nice to say. That's what he felt anyway. You are so good at talking, I have to reward you. Chu Hao smiled and couldn't let go of Chen Mengyao's slender waist. He even put his hands inside his clothes. Chen Mengyao's face flushed, but she obeyed everything. Reward? What reward will my husband give me? Chen Mengyao's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Chu Hao smiled and whispered in Shen Mengyao's ear, you can guess. I'll give you a hint, billions. Chen Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening and her face flushed red. In the cafeteria, Chu Hao and Shen Mengyao bought some things casually. I sat in the cafeteria and started eating. While Chu Hao was eating, his hand was still stroking Shen Mengyao's thigh back and forth. There's no way, it feels so good. Did you finish eating? Chu Hao asked with a smile. Chen Mengyao nodded. Chu Hao said again, then let's go. I have classes in the afternoon, so let's try to come back early. Chen Mengyao's face flushed, and her eyes gradually became blurred. She already knew what was going to happen and was full of anticipation. Needless to say, it will be a fierce battle. She was ready to do everything she could to please Chu Hao. Chen Mengyao held Chu Hao's arm and followed Chu Hao out of the cafeteria. The parking lot is still a Lamborghini Venom. The ferocious roar of the engine attracted countless eyes. Soon, the car stopped in the back street. Shen Mengyao looked at the night bar outside with a puzzled look on her face. "Husband, why are you here?" She thought Chu Hao was going to take her to a hotel to get a room. "After all, we have just agreed on it. But we came to the bar. What does this mean? It's only noon now and there's no one in the bar. Of course we come here to have fun." Chu Hao spoke with a smile. Shen Mengyao was still confused. He further explained, "I came here yesterday and thought it was nice, so I bought it." "You bought it? Are you serious, husband?" Shen Mengyao was shocked. "Just because you thought it was good. This is not a consumable item like bags or clothes. This is a bar. Can you just buy this thing? Moreover, this is the hottest and best bar night near the university town. Honey, if that's the case, you're the owner of this bar now." Chen Mengyao blinked. Compared with Tiannan Square, the value of a mere night bar is naturally not high. What shocked Shen Mengyao was Chu Hao's handwriting. "This is too extravagant. This cannot even be said to be treating money as dirt. This is worse than dirt, right? You could say that. If you want to come and play in the future, you can bring your sisters with you. Tell me in advance and I'll ask them to waive the bill for you." Chu Hao said with a smile, his tone calm. Chen Mengyao's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's a really nice reward. Hubby, you are so kind." Chu Hao smiled and shook his head. "That's nothing. Just behave yourself when you get in later." Chapter 20 Flirting with Xu Wanwen. More than an hour later. The bar is on the second floor. Chu Hao left contentedly with the somewhat weak-legged Chen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao's face flushed red. She finally understood. No wonder Chu Hao brought her here. It turns out that this time, Chu Hao did not plan to play on the bed. Back to school. Chu Hao sent Chen Mengyao back first. As expected, the Lamborghini Veneno once again attracted countless attention. Became the focus. This made Chu Hao more determined to change his car. It really feels great to be the center of attention. But after the fun, that's it. Chu Hao is numb now. Chu Hao drove to the teaching building. The first class is Xu Wanwen's English class. Xu Wanwen is wearing a professional suit today. Pair with black stockings and black high heels. Only the shirt is white. This is a very regular outfit. But Xu Wanwen is so pretty. Especially the legs, very long and straight. Plus the temperament of the female teacher. In his previous life, Chu Hao only thought it was beautiful, but he didn't have many thoughts in his mind. But after living a new life, Chu Hao has a firm belief in black. And after watching countless movies, countless classic scenes automatically flashed through his mind. What classroom play? What female teacher's lecture? Cough cough. Chu Hao kept his gaze pure and looked Xu Wanwen up and down. Xu Wanwen is indeed older than Chen Mengyao. But this does not affect Xu Wanwen's charm. And the age difference gives Xu Wanwen just the right amount of mature charm. It's like a young girl and a mature woman. Some people like young girls, some like young women. Chu Hao is different. He likes them all. Xu Wanwen never expected that Chu Hao was thinking about these things. She saw Chu Hao staring at her intently and felt a little confused. "Chu Hao, what are you daydreaming about?" "Sorry, Teacher Xu, you're so pretty that I looked at you twice." Chu Hao didn't show any sign of shyness and instead teased Xu Wanwen. Xu Wanwen was stunned for a moment and her face couldn't help but turn red. Of course she knew she was beautiful. But this was the first time, in such a public place, and in the classroom. Both parties are conducting this dialogue in this capacity. This was a bit too much for her to bear. "Don't talk nonsense, come in and sit down." She blamed Chu Hao, but was not too angry. After all, Chu Hao was also praising her. The students in the classroom looked at this scene in disbelief. Is this the Chu Hao, the taciturn teacher in their memory? When did you become so courageous? You even dare to tease the teacher? Chu Hao smiled and nodded, ignoring the gazes of his classmates in the classroom, and found a seat to sit down. He looked around. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu were already sitting in the classroom, but he still looked haggard. He obviously hasn't recovered from last night's hangover yet. But around them. But Wang Ning disappeared. Ha! Wang Ning skipped class? How dare you? This is a compulsory course for counselors. Roll call is taken in every class. Is Wang Ning not afraid of having his credits deducted? Chu Hao didn't think much about it. I had a peaceful class. The next moment, Chu Hao was about to leave. Suddenly, Xu Wanwen called me. Chu Hao, come with me. Chu Hao was a little confused and didn't know why Xu Wanwen wanted to talk to him. Could it be that Liu Jiaqing and the other two are complaining again? Chu Hao followed Xu Wanwen away. Walking behind Xu Wanwen, Chu Hao couldn't help but look at Xu Wanwen from behind. These gourd-shaped curves and these beautiful legs are truly exquisite. In the empty corridor, the sound of Xu Wanwen's high heels echoed. Soon, the two arrived at Xu Wanwen's office. Teacher Xu, what can I do for you? Chu Hao took the initiative to ask. Xu Wanwen sat in her seat and looked at Chu Hao. Chu Hao, tell me the truth. Did you find someone to take revenge on Wang Ning? Revenge on Wang Ning? Chu Hao was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? He got beaten up. Chu Hao was a little confused. Xu Wanwen kept staring at Chu Hao. Looking at Chu Hao's reaction, she didn't think it was fake. I don't know about that, but Wang Ning asked me for leave, saying he was injured and needed to go to the hospital. So, I'm asking you if you know about this. There are some things Xu Wanwen didn't say. Wang Ning reported Chu Hao just yesterday. As a result, Wang Ning was hospitalized today. It's hard not to connect these two things. So, Xu Wanwen thought of Chu Hao first. What a coincidence. Chu Hao nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. But Mr. Xu, you came to me to ask about this matter. Are you doubting me? Xu Wanwen shook her head. No, but you are the most suspicious, so I want to ask you. Chu Hao was speechless. Ice and tea, this still doubt? Teacher Xu, although there is indeed some grudge between Wang Ning and me. But if I really want to beat him up, I can do it myself. I don't need to find anyone. I just found out about this. Xu Wanwen was a little confused. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Chu Hao shrugged. That's unclear. Given his personality, it's possible he could offend anyone. Xu Wanwen had a headache. She waved her hand. In that case, you can go back first. Oh, by the way, next time during class, stop staring at me and focus on the lesson. She kept a straight face and tried to look dignified. Chu Hao looked at the little face pretending to be serious and couldn't help but want to laugh. Because it's so cute and there's no dignity at all. Teacher Xu, how did you know I was watching you? Could it be that you were looking at me too? Chu Hao openly admitted the fact that he was staring at Xu Wanwen. In turn, he teased Xu Wanwen. Xu Wanwen was speechless. I'm a teacher. I see you're not paying attention in class, so of course I have to keep an eye on you. She couldn't help but feel a little angry. As a teacher, am I not allowed to even look at you? Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. Yes, of course. If Teacher Xu wants to watch it, you can watch it every day and whenever you want. Don't talk nonsense. Don't tease me. Xu Wanwen blushed a little. Chu Hao was too proactive, which made her a little overwhelmed. Go away quickly and stop bullying me here. Don't be so naughty next time, or I'll deduct your credits. Chu Hao smiled and didn't care. But it's almost the same now. Continuing to tease Xu Wanwen might go too far. He did have some thoughts about Xu Wanwen. But there is no rush. After all, Xu Wanwen is only 25 years old now. In recent years, I have never heard that Xu Wanwen is in a relationship or anything. Now I blush when he teases me. There is still a long time to come. He has plenty of opportunities. After saying goodbye to Xu Wanwen, Chu Hao left the office. After Chu Hao left, Xu Wanwen touched her hot face. Chapter 21. Wang Ning is hospitalized. Body tempering pills. This Chu Hao, why didn't I realize he was so smooth talking before? But even saying this, Xu Wanwen couldn't help but remember every word Chu Hao said. After leaving the office, Chu Hao returned to the classroom. Thinking of what Xu Wanwen told him, Chu Hao walked directly towards Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu. These two people are still like eggplants hit by frost. But they saw Chu Hao walking towards them. They were still frightened and stood up immediately. Hao, brother Hao. Chu Hao nodded and sat in front of the two of them. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu were a little at a loss. They wanted to sit down, but they didn't dare, and they didn't know where to put their hands. Chu Hao glanced at them. Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to hit you. Sit. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat down. Chu Hao looked at the two of them and asked, Wang Ning didn't come today. Do you know what happened? Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu looked at each other with puzzled expressions. I don't know. After we woke up, Brother Ning disappeared and he didn't contact us. Their expressions were sincere and a little nervous. But he didn't look like he was lying. Chu Hao knew at a glance that they really didn't know. Wang Ning is in the hospital. Chu Hao told the news he just learned. The two were stunned for a moment. What? Brother Ning is in the hospital. Chu Hao knew it at a glance. These two people really don't know. But he was even more curious. These two lackeys have always been inseparable from Wang Ning. What is Wang Ning doing? He was beaten and hospitalized, but he didn't even know about his two lackeys? Chu Hao waved his hand and told the two to leave. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Wang Dao. Wang Dao is a local tyrant here. No matter what happens, he should be able to know it. Boss, I'm Wang Dao. What can I do for you? Wang Dao's tone was very respectful. Let me ask you, I have a classmate named Wang Ning. Do you know him? Chu Hao's tone was much more casual. Wang Ning. I have some impression of him. Of course Wang Dao had an impression. After learning that Chu Hao was the boss, he went to investigate everything that happened that day. Of course you know exactly what happened. He naturally knew that this student had a grudge against his boss. Wang Ning was beaten and is in the hospital. Chu Hao told the story. Wang Dao was stunned for a moment. Being beaten? This shouldn't be a good thing. Wang Dao made no secret of his position. The person who was the boss. The person who had a grudge against the boss was in the hospital, and he couldn't wait to pop the champagne. Chu Hao was speechless. I know, but I want to know, who beat him? Check it for me and tell me the result. Wang Dao didn't quite understand why his boss wanted to send such news. But since it was Chu Hao's order, he will naturally complete it wholeheartedly. Okay, boss. Give me some time and I'll have news soon. Chu Hao nodded and hung up the phone. Of course he believed in Wang Dao's ability. This kind of small matter should have results soon. In fact, it is very fast. It's just a few minutes before the second class starts. Wang Dao called back. Boss, I've checked it out. Leopard and the others did it. Wang Dao's tone was still very respectful. He did not feel complacent about what he had done. He knows it very well too. This is just the minimum value. Leopard. Chu Hao was a little confused and had no idea who this was. That's the guy who called himself Brother Leopard from last night. Wang Dao explained. I gave him a beating last night, and he won't be disrespectful to you, boss, ever again. And because it was your classmate who asked him to deal with you. So, he must have blamed this incident on your classmate. As for the result, it's not serious. Just stay in the hospital for 2 days. Wang Dao carefully told Chu Hao everything he had found out. If I wasn't afraid that my boss would think I was nagging. He wanted to tell all the details. Chu Hao didn't take it too seriously. But after knowing the truth of the matter, there was something strange in his mind. What is this? Dog bites dog and ends up with a mouthful of fur. Yeah, I understand. Well done. Go ahead and do your thing. Chu Hao complimented casually. He inquired about this matter simply out of curiosity. Now that I know the result, I am speechless. At school, a few days passed by in a flash. These 3 days. Chu Hao is very honest. No more wandering around. Attend classes every day. At night, either stay in the school dormitory or take Shen Mengyaro back to rest. It can be said to be as plain as water. But it cannot be said that there was no gain at all. Chu Hao found a great place. That is a special box on the 2nd floor of the night bar. The reason why this box is special. This is because this box has one-way transparent glass. You can see outside from inside. But the outside cannot see what is inside. Looking out from the inside, you can see the bustling lobby on the 1st floor. Not only in front of me, there is also such glass under my feet. After discovering such a box for the first time, Chu Hao was shocked by her beauty. So the next few times passed. He just wants to take Shen Mengyao with him. Then Chen Mengyao would be made to lie on the glass. Let her look carefully below. He was behind Shen Mengyao. He taught Chen Mengyao everything he knew. Chen Mengyao is also a good student who studies hard. Every time I will gain a lot. Chu Hao was also satisfied with himself for teaching such an outstanding student. Certainly. Chu Hao doesn't have any exhibitionism tendencies. It's just that special feeling. It is indeed intoxicating. These few days. Of course Chu Hao did not forget to draw the lottery. This is his foundation. He even forgot to take Chen Mengyao out to play. I will never forget this matter. But I didn't get any prize from the lottery. It's all cash. There is basically no improvement in assets. After all, the base of 1 trillion is really too large. Certainly. That's what I said. In fact, It is a wealth that many people will never get in their lifetime. Soon, time came to Friday. Chu Hao was lying on the bed in the dormitory. As soon as I opened my eyes, he immediately started drawing lots. This has become a habit. No matter where. Whenever he wakes up the next day, he will draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary body tempering pill. The system voice sounded. Chu Hao, lying on the bed, looked at the system subtitles and blinked. He sat up suddenly. Body tempering pill. He didn't know what this thing was. But this is the first non-asset reward issued by the system. Chu Hao looked down at the pill in his palm. The body tempering pill is emerald green in color and has a faint fragrance. I don't know how it was made. Chapter 22. Chu Hao's changes. Is this the body tempering pill? It looks like a pill. Chu Hao frowned, somewhat unsure. According to the nature of these system draws, the minimum value of each reward is over 10 million. Is this body tempering pill worth tens of millions of fortune in the eyes of the system? System. What is this body tempering pill? He tried to ask the system in his mind. After all, this system is just a lottery system. He wasn't sure if the system would respond. However, the system responded immediately. A body tempering pill. After taking it, the host's body will be tempered, making the host's physical skills better. After carefully reading the system's explanation, Chu Hao couldn't help but change his expression. Isn't this thing the same as the elixir in fairy tale novels? Can it improve physical fitness? Temper the body? Chu Hao was a little skeptical. The main reason is that this pill looks ordinary. But if what the system says is true, then the value of this pill is priceless. He is certainly not short of money now. There is actually no shortage of women. But a good body can only be improved through exercise by yourself. Now it seems that the system also seems to know that he is lacking in this aspect. Chu Hao thought about it and swallowed the pill directly. After all, from the very beginning to now, the system never let him down. He still believes in the system. The pill melts in your mouth. It quickly turned into a warm current, flowing through Chu Hao's body. Chu Hao only felt that his whole body seemed to be soaked in hot water. All warm. After it becomes warm, it starts to feel numb. It was as if there was a weak electric current in his body. A few minutes later, this feeling gradually disappeared. Chu Hao finally opened his eyes. I have to say, it feels really good. But it was a little too fast. Is this medicine really useful? Although Chu Hao believed in the system, he still couldn't believe it. So he got out of bed and stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself. His figure can only be described as standard. A little bit of lines. There are no abdominal muscles visible on the stomach. But things are different now. His abdominal muscles are now quite well defined. He has very prominent muscle lines on his body and looks quite handsome. And he could feel that he was very light now. There is no specific data test. Chu Hao didn't know how much his physical skills had improved. And it's not just the upper body. There are also very obvious changes in the lower body. Certainly, little Chu Hao hasn't changed much. The main reason is that little Chu Hao is already very strong. And no matter how much it improves, it is just an optimization based on the original one. There is really no room for improvement for Chu Hao. You can't let little Chu Hao build up a muscular body, right? That's really good. No wonder it's a separate lottery prize. For such a lottery, Chu Hao was naturally very satisfied. I even wish all future rewards would be like this. He really has no shortage of money now. He didn't even know how long it would take to spend 1 trillion. Not to mention that he also has 2 golden eggs, Night Bar and Changnan Plaza, which are always making money. It's just an improvement or optimization of physical fitness. The effect of exercise alone is really too poor. Only system rewards. That's how he could have such obvious changes in such a short period of time. After the physical fitness has been significantly improved, Chu Hao naturally wanted to give it a try as well. And the best way to experiment. Nature is. Meng Yao, go to yes tonight. He sent a message to Shen Meng Yao. After sending the message, he threw his phone on the bed. Exercising in the dormitory. He had more than just visible muscle on him at this point. And there have been great improvements in all aspects. Jumping ability, explosiveness, speed, strength, all-round improvement. Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu, who had just returned to the dormitory, were dumbfounded by the obvious change in Chu Hao. Especially when they saw Chu Hao lift the dumbbells they bought with one hand, they were dumbfounded. Brother Hao, how come you are so strong? He swallowed, a little frightened. That dumbbell is standard. Can be aggravated. And what Chu Hao lifted was the heaviest. 50 kilograms. Chu Hao raised one hand with a very relaxed expression. Chu Hao glanced at him. Why? You want to try it? Liu Jiaqing was so scared that he quickly waved his hands. No, 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 Brother Hao, I don't mean that. There is no best. Chu Hao snorted coldly. You too remember this. Whether it's you or Wang Ning, if you dare to have any small thoughts in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Before, he could suppress 3 people. Now his strength has greatly improved. These 3 guys couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Chu Hao's voice was not loud, but it made Liu Jiaqing and Chen Yu look pale. The 2 of them quickly expressed their loyalty. Anyway, Wang Ning is not here now. They don't feel embarrassed either. Brother Hao, don't worry. We have always been honest and will definitely be honest in the future. They are indeed very honest. After all, Chu Hao told them 2 days ago that Wang Ning was hospitalized. They later found Wang Ning and discovered that he was indeed hospitalized. But Wang Ning was unwilling to say how he was hospitalized. The 2 of them thought about it and realized that it was Chu Hao who told them about this. Wang Ning didn't dare to say it. Therefore, this matter was attributed to Chu Hao. Although the facts are far off, but in reality it seems to be similar. Naturally, the 2 of them would no longer have any thoughts about Chu Hao. After Chu Hao scolded the 2 of them, he didn't care. He was more concerned about the prizes for the lottery at this time. There are body tempering pills. Are there any other pills? Is there a better pill? And he could feel it. There is still a lot of room for improvement in his strength. It is impossible to expect to improve on your own. He can only hope that the system will continue to reward him with pills. If the pills obtained from the system lottery in the future are good enough, does he have a chance to become Superman? Certainly. He doesn't want to save the world like Superman. But by then he will really be omnipotent. Rich people are afraid of death. Chu Hao was also afraid. Although it is safe in the country. But there are always unexpected things. If he becomes Superman, what would he be afraid of? Chu Hao was not immersed in fantasy. He shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. Now he has no way of controlling the variables. You can only wait for the system's reward. The first thing to do now is to change a car. That's right. Chu Hao thought about it. This is the only thing that is most important. He changed his clothes and left the dormitory. Go to the parking lot. It just so happens that I don't have classes today. He plans to change to a more low-key car. He actually thought about calling Chen Mengyao. But Chen Mengyao has classes all day today. There is really no time. Chu Hao had no choice but to go by himself. As for asking Chen Mengyao to take leave, that's not the case. And he doesn't want his woman to be a vase. Chapter 23 High School Class Beauty Shoe Shiding. Chu Hao understood very well that if 2 people wanted to keep the relationship fresh, they had to keep their distance. They spent enough time together every night. Continue to stay together during the day. Watching Chen Mengyao for nearly 20 hours a day. Even if Chen Mengyao is very beautiful, he would get bored of it quickly. Driving poison. Chu Hao sped along the road. More than half an hour later, Chu Hao came to the Fourth Sun shop in Yanzhou. Yanzhou Xingyu BMW Fourth Sun store. Chu Hao parked the car and walked into the store alone. Because it's morning. Plus, the value of the BMW brand is there. So the store was very quiet. Anyway, Chu Hao didn't see anyone. After Chu Hao walked into the store, a few salesmen who were very idle immediately had their eyes light up. Hello, welcome to Yanzhou Xingyu BMW 4S store. Do you have any car models you'd like? A sweet-looking female salesperson immediately came over and spoke to Chu Hao enthusiastically. Chu Hao nodded and was about to speak, but he was interrupted by the sound of high heels. Da. Following the direction of the sound, Chu Hao turned his head to look. A young woman in a black suit came over. With the appearance of this woman, the salespeople in the hall who were originally smiling suddenly changed their expressions. Manager Shu. All the salespeople greeted us quickly. There was fear on his face, like a mouse seeing a cat. The young woman nodded indifferently. She looked at Chu Hao, just a casual glance. But after seeing Hao's face clearly, she was stunned. You are Chu Hao. Chu Hao was stunned for a moment and looked at the young woman. He just felt that the woman looked familiar. But I didn't remember it at all. When he looked at this woman just now, he just thought that she was pretty. She dresses a bit like Xu Wanwen, but more professional than Xu Wanwen. But the other party called out his name. He was also a little confused. Who are you? I'm Xu Shiding. You don't remember me. Xu Shiding explained with a smile. Xu Shiding. Chu Hao frowned and thought in his mind. I have to say, Chu Hao has a natural impression of beautiful women. After carefully looking at Xu Shaiting's face, the memories in Chu Hao's mind gradually revived. Xu Shaiting, Chu Hao's high school classmate. She is also the class beauty. Certainly. This is what some boys think. After all, for high school students, there is no possibility of selecting the class beauty. Plus, studying is very stressful. It is impossible for everyone to do such a thing. Only, when I was in my senior year of high school, Xu Shaiting transferred to another school and left. Later, Chu Hao never saw Xu Shaiting again. A few years passed. Chu Hao naturally almost forgot about Xu Shaiting. Unexpectedly, they will meet here. Chu Hao looked at Xu Shaiting with some curiosity. In comparison, Xu Shaiting has changed a lot now. Apart from the face, you can still see some of her past appearance. She no longer looks like the young girl she once was, especially those long legs wrapped in stockings. In high school, who would have thought that the former class beauty would look like this now? And in high school, they all wore tacky and ugly school uniforms. No one would have thought of it. Xu Shaiting's legs are so beautiful. It's true that girls change a lot when they grow up. Chu Hao couldn't help but think, maybe it's because they entered society earlier. Therefore, Xu Shaiting has a stronger sense of maturity. She looks much more mature than Chen Mengyao, but she is not as good as Xu Wanwen. I remember now. I didn't expect it was you, old classmate. Chu Hao smiled. Xu Shaiting also laughed. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here again. It's fate. If I remember correctly, from the time I transferred to this school until now, it's been 4 or 5 years, right? Chu Hao nodded and said with a smile, I just heard them say that you are the manager here. Xu Shaiting nodded. Nothing, just brought it up. She said with a smile, although he is humble in words. But in fact, the smugness on his face could not be wiped off. Don't just talk about me. What are you doing now? Xu Shaiting asked. At the same time, he looked at Chu Hao. Chu Hao is now very sensitive to other people's gazes. Naturally, he noticed Xu Shaiting's gaze. Chu Hao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, what else can I do? Of course, go to school. Oh, school. The smile on Xu Shaiting's face faded a little. Yanju University. It seems to be the only university nearby. Xu Shaiting asked. Chu Hao nodded. Yes, Yanju University. That's amazing. A top student from Yanju University. Xu Shaiting flattered him, but the smile on her face was already very faint. Chu Hao naturally noticed this, but he didn't say it out loud, just a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems. Able to become a manager. Xu Shaiting is also very perceptive. Plus she's good looking. Only. Somewhat realistic. But think about it. Chu Hao is a student. Come to BMW's Four Sons store. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible that he came here to consume. It is a luxury brand after all. So you came here today to look at cars. Xu Shaiting finally got to the point. Chu Hao nodded. He could feel it. When saying this, Xu Shaiting has completely lost her enthusiasm. Yeah, just came to take a look. Chu Hao pretended to be unaware. The smile on Xu Shaiting's face has completely disappeared. However, Chu Hao changed the subject. If it's suitable, we can book it today. Order directly. Xu Shaiting was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Chu Hao to actually plan to spend money. And it's so simple and direct. Are all college students so rich now? Xu Shaiting was a little confused. Chu Hao nodded. It's just a mobility scooter. I still have enough money. He chuckled and calmly packed up the next door. TSK, this little bit of money. Hundreds of thousands are just this much. Old classmate, you are really amazing. Xu Shaiting's face was full of smiles again. If Chu Hao really just came to take a look, then they are just classmates. But if Chu Hao has money to buy a car, then the relationship will be elevated to a higher level. Although Xu Shaiting is now a manager. But this does not conflict with selling cars. After all, the main source of income for employees at car dealerships is still selling cars. There are also various types of insurance. No one can resist money. And Xu Shaiting is the manager. The commission you can get is much higher than that of ordinary employees. She naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Think of this. Xu Shaiting walked over gracefully in high heels. Dear. Every step of the high heels seemed to step on Chu Hao's heart. The salesgirl standing next to Chu Hao quickly greeted him. Manager Xu. Xu Shaiting smiled and waved her hand. You go ahead and do your work. I'm your old classmate, so of course I'll be the one to receive you personally. The salesgirl was a little reluctant. But Chu Shiding is a manager after all. Chapter 24. Training Chu Shiding. Chu Hao and Chu Shiding are classmates. It makes sense. Chu Shiding has reasons to snatch this order. Okay, Manager Chu. After saying that, the salesgirl left. Come on, old classmate, come with me to my office and sit down for a while. Chu Shiding enthusiastically pulled Chu Hao's arm. If outsiders saw them, they would think that their relationship was very familiar and close. But in reality, the two are just ordinary classmates. Chu Hao didn't mind. He let Chu Shiding pull him towards the office. After arriving at the office, Chu Shiding asked Chu Hao to sit on the sofa first. Please sit down first. I'll pour you a glass of water. Chu Hao sat down. Chu Shiding took a disposable paper cup and walked to the water dispenser to get some water. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. Chu Shiding had her back to Chu Hao, her legs straight, her butt sticking out to catch the water. Chu Hao could see it at a glance. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder Chu Shiding can become a manager at such a young age. This kind of small detail is really not something that others can do. Let us not talk about business capabilities first. But this aspect. Chu Shiding is indeed top-notch. Come, old classmate, drink some water. Chu Shiding sat opposite Chu Hao and pushed the water cup in front of Chu Hao. When placing the water cup, Chu Shiding bent down slightly. The majestic career-oriented figure just leaks out from the gap of the shirt. Chu Hao took it all in. It's still the details. Chu Hao looked calmly and took 2 glances. When Chu Shiding stood up, he looked away as if nothing had happened. Chu Shiding had no idea that her private parts were exposed. She picked up the tablet computer beside her. Old classmate, what price range of car do you want to buy? As an old classmate, I will definitely give you a discount. 300,000? Or 500,000? Chu Shiding's face was full of smiles when she talked about business. However, Chu Hao shook his head. Neither. No. Chu Shiding was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly. She thought her old classmate Chu Hao was teasing her. As long as it's suitable, I can accept any price. Chu Hao looked at Chu Shiding meaningfully. Of course he was telling the truth. Not to mention the cars here. Even this store. He can buy them all. It's just a shop with 4 sons. However, these words fell into Chu Shiding's ears. But she subconsciously thought that Chu Hao was showing off. What price is acceptable? Well said. BMW's top series are all worth millions. And there are quite a few cars worth millions. Just a student. How can you afford this money to buy a car? Certainly. As a qualified salesperson. Of course, Chu Shiding couldn't show this thought on her face. Old classmates are really generous in their words. She was all smiles. In that case, how about this car? Chu Shiding slid her slender fingers across the tablet and handed it to Chu Hao to see. BMW 5 Series. Over 40 without a car, but under 60 when it's finished. Chu Hao took a look. BMW 5 Series. It's really good. But he wanted to keep a low profile. It's not such a low-key method. The drop from Lamborghini Veneno to BMW V is too big. There will be more people in the family in the future. You can consider buying one to buy groceries. It's too common. It's everywhere on the street. Chu Hao shook his head in rejection. Ordinary? Chu Shiding blinked. That seems to be true. Moreover, Chu Hao's tone was too calm and his expression did not change much. It seems that he is not really pretending. Chu Shiding's eyes brightened a little. It seems that this old classmate has really made a fortune. What about this one? Chu Shiding swiped her finger, and another car appeared in front of Chu Hao. The BMW 7 Series is long enough, has plenty of space inside, and is powerful enough. The bear car is 80, and the grounded 100 so. Many bosses will choose this car. Chu Hao still shook his head. No, it's too old-fashioned. It's weird for a student like me to drive this car. Still not working. What about this one? Chu Shiding frowned. She paddled to the BMW X5. SUVs are the first choice for young people. High-end models cost less than 1 million yuan, and the driving experience is absolutely top-notch. Chu Hao still shook his head. This car has the same chassis as the 5 Series. Chu Shiding had already begun to frown. She couldn't help but doubt. Is Chu Hao really rich, or is he here to entertain her? Thinking of this, Chu Shiding began to lower the budget. What about the BMW 4 Series? It's the first choice for young people as their first sports car. Young people definitely want to drive a sports car. Don't like 2-door cars? How about this one? The BMW 3, the sports version. Young people love it. This one is also good, the BMW X3, it also has high sales. In the office, Chu Hao kept recommending various car models to Chu Hao. But Chu Hao kept shaking his head in rejection. It seemed that none of these cars could enter Chu Hao's sight. Chu Hao couldn't help it anymore. Finally, 10 minutes later, bump. There was a loud bang. Chu Hao slammed the office door shut. Chu Hao left the office wearing high heels and with a cold face. In the hall, a group of salespeople were still busy with their own things. Hearing the sound, they couldn't help but look up. Shaoan, I'll give you 20 minutes. Go to the office and take this order. Or just get him out. Shaoan was the saleswoman who first received Chu Hao. The young salesperson was stunned when he heard Chu Hao's words. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Chu Hao scolded again. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the bathroom. Shaoan did not dare to neglect Chu Hao's instructions after hearing them. Ran quickly into the office. Knock, knock, knock. The little girl knocked on the door and pushed it open a crack. I happened to see Chu Hao sitting on the sofa. Sir, our manager has something to do. I'll introduce it to you next. The little girl was very polite. What's up? Chu Hao couldn't help but smile. Something is fake, and being angry is real, right? Chu Hao was not surprised. Who else would be teased by him like that? I guess everyone will be angry. Although the salesperson is indeed good-tempered. But he is not without temper. But Chu Hao was not really teasing Chu Hao. Mainly because Chu Hao introduced him for a long time. The most expensive car is the BMW 7. The landing price is only about 1 million. There was no way to satisfy him. No need for introductions. Chu Hao waved his hand. Shaoan was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Chu Hao meant. The most expensive car here is the BMW 7, right? Shaoan nodded, quite well behaved. Yes, sir. Is there a car available? Chu Hao asked again. Shaoan blinked, somewhat unresponsive. Ah. Chu Hao found it funny and asked again. I say, do you have a car available? Shaoan finally reacted and blushed. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll check. She stood up, walked to the corner of the office, and started calling with her cell phone. Soon, Shaoan came back. Sir, I asked, and there's one in the store right now. Chapter 25. I'm so stupid. Really? But sir, the price of this car, the official suggested retail price is 2.6 million. Although there are discounts, after taking into account the purchase tax and various other taxes and fees, the price is over 3 million. This price. Shaoan was too embarrassed to continue. It's not that she looks down on Chu Hao's spending power, but the price. Most people really can't afford it. And the price is 3 million. You can buy some ordinary supercars. Used to buy a BMW 7. It's a bit of a waste indeed. Yeah, this car. Go and sign the contract. Chu Hao didn't care. He took out his bank card and handed it to Shaoan. Shaoan was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. A BMW worth more than 3 million. Just buy it like that? Why does it feel so unreal? After a while, Shaoan finally reacted. I couldn't help but swallow hard. A 3 million BMW. This sold out. She will get a huge commission. What are you standing there for? Sign the contract. Chu Hao urged her. Shaoan nodded quickly and was about to leave with Chu Hao's bank card. But when Shaoan was about to go out, Chu Hao suddenly said, Remember, the performance of this car is in your name. I won't give it to anyone who wants it. Although this performance is the same for everyone. But he just gave Chu Hao a chance. Chu Hao herself didn't grasp it. Naturally, you can't blame him. This is an old classmate. This can be considered as Chu Hao's punishment for Chu Hao. Shaoan was stunned for a moment. She didn't quite understand what Chu Hao meant. But I will definitely copy it. Chu Hao waited for Shaoan to leave. I couldn't help but recall the scenes that just happened in the office. I have to say, Chu Hao, the class beauty in high school, is really charming. The important thing is, this woman is very capable. After all, Chen Mengyao has not experienced the baptism of society and still has the innocence of a student. Thinking of what he had just seen, Chu Hao was a little tempted. Chen Mengyao is indeed beautiful. But I played it for so many days in a row. Although Chu Hao was not tired of it. But I also want to savor it slowly. It just so happened that Chen Mengyao was the campus belle during his college years. Chu Hao was the class beauty in his high school. Plus there is the bonus of old acquaintances. If I could press this woman on me, wouldn't the sense of accomplishment in my heart be able to explode? Have you heard? That gentleman just now wants to order a BMW 760. Holy shit, really? 760 is going to cost 300, right? I never thought that he could be so bold even though he looked so young. Shaoan, you made a lot of money. One order was worth hundreds of thousands. By the way, isn't that gentleman a classmate of Manager Chu? How could Manager Chu be willing to give up such a large order? In the hall, a group of salesmen couldn't help but talk about it. BMW 760. Their store sells only a few cars a year, not to mention that it was bought by a customer as young as Chu Hao. And if you were to buy those luxury cars at this price, of course they wouldn't think anything of it. But buying a BMW for 3 million? They thought it was too extravagant. Xu Shiding, who had just walked out of the bathroom, happened to hear the discussion and was stunned. Chu Hao actually ordered a car, or BMW 760. How is this possible? Xu Shiding knew Chu Hao quite well. In high school, Chu Hao's family is very ordinary. Now several years have passed. I haven't even graduated from college yet. How can you be so rich? This guy, is he trying to piss me off because I turned my head against him? Xu Shiding couldn't help but think in her heart. Many people consume on impulse. She felt that Chu Hao was such a person. Hey, if you can make me angry like this, then you underestimate me. If you really want to buy it, that's fine. Xu Shiding sneered. She still didn't think Chu Hao could afford it. Many people will never be able to afford such a car in their lifetime. After all, you can earn 3 million. And having 3 million are two different things. Not to mention using the money to buy a BMW. Xu Shiding was originally dissatisfied with Chu Hao. Now I look down on Chu Hao even more. It's not sad to have no money. But it would be sad if you pretend to be rich even though you don't have any money. However, the subsequent development of the matter was beyond Xu Shiding's expectations. Shaoan quickly walked into the office with the contract and the manager of the Fourth Sun S store. Both parties signed the contract quickly. It took less than 10 minutes. All contracts have been signed, especially the manager of the Fourth Sun store. When he saw that 3 million was actually debited from Chu Hao's card, the old face was almost smiling. Mr. Chu, congratulations on becoming our distinguished BMW owner. Are you going to leave now? Or should we help you go through the formalities and put up the license plate first? Of course you can drive away now. Just hang a temporary license plate. Later, Chu Hao can also ask people in his Fourth Sun S store to help put up the sign. Chu Hao glanced at the car keys. A very ordinary key. It's far less technological than his poison car key. You guys fix it. I drove here. After you're done, send the car to Yanju University. Chu Hao's tone was calm. It was as if I had just bought a small commodity. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. We will work overtime to help you handle everything as soon as possible. The store manager was very respectful. A big client like Chu Hao. He will naturally do his best to protect it. Chu Hao nodded. He left the Sai Sun shop, got into a Lamborghini Veneno, and drove away. The manager of the Fourth Sun store and all the employees were at the door, watching Chu Hao leave. After Chu Hao completely disappeared from their sight, many people came to their senses at this moment. The legendary Lamborghini Venom. If he can afford poison, no wonder he doesn't care about buying a BMW. The store manager couldn't help but sigh. His face was full of sighs. A BMW worth 3 million does sound impressive. But compared to poison, then it's nothing. In the crowd, Xu Shiding watched all this in amazement. His face was full of despair. She just thought Chu Hao was just a poor loser who loved to show off. The results now appear. She's like a joke. Chu Hao didn't take her seriously at all. If she had persisted just now, this order is hers. This is a 3 million order. How is this possible? He obviously comes from an ordinary family. Has he been pretending? How blind I was to think he was poor. I'm so stupid, really. Xu Shiding murmured to herself in her heart, regretting so much that she wanted to slap herself. She is very smart. When I was in the office before, she could sense that Chu Hao was interested in her. Compared to lost orders, this is the most important thing. A rich man who can easily spend 3 million to buy a car. If she could have further development with Chu Hao, just give her something between her fingers. It's for her to eat for the rest of her life. Chapter 26. Chen Mengya's roommate. Although he was young, he became the manager of the Sai Sun store. But Xu Shiding is obviously not satisfied with her current situation. Yet the opportunity to change the situation is right in front of us. But she pushed it away herself. How could Shu Shiding not regret it? Chu Hao had already anticipated Shu Shiding's thoughts. It was as if Shu Shiding could sense his thoughts. He could see it too. Shu Shiding really wants to make money. Make big money. So, he threw the bait to Shu Shiding. Now it depends on when the fish will bite the bait. I remember you have my friend. Chu Hao glanced at his phone and smiled. Back to school. Soon it was afternoon. I have to say, the Fourth Sun store serves distinguished guests like Chu Hao wholeheartedly. Just a few hours. The BMW 760 had completed all the formalities and was delivered to Chu Hao. In the parking lot of Yanju University, the employees of the Fourth Sun store handled the handover with Chu Hao cautiously. A 3 million luxury car. Just a little scratch. He has worked for nothing this year. If something serious happens, he may have to pay for it all his life. He couldn't help but be careful. Mr. Chu, if there is no problem with your inspection, please sign here. The staff handed the contract to Chu Hao. Chu Hao checked it casually and signed his name on it. It's just a BMW, not worth his attention. After completing all the procedures, the staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. After respectfully bidding farewell to Chu Hao, he hurriedly left Yanju University. It's okay this time. No need to be so high profile. Chu Hao looked at the brand new BMW and muttered to himself. The BMW 760 has a lot going for it. For example, if the space is larger, he can bring more people. Of course, it must be a girl. And it's just a BMW after all. In many eyes, this is just an ordinary BMW. One benefit of having more space is that you can do all sorts of things in the car. The interior space of the Lamborghini Veneno is actually not small. But the problem is, it's impossible to do anything else. There is nothing wrong with the normal posture. Think of this. Chu Hao sent a message to Chen Mengyao. When I was at the Four Sun store, he was interested in Shu Shiding. Now the new cars have arrived. This is a good solution. It's a good opportunity to ask when Chen Mengyao will be able to come out. Ever since I took the body tempering pill, Chu Hao's physical fitness is indeed very good. But the same. His needs are also much greater. Now he just wanted to find Chen Mengyao to solve the problem quickly. In the girls' dormitory, after Chen Mengyao received the message from Chu Hao, she quickly prepared to go out. But she was just about to leave. Then I heard my roommate's voice. Mengyao, you look so beautiful with your makeup on. Are you going on another date? Lin Meng, the oldest in the dormitory, asked. Yes, Mengyao, it's been a few days now. You go out every day, leaving early and coming back late. Even if you're in the honeymoon phase, this is too frequent, isn't it? Yi Shintong, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but speak. The last roommate, Lin Zhu, didn't say anything. But he also looked at Chen Mengyao. All three of them looked at Chen Mengyao. It was no longer a secret that Chen Mengyao was with Chu Hao. But being stared at by three roommates, she couldn't help but blush. What do you know? A bunch of singles. You'll understand once you have a partner. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but tease her three roommates. Isn't it just the object? You're talking as if we can't find it. Big sister Lin Meng couldn't help but curl her lips. We are just curious about what is so charming about your husband that attracts you so much. Seeing you happy and proactive every day, I'm a little jealous. Yi Shintong also said, Yes, that's what we are curious about. Tell me quickly. Is he really good at fighting? I heard he seemed to have beaten your ex-boyfriend down. It was no secret that Chu Hao had violently beaten up Chen Mengyao's ex-boyfriend. Almost the entire girls' dormitory knew about it. After all, we were just downstairs from the girls' dormitory that day. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What exactly attracted her to Chu Hao? After thinking about it, Chen Mengyao thought of the most crucial point. That means Chu Hao is rich. Chu Hao can give her the life she wants. Certainly. After having sufficient material foundation, the countless shining points on Chu Hao also attracted Chen Mengyao. The place that attracts me the most. Chen Mengyao didn't know what to say. No way. Can't tell? Mengyao, you can't tell a single thing, right? It can't be alive, right? Lin Zhu, the second in the dormitory, couldn't help but tease. Girls drive much faster than boys in private. In the dormitory, they are all girls. They also talk about such topics. Chen Mengyao was thinking seriously. Suddenly, I heard my second sister say this. I couldn't help but blush. You're such an old witch. That's not the case. Chen Mengyao retorted with a red face. Ha ha ha, What's so shameful about this? I see you go out every day with a rosy face, so what you said must be right, right? I'm just reminding you. This is also an advantage. Lin Zhu couldn't help but continue teasing. It's not just Lin Zhu. Lin Meng was also looking at Chen Mengyao. Only Yi Shentong was still naive and didn't react at all at first. But she soon understood. Then her face started to blush. Chen Mengyao blushed and rolled her eyes at the two sisters Lin Zhu and Lin Meng. But she still couldn't help but recall the scenes with Chu Hao. For so long. Chu Hao has always been very energetic. Every time is very exciting. She couldn't bear it every time. If you really want to talk about it from this perspective, then Lin Zhu was right. Forget it, I'm leaving now. Chen Mengyao was speechless. Her roommates are usually goddesses when they are outside and in front of others. The result was in the dormitory. He dares to say anything. Leaving now. Don't be in a hurry. Seeing Chen Mengyao about to leave, Lin Zhu hurriedly called her back. What else do you want to do? Chen Mengyao asked. I don't intend to do anything, but if it's your husband, it's not impossible. Lin Zhu directly confessed her thoughts. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but smile. Her eyes swept across Lin Zhu and finally stopped at the red panda. I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if you take off all your clothes, my husband wouldn't be interested in you, like a little panda. Chen Mengyao laughed heartily. Lin Zhu's face suddenly darkened. This has always been a pain in her heart, especially since Yi Shentong was in the dormitory. Don't say that. I'm going to fight you. Lin Zhu was a little exasperated. Second sister, your mentality is not good. Are you breaking down already? Chen Mengyao laughed triumphantly. Come on, what do you want to say? After the joke, Chen Mengyao also became serious. What else can I say? I just want to see your wonderful husband whom you think about day and night. Chapter 27, The Oldest Sister Yi Shentong. Lin Zhu was a little annoyed. After all, she is my best friend. Logically speaking, they should be checking for Chen Mengyao. As a result, Chen Mengyao had completely given herself away. It's no use for them to keep watch. My ears are getting calluses from listening to you every day. It just so happens that we don't have anything to do today, so you can ask if we can go together. Lin Zhu looked at Chen Mengyao. Lin Meng also agreed. Yes, we'll go over there too and help you check. Even though you've been eaten up, we don't mind. Yi Shentong didn't have any ideas at first, but when I heard my two sisters say this, I immediately started to join in the fun. I want to go too. Mengyao, tell your husband right away. Let's go and take a look together. Chen Mengyao was a little hesitant. Bring your roommates? 2 people on a date with 3 light bulbs? Isn't this a bit weird? She didn't really have any ideas, but I'm afraid Chu Hao will mind. Then let me ask. Chen Mengyao took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chu Hao. Honey, my 3 roommates want to join us. Is that okay? After a while, Chen Mengyao received a reply from Chu Hao. Just a few simple words. Is it beautiful? Chen Mengyao's face was full of question marks. Doesn't my husband's focus seem a bit strange? Beautiful. Chen Mengyao naturally answered truthfully. Chu Hao's reply was very quick. Can. Chen Mengyao looked at Chu Hao's reply and felt a little sour. Even though she had already prepared herself mentally, it can be seen that Chu Hao is so frank and wants to flirt with other girls. She still felt a little uncomfortable. More often than not, it's a dilemma. Okay, go pack up, I'll take you with me. Chen Mengyao put away her phone and looked at her 3 roommates. When Lin Meng and the other 2 heard this, their eyes lit up. They kept listening to Chen Mengyao talking about Chu Hao. Today I finally have the chance to see the true face of Mount Lu. 10 minutes later, downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Chu Hao drove his newly bought BMW and parked it downstairs. As expected, the car didn't attract much attention. Chu Hao had just parked the car. I saw Chen Mengyao walking out of the dormitory building with 3 beauties. Chu Hao stood by the car and waved at Chen Mengyao. This way. Chen Mengyao looked over following the voice and immediately smiled sweetly. Husband. Chen Mengyao shouted, walking over with 3 roommates. Chu Hao smiled and nodded, his eyes sweeping over Chen Mengyao's 3 roommates. Among them, Lin Zhu and Lin Meng can only be described as beautiful. Her figure can only be described as average. After having Chen Mengyao, Chu Hao had little interest in this. It was the youngest one, Yi Shentong. Chu Hao couldn't help but brighten up his eyes. This headlight is so bright. Today, Yi Shentong wore a Lolita princess dress, a pair of white stockings, and a pair of black leather shoes. She was obviously dressed up. Even though she was wearing a skirt, the neckline was very high. But the two big headlights were still swaying in front of him. It can't be blocked at all. Yi Shentong is here. Not to mention Lin Zhu and Lin Meng, who have average figures. Even Shen Mengyao, who has a great figure, pales in comparison. This girl, all her nutrition went into the headlights, didn't it? Led by Shen Mengyao, 4 people came over. Husband. Chen Mengyao called out sweetly. Chu Hao smiled and nodded, then asked, "Are these your roommates?" "Yes, that's them. This is my eldest and second oldest sister, Lin Zhu and Lin Meng, and this is my younger sister, Yi Shentong." Chen Mengyao nodded and introduced Chu Hao. Chu Hao's face was calm and he nodded as a greeting. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Little sister? This is obviously the biggest, right? Shen Mengyao finished introducing the 3 sisters. I have to introduce Chu Hao to my 3 sisters again. No need for introductions. We hear Mengyao mention you every day. Hello Chu Hao, I'm Lin Meng, nice to meet you. Eldest sister Lin Meng took the initiative to extend her hand. Chu Hao and Lin Meng shook hands and parted ways immediately. Mengyao talks about me every day. Yeah, they talk about it every day. Even though I've never seen it, I've known about it for a long time. Lin Meng said with a smile. Chu Hao couldn't help but nodded. Although Lin Meng's appearance and figure can only be considered above average, but this elegant and graceful temperament is also very attractive. At least now, it is rare to see girls like this. And as Chen Mengyao's roommate, it is indeed a plus point. So, I'm considered an acquaintance in your dormitory. Chu Hao smiled. Get in the car, I'll take you to the night. As he spoke, Chu Hao opened the car door. Only then did Chen Mengyao notice that Chu Hao did not drive the Lamborghini Veneno today. Honey, did you change your car? Is this a BMW? Shen Mengyao naturally knew BMW. Well, I went out for a look this morning and bought it if I thought it was suitable. His tone was flat, as if he was just buying some clothes and vegetables. Hearing Chu Hao's words, Chen Mengyao was fine. She knew Chu Hao was rich. The other 3 girls were a little shocked. This attitude. They had heard from Chen Mengyao that Chu Hao was rich. But in fact, I have no idea. Now I seem to understand a little. Honey, what BMW is this? It looks so big. Girls' knowledge of cars is limited to a few simple car logos. They don't understand anything more profound. Chen Mengyao at least recognized the car logo. Others didn't even recognize the car logo, because they are not interested in cars at all. BMW 7. Chu Hao said whatever he wanted to say. I have absolutely no intention of pretending in front of a few girls. Chen Mengyao, however, dug deeper into the matter. BMW 7? It must be several $100,000, right? Lin Meng also became interested. Maybe it's just to find a topic. Of course they also know that BMW is a luxury car. In their eyes, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a car is already a luxury. Chu Hao smiled. If this car is put on the market, it will cost around $3 million. He did not laugh at Lin Meng for her lack of knowledge. The main reason is that girls of this era are still very simple. I won't take the initiative to learn too much about things that I'm not interested in. About 10. Yi Shentong blinked, a little confused. Not just her. Lin Meng and Lin Zhu were also a little dumbfounded. A car worth $3 million is already a very expensive luxury car in their eyes. Now they are very careful when sitting in the car. As a result, Chu Hao's other car could actually be exchanged for more than 10 of these cars? Converted to a car worth over $30 million. Yi Shentong blinked, feeling like a frog in a well. Chu Hao just nodded and didn't say much. The 3 girls sitting in the back row had no idea what to say. Only Shen Mengyao, who was in the co-pilot seat, looked proud. This is her man. A good woman can make a man proud. Similarly, a good man will also make a woman feel proud. Shen Mengyao is very proud now. Okay, let's stop talking now. We are almost at the bar. Chu Hao concentrated on driving. Chen Mengyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took the initiative to chat with the 3 sisters behind her. The 3 girls at the back were a little reserved. After all, we now know Chu Hao's worth. They felt a little uncomfortable in front of Chu Hao. Soon, the car arrived at the door of Night Bar. Along the way, this BMW really doesn't attract much attention. After all, for the vast majority of people who don't understand cars, it's just a BMW. Although it is also a luxury car, but there are plenty of BMWs on the streets. Only some people who understand cars will look at BMW with envy. As soon as the car stopped, Chen Mengyao took the initiative to greet. "Sisters, we are here, let's get off." Several people got off the car. Before I even entered the bar manager who had been notified had already arrived. "Boss, you're here." "Miss Shen." Jiang Dao greeted several people. He didn't know Lin Zhu and the other two. But since he can come with the boss, he is naturally very kind. Lin Zhu and the other two were stunned at this moment. This man actually calls Chu Hao boss? Chu Hao nodded. "Is the box ready?" Jiang Dao said, "It's ready. Please come in, boss." Chu Hao said again, "These are Mengyao's friends, you should get to know them." "Lead the way." Jiang Dao memorized the faces of the girls. The boss girlfriend's friend is the boss friend. And you can ask the boss to introduce it. This means that the boss has already recognized these friends. Don't worry about the identities or backgrounds of these girls. He is always polite. The girls were a little flattered. After all, they are just students in school. When have you ever received such treatment? "Everyone, please follow me." The three girls were still a little dazed. As he walked into the bar, he couldn't help but whisper to Shen Mengyao, "Mengyao, why does this man call Chu Hao boss?" The person asking the question was Yi Shentong. Although Lin Meng and Lin Zhu didn't say out loud, they had the same confusion on their faces. Chu Hao became more and more mysterious in their eyes. Chen Mengyao explained with a smile, "His name is Jiang Dao, and he is the person in charge of this bar." "I call my husband boss. Of course it's because he's the owner of this bar." Lin Meng and the other two couldn't help but look at Chu Hao in front of them. The 3 million luxury car was already shocking enough for them. But that thing doesn't usually appear in their lives. But Night Bar is different. Of course, they had heard of the reputation of this bar. A college student of the same age as them. He is actually the owner of this very famous bar. The impact this had on them was obviously greater. They couldn't help but feel curious. How many secrets does Chu Hao have? Under the leadership of Jiang Dao, the group came to the prepared box on the second floor. Chen Mengyao has been coming here frequently recently and is very familiar with the place. He greeted Yi Shentong and the other two warmly. After Yi Shentong and the other two experienced the initial shock. Now I am slowly getting into the rhythm. Plus, they are all young people and love to play. Nature gradually relaxes and becomes excited. And as night falls, the bar gradually began to fill up. Things started to get lively down below. The three girls couldn't help but ask Chu Hao, "Can we go down and play?" Chu Hao naturally agreed. But only these three girls went down to play. Chen Mengyao was left behind by Chu Hao. In the transparent box, Chen Mengyao held onto the one-way glass with both hands. Chu Hao stood behind her and began his daily lectures. "How's it going? Did I make you proud today?" Of course he knew what Chen Mengyao was thinking. Chen Mengyao's voice was intermittent. "My husband is so awesome." She looked down at her roommates going crazy in the crowd below. "Even though I know my roommates can't see here. But I couldn't help feeling ashamed. I feel like I'm exposed to everyone. Hubby, who do you think is the most beautiful in our dormitory?" Chen Mengyao took the initiative to ask, "Who is the most beautiful?" Chu Hao suddenly smiled. He suddenly exerted force. Turned Chen Mengyao over. Chen Mengyao was caught off guard. The whole person leaned against the glass. The collision of cold glass and hot body. It gave Chen Mengyao goosebumps all over her body. "It feels so good." Chu Hao lifted up Chen Mengyao's legs and let her hang on him, biting hard on that bright red spot. "Of course it's you." Chen Mengyao's eyes suddenly became blurred, and she seemed to be ascending to heaven. "So, besides me?" Besides Chen Mengyao. Chu Hao didn't even think about it, because the answer was obvious. Of course it's Yi Shentong. Yi Shentong's appearance is equally good as Shen Mengyao's, but the body shape is a huge advantage. Certainly. Chen Mengyao actually has a great figure. Exceeds the average value. Just not as good as Yi Shentong. And the two people also have different styles. Chen Mengyao is exquisite and gorgeous, like a star. But Yi Shentong looks like the girl next door. She is a little naive and cute, but her figure is very unfair. Chu Hao couldn't help but even began to imagine what Yi Shentong looked like in bed. The attacks are also more ferocious. Chen Mengyao naturally understood this deeply. My face couldn't help but turn redder. "I knew you would say Tong Tong." Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. "Why do you say that?" Chen Mengyao replied, "When we were playing together before, you looked at Tong Tong frequently." "I just didn't say it." Speaking of this, Chen Mengyao's expression was somewhat resentful. Chapter 29: A Chance Encounter with Wang Hao. As a woman, she naturally hoped that she could completely dominate Chu Hao. But she understood. This is impossible. Chu Hao also understood this truth. He kissed Shen Mengyao. Husband, tell me the truth. Are you interested in Tong Tong? Chen Mengyao and Chu Hao were whispering to each other, and she spoke in Chu Hao's ear. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you really want to know?" Well, there is. Chu Hao was indeed frank, mainly because he didn't need to hide in front of Shen Mengyao. Chen Mengyao is very clear about her position. Chen Mengyao was not surprised. She whispered in Chu Hao's ear, "Hubby, how about I help you? But the premise is that you can't get tired of the old and love the new and not want me in the future." Chu Hao didn't expect Chen Mengyao to do this. In his opinion, it was good enough that Chen Mengyao could accept his situation rationally. Jealous? Of course I will be jealous. But you shouldn't show it or get angry about such things. But so proactive? It really surprised him. And a little crazy. But it's exciting. What are you talking about? Didn't I promise you a long time ago? Chu Hao smiled and reached out to wipe the car lights. Car lights need to be cleaned regularly to keep them bright. Just when I was wiping the headlights, Chu Hao still couldn't help but think, what would Yi Shentong's headlights feel like? Shen Mengyao didn't care, but fell into deep thought. Okay, husband, it's settled then. I'll help you get Tong Tong. But you must keep your word. Chu Hao smiled and kissed Shen Mengyao lightly on the forehead. Just don't let your imagination run wild. Many things become worse and worse because we think too much. But I have to say it. Shen Mengyao was indeed a little beyond his expectations. After all, she's just an ordinary girl. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Since you're so worried, I swear to you, no matter how many women I have in the future, Chen Mengyao will always be my woman. You will always be number one in my heart. Is this okay? After saying that, Chu Hao thought about it. How about this? If you help me capture Yi Shentong, I'll give you a car as a reward. Car? Can I choose my own? Chen Mengyao's eyes lit up. Chu Hao nodded. Okay, you choose. I'll buy you whatever you want then. Chu Hao is not short of money anyway. He just didn't believe that Chen Mengyao could spend it all. In comparison, Chen Mengyao can help him take down Yi Shentong. This is the biggest surprise. And more importantly, Yi Shentong and Shen Mengyao are best friends. Maybe we can develop new ways to play? In the transparent box. Maybe it's because of the body tempering pill. So Chu Hao felt that he was even more powerful. There is also a significant improvement in time. For such a result, Chu Hao was naturally very satisfied. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. He now has a lot of capital. With his current physical condition, no matter how many girls there are, he is not afraid anymore. After the battle, Chu Hao then took Chen Mengyao to the first floor lobby to play for a while. Soon, it was past 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Shentong and the other two felt that it was about time and suggested going back. Chu Hao naturally agreed. Anyway, he has already done everything he wanted to do. Chu Hao found Jiang Dao and asked him to send Yi Shentong and others back. Just when Jiang Dao went to look for someone, Chu Hao brought 4 girls to the door of the bar. A familiar figure came into Chu Hao's sight. Wang Hao. Chu Hao was a little surprised. Not far away, Wang Hao was standing with a few young people. I don't know what you're talking about. When Chu Hao noticed Wang Hao also saw Chu Hao here. Is it you? When Wang Hao saw Chu Hao, he naturally felt jealous of each other as if they were enemies meeting. Especially when he saw Chen Mengyao snuggling next to Chu Hao, his expression became even more embarrassed. In his eyes, Chen Mengyao is still his woman. It was just snatched away by Chu Hao through some trickery. Chen Mengyao and several of her roommates also noticed Wang Hao. After all, he was once Chen Mengyao's boyfriend. They are not familiar with each other, but they know each other. Wang Hao, why is he here? Yi Shentong drank a little too much and was drunk. Who knows, maybe it's just a matter of time before we meet again. Chu Hao smiled and didn't care. The other side. When Wang Hao discovered Chu Hao and his group, he immediately walked over angrily. You bastards. I've met them again. He gritted his teeth. Naturally, those young men followed Wang Hao over. They looked at Chu Hao and Shen Mengyao who were cuddling together. One of them asked, Wang Hao, was he the one who beat you last time? Yes, that's him. Wang Hao's face was gloomy. Brother, I couldn't beat him last time by myself. You're here this time, so you have to help me. I want him to know that my woman, Wang Hao, is not so easy to snatch away. Wang Hao's eyes were red and seemed to be emitting murderous intent. Since that day, Wang Hao has been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Chu Hao. But he hasn't made any arrangements yet. It was here that I met Chu Hao. When Wang Hao's brother heard what Wang Hao said, he immediately laughed. I'm the best at beating people. He smiled and walked in front of Chu Hao. Boy, you are so lucky. You have 4 girlfriends. His eyes swept over the 4 beauties, and he liked each of them. Even Lin Meng and Lin Zhu were ordinary people in Chu Hao's eyes. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, she is also an absolute beauty. Not to mention these 4 people. There are also Chen Mengyao and Yi Shintong. What? Do you have any ideas? Chu Hao chuckled and didn't care. Wang Hao's brother raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. So calm, you are really good at pretending. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Boy, don't say I bully you. I'll give you a chance, a one-on-one duel. How about that? If you're still standing after 3 minutes, I lose. Chu Hao smiled and said, One-on-one? Are you so confident? It's not bad. After all, as the vice president of the Taekwondo club, I have some skills. The other party introduced himself. When they heard that this person was actually the vice president of the Taekwondo club, Chen Mengyao and the other 3 girls' expressions changed. Husband, you can't fight him. Chen Mengyao hurriedly dissuaded him. Yeah, brother Hao, how about we just forget it? Shall we go back inside the bar? Chu Hao, don't be impulsive. Yi Shintong and the other 2 girls also followed suit. Vice president of the Taekwondo club. That's definitely better than the average person. And so confident. Maybe he really is quite capable. Chu Hao was not surprised. He just looked at the man's arms and legs and knew that he trained regularly. He is also a martial artist. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He comforted the 4 girls. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Chu Hao glanced at Wang Hao's brother with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Chapter 30. Challenge the vice president of the Taekwondo club. If it were yesterday, Chu Hao would definitely not agree. Although he fights very fiercely. But they are just ordinary people. It's incomparable to what I've practiced. But it's different now. His body has been greatly improved. Although I don't know my exact level. But there's nothing wrong with giving it a try. Wang Hao's brother's eyes lit up. Boy, you are really good at pretending. Okay, since you agreed, don't blame me, Wang Xiaoming, for being rude. While he was talking, he had already started to act. Husband, be careful. When Chen Mengyao saw this scene, her heart almost jumped out. This is the vice president of the Taekwondo club. If you are not careful, you might get hurt. The other 3 girls were also worried. Compared to the worries of the 4 girls, Chu Hao became much calmer. In his eyes, Wang Xiaoming's punch was very slow. He even had time to think about how to respond. But his body's instinct took action before he did. This feeling, it's a bit like the bullet time in the movies. But not to such an outrageous degree. The effect of the body tempering pill is so good. Chu Hao was a little surprised. It's not just about improving physical strength. Even his reflexes were improved. This is amazing. At this time, Chu Hao's body has responded. A very small sideways movement. Chu Hao dodged the punch. At the same time, Chu Hao threw a punch, which quickly landed on Wang Xiaoming's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. Chu Hao came later but was the first to arrive and knocked Wang Xiaoming back with 1 punch. Wang Xiaoming pushed 7 or 8 steps in a row and was caught by Wang Hao and others. His face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? He stared at Chu Hao with wide eyes. A face-to-face encounter. He is the vice president of the Taekwondo club. Were they beaten back? What kind of strength is this? Wang Hao and his companions were also dumbfounded. They have witnessed Wang Xiaoming's strength. When dealing with ordinary people, beating 4 or 5 of them is no problem. Such strong strength. He actually suffered a loss at the hands of Chu Hao. Could it be that Chu Hao has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all this time? Wow. Brother Hao is so awesome, he has the advantage. Yi Shintong's eyes were full of stars, and she couldn't help but exclaim and cheer. The other 3 girls felt relieved when they saw this result. However, there was also some surprise in the look he gave Chu Hao. It's okay to have money. Even his strength is so strong. Chu Hao is truly a treasure. Yeah, Mengyao, you made a lot of money. Lin Zhu and Lin Meng couldn't help but discuss it with Chen Mengyao. His tone was full of envy. The other sighed. A young man who was supporting Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, how about we go together?" He is also a member of the Taekwondo club. Since the vice president suffered a loss, he naturally wanted to show off. Wang Xiaoming's face darkened as he waved his hand. "No need. I was careless just now and didn't dodge." "Young man, you have no martial ethics and are resorting to sneak attacks." He spoke righteously, completely forgetting that he was the one who attacked first. Although he said this, his eyes were serious. He was indeed careless. I didn't expect Chu Hao to be so strong. No wonder he dared to challenge him in a one-on-one fight. "Come again." Wang Xiaoming shouted and rushed towards Chu Hao. Chu Hao's expression was calm. He was caught off guard just now and was able to gain absolute advantage, let alone now. Facing Wang Xiaoming, who was rushing towards him, he simply gave up on defense and attacked as well. The two men fought each other. With the lesson just learned, Wang Xiaoming naturally didn't dare to be careless anymore. Go all out. However, what he didn't expect was, even if he gave it his all, but he still couldn't do anything to Chu Hao. This made him unable to accept such an outcome. In his script, he should have crushed Chu Hao. The two sides fought for a while. The sound of bodies colliding continued. Bang, bang, bang. Because I give it my all. Wang Xiaoming's mental and physical strength were rapidly depleted. After a while, I was sweating profusely. In comparison, Chu Hao was very calm. After tempering the body with the body tempering pill, he is much stronger than Wang Xiaoming. The reason for the stalemate? It's simply because he is learning the techniques of fighting. He is just an ordinary man who only rushes around in a fight. Wang Xiaoming is now his best teacher. Otherwise, even if he had taken a hit from Wang Xiaoming, the fight would have ended long ago. As the two sides continued to fight, Chu Hao is now becoming more and more familiar with combat. The advantages are becoming more and more obvious. Time passes again. Chu Hao's advantage is even more obvious. Wang Xiaoming finally couldn't hold on any longer and revealed his flaws. Chu Hao immediately seized the opportunity and kicked out. With a straight kick, Wang Xiaoming was kicked away. Wang Xiaoming screamed, "Ah!" The man has fallen to the ground. Physical and mental exhaustion, coupled with pain. Wang Xiaoming's face turned pale. Chu Hao stood where he was without pursuing, but with a faint smile on his face. Vice president of the Taekwondo club. That's it. Hearing Chu Hao's ridicule, Wang Xiaoming was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. That's it. As the vice president of the Taekwondo club, Wang Xiaoming is a real talent. At Yanju University, I dare not say that I am invincible, but no matter who he fights with, he can always fight back and forth. The result was unexpected. Today I am facing Chu Hao, who has no fame at all. But it overturned. "You are so powerful. Who are you?" Wang Xiaoming was lying on the ground with a pale face. The pain in his stomach told him that this was not a dream. "Who I am is none of your business. Since you're helping someone this time, I won't bother with you. But don't let it happen again, or you will know the consequences yourself." Chu Hao's expression was calm. The sound was not loud, but it made Wang Xiaoming's face even paler. When did Yanju University produce such a ruthless person? I've never heard of him before. Wang Xiaoming was shocked. He is no match for Chu Hao. I'm afraid only his president can fight against Chu Hao. "Boss, what happened?" Jiang Dao arrived late and walked out of the bar with his men. When he saw the situation, his face changed immediately. The incident with Brother Leopard before had already given him a hard time. It's only been a few days and he is here again? "Boss, do you want me to take care of it?" Jiang Dao was really angry. Prepare to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Fine. Chu Hao's face was calm. Jiang Dao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still glanced at Wang Xiaoming and the others. If there is any more trouble, he is the person in charge of the night. I'm afraid I can't run away. This guy is causing trouble. You have to solve it. Chu Hao suddenly pointed at Wang Hao with a cold tone. Jiang Dao immediately looked at Wang Hao. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Just deal with individuals. With his ability. As long as you don't kill him, any way you deal with him is fine. He looked at Wang Hao with a sinister look. I was already thinking about how to deal with it so that Chu Hao would be satisfied. Wang Hao was still immersed in the shock of Chu Hao defeating Wang Xiaoming. I came back to my senses when I suddenly heard Chu Hao say this. What? What do you want to do? Chapter 31 Xingyu Model Agency. Wang Hao's face changed drastically and he looked a little frightened. He is not a fool. Even a fool can't get into Yanju University. Therefore, He could naturally see that Chu Hao's identity and status were extraordinary. Originally, he had hoped that Wang Xiaoming could help him. As a result, Wang Xiaoming was no match for Chu Hao. Chu Hao was too lazy to pay attention to the frightened Wang Hao. For him, this is an ant. If it weren't for Chen Mengyao, it's even impossible for him to have any connection with Wang Hao. On an ant, he certainly wasn't bothered to waste his energy. Jiang Dao looked back and saw several security guards immediately step forward and surround Wang Hao. When the students following Wang Hao saw that something was wrong, they immediately ran away. Wang Hao's face suddenly turned even paler. He quickly looked at Wang Xiaoming. "Brother, save me." Wang Xiaoming is still lying on the ground, unable to catch his breath. When he heard that Wang Hao actually came to him for help, his face turned dark. If it weren't for Wang Hao, he wouldn't have been defeated today. He's already in this state, and you still want to harm him? You bastard. If I could get up now, and there were so many people around. He had to slap Wang Hao a few times. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming closed his eyes, lay on the ground, and pretended not to hear. Wang Hao saw that there was no hope. He turned his eyes and saw Chen Mengyao again. "Mengyao, save me. After all, we were once lovers. You can't just stand by and watch someone die." His desire to survive is quite strong. At this time, in order to survive, he even knelt down directly in front of Chen Mengyao. As for dignity and face, compared with your own life, what does it mean? At this moment, Wang Hao's mind was full of thoughts of surviving. But it's a pity. He obviously overestimated his position in Chen Mengyao's heart, especially since he was courting death by bringing up his identity again. Chen Mengyao already had no feelings for Wang Hao. At this time, Wang Hao was still talking about these things. Chen Mengyao was even more disgusted with Wang Hao. "Hubby, let's go and leave him alone." Chen Mengyao hugged Chu Hao's arm and didn't even bother to look at Wang Hao. Chu Hao couldn't help but nodded in his heart. In that situation just now, if Chen Mengyao really pleads for Wang Hao, he would indeed let Wang Hao go. But in his heart, Chen Mengyao's status will decline. He can have many women in his heart, but not his woman. In his woman's heart, there can only be him. Chen Mengyao is his first woman. If you don't even have this little bit of awareness, don't blame him for not remembering our friendship. In Wang Hao's desperate eyes, Chu Hao took the 4 girls into the car and left. Chu Hao first asked the driver to send Chen Mengyao and the others back. Then he returned to the dormitory alone. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Chu Hao opened his eyes and immediately started drawing the lottery. "System, draw a lottery." Chu Hao said to the system in his heart. During this period of time, daily lottery has become a habit for Chu Hao. It was as if little Chu Hao would wake up earlier than Chu Hao every morning. This is already a stargazing experience that will definitely not be forgotten. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Xingyu Model Agency. The system voice sounded soon. Chu Hao looked at the subtitles displayed in front of him and was stunned for a moment. A modeling agency. Chu Hao reacted. This is another industry. But he felt a little sorry. Compare these industries and assets. He hoped to obtain things like body tempering pills. If he is interested in such a company, he could just buy it himself. There is no need to obtain it through the system lottery. But there's nothing I can do. The system lottery is not something he can control. He can only learn to accept it. Model agency. Are there a lot of models in the company? Chu Hao couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Since they are all models, they must be beauties. Follow the address provided by the system. The modeling agency is also in Yanju City. Chu Hao thought about it. I don't have any classes today anyway. It's a good time to go and have a look. Xingyu Model Agency. It's a nice name. I hope you won't let me down. Chu Hao muttered to himself. Xingyu Model Agency. Located in the CBD business district of Yanju City, in an office building called Yanqian Building. At this time, in the manager's office of Xingyu Model Agency. What did you say? The new boss is coming soon. Operations Director Yang Qian was surprised. In front of her was her secretary, Wen Shijing. He is also the general secretary of this company. Both of them are absolutely top-notch in appearance. After all, he is the general manager and secretary of a modeling agency. Especially Wen Shijing. She is tall and dressed in a classic secretary outfit. White shirt, pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. It not only reflects the professionalism of the secretary, it is also full of charm. Yes, I just got a call from the new boss. He said he's on his way. It should be here soon. Secretary Wen Shijing replied. A call from the new boss. So what do you think of this new boss? Yang Qian couldn't help but ask. After all, this was too sudden. One night. The company has changed people. She was totally unprepared. I don't know about that, but from the sound of his voice, he seems very young, and his name is Chu Hao. Wen Shijing shook her head. As the chief secretary, she doesn't know much about the current situation. It's just that she got the news first. In fact, I was the first to get the news. I just found out this morning that the company has changed its owner. Young people. Yang Qian couldn't help but frown. Although Xingyu can't be said to be the largest in Yanju City, it is still quite famous. A young man can become our boss overnight. It seems he has a great background. Yang Qian muttered to herself, guessing Chu Hao's identity. As Xingyu's operations director, she knows the industry very well. To say that he is somewhat famous is an understatement. In Yanju City, it is basically impossible to find a better modeling agency than theirs. But a young man can do this quietly overnight. This can no longer be said to be of little importance. No matter what, Yang Qian was already extremely alert. Speaking of which, if the new boss has a powerful background, it would be a good thing for us. After all, we are a modeling agency, and many things are too complicated. And now our company has reached its limit. The new owner might be able to help us take it a step further. Yang Qian analyzed calmly. As director of operations, she must consider things more comprehensively. Anyway, since the new boss is coming today, we must make a good impression on him. Shijing, go clean up the office quickly. I'll notify the people below and ask them to get ready quickly. Welcome our new boss. Yang Qian was methodical and gave instructions on what to do next. When Shijing nodded. No matter what the new boss's background or personality is. Chapter 32. Visit Xingyu Model Economic Company. There will be no problems with such an arrangement. Okay, hurry up. We must be ready before the new boss arrives. After Yang Qian finished speaking, she walked out of the office. When Shijing did not dare to delay and began to clean up the office. Half an hour later, in the underground parking lot of Yanqian Building, Chu Hao parked the BMW, walked into the elevator and headed to the floor where Xingyu Model Company was located. According to the system's information, Xingyu Model Company should be very famous. But I've never seen a company like this before, and I don't know what it's like. Chu Hao was quite looking forward to it. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 18th floor where Xingyu Model Company was located. This entire floor has been rented out by Xingyu Model Company. So as soon as you walk out of the elevator, you can see the sign of Xingyu Model Company. Chu Hao walked out of the elevator, standing at the door, looking at his new company. Just about to walk in. Are you here for a modeling interview as well? A girl's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Hao's ears. Chu Hao looked back and couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Such a pure and abstinent girl. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, tight jeans on the lower body, and a pair of white sneakers on his feet. Although the clothes are simple, but with her looks and temperament, it's just right. She looks very much like the popular first love beauty on the internet. Interviewing a model. Chu Hao was a little curious. Yeah, today is the first large-scale interview this month. I've met dozens of people who came for interviews. Xingyu Model Company is very famous in Yanju City. Many people who want to be models choose this place. So, you're here for an interview. Chu Hao looked at the girl. Yeah, yes. The girl nodded, but couldn't help sighing. But I heard that there aren't many places that will pass this time, so I'm afraid my chances aren't great. The little girl sighed, but she seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chu Hao again. But you don't have to worry. I just took a look, and all the people who came for the interview were beautiful women, and there were no handsome men at all. You're so handsome, you'll definitely pass the interview. The little girl said this with envy in her eyes. There are not many male models. It can be said that as long as your appearance and temperament are good, you will definitely be successful in the interview. But it's different for female models. There are so many beauties. There are more people who want to make quick money by becoming models. The pressure of interviewing female models is enormous. Chu Hao listened quietly to what the little girl said. When he heard the little girl say that he had a high chance of passing, he couldn't help laughing. He, the boss of this company. Do I still need an interview? Don't be nervous. You have obvious advantages. You will definitely pass. Chu Hao comforted the little girl. Well, I hope so. The little girl still had no confidence. Don't be so pessimistic. You will definitely pass it. I said so. Chu Hao smiled. The little girl was stunned for a moment. Look at Chu Hao. But soon, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hearing you say that, I thought you were the boss of the company. Thank you, though. If you can really pass, I will treat you to a meal. The little girl forced a smile, even though she knew Chu Hao was comforting her. But she still appreciated Chu Hao's kindness. Okay, it's settled then. Chu Hao smiled at the little girl and walked into Xingyu Model Company. At Xingyu Model Company, Operations Director Yang Qian has already notified everyone that the new boss is coming. So the whole company has been cheered up. After Chu Hao entered the company, he wandered around. Now, no one in the entire company has seen Chu Hao, nor does anyone know his identity. So what he sees now is basically the truest appearance of this company. Just when Chu Hao walked to the operations department, a female employee noticed Chu Hao. This is the operations department's office area. Interviews will be held over there. She pointed Chu Hao in the direction. Obviously, she is the same as the girl at the company door. He mistook the unfamiliar Chu Hao for someone who came for an interview. I'm here to find someone. Chu Hao shook his head. Looking for someone? Who? The female employee was a little confused. Chu Hao thought for a moment and said, the general manager secretary of your company seems to be called Wen Shijing, right? He learned this name when he called on the way here. In fact, he had only heard it once. Are you looking for Secretary Wen? The female employee couldn't help but frown, feeling a little embarrassed. That's really unfortunate. Secretary Wen is very busy today. She has something important to attend to. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you. Important things. Chu Hao raised his eyebrows. What are you talking about? Chu Hao asked. You are not an employee of this company, so I have no comment to make. The female employee chose to keep it secret, but she thought about it and said, forget it, it's not a secret anyway, I'll tell you. Our company has a new boss. Secretary Wen is the general manager secretary. No one is allowed to disturb her before the new boss arrives today. The female employee explained to Chu Hao in a low voice. Chu Hao couldn't help but smile. So that's what it is. Then go find her and ask her to come find me. Tell her I'm Chu Hao, and she'll know what to do. Chu Hao said with a smile. The female employee was speechless. Don't be unreasonable, you. I've already told you, Secretary Wen is very busy today and doesn't have time to see you now. Whether your name is Chu Hao or Wang Hao. Wait, what was your name? The female employee complained a few words and suddenly realized what was happening. Chu Hao. Chu Hao didn't mind. Instead he smiled and repeated his name. Chu Hao. Our new boss. The female employees were dumbfounded. Yang Qian mentioned Chu Hao's name when she issued the notice. All employees who were notified knew that the new boss was Chu Hao. As a result, now, a young man named Chu Hao suddenly appeared in front of her. Yes, it's me. Chu Hao nodded. So, can you go find Wen Shijing now? Chu Hao looked at the female employee. The female employee shuddered all over and came to her senses. Her face quickly turned red, and she wished she could crawl into the crack of the floor. I'm going now. She turned around and ran to find Wen Shijing. A moment later, the female employee brought Wen Shijing over. Also coming with them was Operations Director Yang Qian. Chu Hao looked over and examined several people. There was approval in his eyes. It's worthy of being a model agency. This female secretary is indeed very qualified, especially in appearance. It was exactly the same as the female secretary Chu Hao had imagined. Just those legs. This secretary is definitely the best leg model. As for the operations director Yang Qian, besides being beautiful, there is also a temperament that makes people think she is a strong woman at first glance. Chapter 33 Personal Interview. For ordinary people, such a temperament may seem too cold and difficult to approach. But for a boss like Chu Hao, this kind of temperament can actually add points. At least, compared to those vases that have nothing to do with them except looking good. Which man doesn't want such a strong woman to kneel in front of him and sing conquer? Just as Chu Hao was looking at Wen Shijing and Yang Qian, the two girls were also looking at Chu Hao. For a boss who was so young, yet he was able to acquire Xingyu overnight. They are also full of curiosity. After all, that's energy. But they were also surprised. Because even I knew Chu Hao was young a long time ago. But after actually meeting, Chu Hao's apparent age was still beyond their expectations. The two walked up to Chu Hao and introduced themselves with a smile. Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Wen Shijing. Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Yang Qian, the operations director. Both girls were very polite. After all, the person in front of you is the boss. Wen Shijing had at least spoken to Chu Hao on the phone before. We kind of got to know each other. So after Chu Hao nodded to her, he looked at Yang Chen. Operations Director. To be able to hold this position at such a young age, I believe Mr. Yang's abilities are also very outstanding, right? Chu Hao said with a smile. From the outside, Yang Chen does look very mature, but that's the addition of the hairstyle and the dress. His actual age is only about 27 or 28 years old. Plus, after all, he's the operations director of a modeling agency. So Yang Chen also pays great attention to maintenance. If you change into some younger and more fashionable clothes and walk on the street, there will definitely be people who think she is only 20 years old. No different from students. Mr. Chu, you are too kind. Compared to you, my performance is nothing. Yang Chen is very humble. She was also telling the truth. She does have some abilities, being able to become an operations director at this age. But now, Chu Hao, who is younger than her, has become her boss. She also became Chu Hao's employee. What is there to be proud of? Really want to compare. She is very good, so what does Chu Hao say? Chu Hao was very satisfied with Yang Chen's modesty. However, he did not deny Yang Chen's excellence. Boss Chu, your office is over there. Shall we go take a look at your office first? Secretary Wen Shijing suddenly spoke. As she said that, she wanted to take Chu Hao to the office. However, Chu Hao shook his head. There's no rush for this. I heard there's a model interview today, right? Wen Shijing and Yang Chen were both stunned. Yes, there is indeed such an arrangement. Mr. Chu is interested. Wen Shijing nodded. Chu Hao smiled and nodded. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the little girl who spoke to him outside the door. After all, he said that the girl would definitely pass the interview. If it's because he wasn't paying attention, and that girl was eliminated, then he would be slapping himself in the face. The most crucial point is, since it is an interview model, there must be a lot of beautiful women there. Chu Hao naturally couldn't let go of such an opportunity. The thought of seeing countless beauties in front of him for him to choose from makes him feel happy. Chu Hao couldn't help but get excited. Models interviewed here, but she is not comparable to those princesses working in KTV. Models who have the confidence to come here for an interview. Each one is absolutely gorgeous. Outside, she is definitely a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. But no matter how beautiful she is not a goddess. Now I can only stand in front of him and be selected and interviewed one by him. As long as he is not satisfied, he can eliminate the other party at any time. You can even be a little more arrogant and say directly, change a batch. Wen Shijing and Yang Chen naturally would not refuse the request of Chu Hao, the new boss. Under the leadership of the two, they came to a room specially for interviewing models. The room is very large. In addition to the interview table and chairs, there are also various filming equipment. It's an interview after all. These models must be given a chance to perform. Several people from the Human Resources Department are interviewing models here. When they suddenly saw Wen Shijing and Yang Chen appear, they were all stunned. Secretary? Mr. Yang? Why are you here? A woman among the three interviewers stood up. Looking at the name tag on her chest, she is the manager of the Human Resources Department. This is the boss, Mr. Chu. He's here for the first time today and wants to check out the situation. Wen Shijing quickly introduced Chu Hao's identity to them. When the three interviewers heard Chu Hao's identity, their expressions suddenly changed. They all stood up and greeted Chu Hao. Hello, Mr. Chu. No one dares to be negligent in the slightest. Well, don't be nervous. I just came to take a look. Chu Hao waved his hand, walked up to the three people, and looked at the resumes in front of them. How many interviews have you had? The HR manager quickly replied, the interviews have just begun, and this is only the third one. Hearing this answer, Chu Hao nodded. That was really just the beginning. He turned around and glanced at the interviewing girl who was at a loss. The big fiery red waves and the appearance are only above average. She just wore heavy makeup and the color of her lipstick was very dull. Chu Hao lost interest after taking a look. That's it? Do you also want to be a model for his company? You three take a break, I'll do the interview. Chu Hao looked at the three interviewers. The three interviewers couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The boss comes to interview in person? This has never happened before. What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you give up your seats? Seeing the three people standing there in a daze, Wen Shijing hurriedly reminded them. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. A very clever person usually. Why did you act so stupid today? The three people finally reacted and quickly gave up their seats to Chu Hao. Wen Shijing and Yang Chen also sat next to Chu Hao, one on each side. Chu Hao is coming for the interview. They must accompany us. Your name is Wang Qing. Chu Hao took a look at the resume in front of him. Wang Qing, who was interviewing, still looked confused. After hearing Chu Hao's words, he finally reacted and nodded quickly. She heard it clearly from the side. I know that this handsome young man is the boss of the company, so I couldn't help but get excited. Chu Hao's expression was calm as he put down his resume. Your performance is good. Go back and wait for notification. He said casually. Wang Qing was completely confused. I have no idea what was so good about my performance just now. But since Chu Hao said so, she had no choice but to get up and leave. After Wang Qing left, Chu Hao picked up the resume on the table and threw it aside. As soon as she saw Chu Hao's attitude, Yang Chen knew that Chu Hao was not satisfied with the girl named Wang Qing. She couldn't help but ask, Boss Chu, are you dissatisfied with Wang Qing? Chu Hao nodded. She's average looking, but likes to wear heavy makeup. She's also very slow to react and doesn't have much adaptability. There's no value in cultivating it. He glanced at Yang Chen. Now that the company is under my name, I naturally want to make it better. Chapter 34. Can you do the splits? Xingyu is indeed the leading modeling company in Yanzhou City. But why can't it be the best modeling agency in Yan Province? Why can't it be the best modeling agency in the country? To achieve this, we need countless elites. Instead of these unqualified people. Chu Hao's expression was calm, as if he was just talking about a very ordinary thing. No wonder he has such high standards. After he got the system, the girls around him all beauties like Chen Mengyao, Chu Bingyang, and Xu Wanwen. Although Wang Qing is considered a beauty, but she is just a beauty in the ordinary sense. It doesn't meet his requirements at all. Yang Chen never expected that Chu Hao would have such great ambitions. She originally thought that Chu Hao was a layman. Listening to it now, even with her temperament, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Boss Chu, I didn't expect you to have such ambitious goals. Yang Chen praised sincerely. Chu Hao waved his hand. Since I am the boss of Xingyu, I must be responsible for Xingyu. Next one. Yang Ying. Chu Hao shouted. A girl pushed the door open and walked in. She has an average build, but very big eyes. Sadly, there's nothing special about it except that it's big. Hello, teachers. I'm Yang Ying. She walked up to Chu Hao and the other two and bowed. Well, let's start the show. Chu Hao spoke in a calm tone, unwilling to waste any time. Yang Ying quickly began to perform the program she had prepared. Strive to show your strengths. A few minutes later, Chu Hao nodded. Okay, go back and wait for notification. Next one. Chu Hao looked at Yang Ying, who was walking out, and made another mistake. Next, the interview continued. One by one, girls for interviews walked into the room. Except for some very nice girls. Chu Hao directly eliminated most of the girls. It's not that these girls aren't talented, but Chu Hao's vision and requirements are too high. What he needs is an absolutely top-notch girl, who must be extremely outstanding. Next, Ju Xia. Chu Hao shouted. A girl walked into the room. Hello, teachers. I'm Ju. Ju Xia walked up to the three people and was about to introduce herself. But when she saw Chu Hao, she was completely stunned. Chu Hao also discovered that Ju Xia was the girl he had just met at the company gate. He laughed out loud. Why is it you? Ju Xia exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Wen Shijing and Yang Chen looked at the two of them, not quite understanding what Ju Xia meant. Is it strange? Chu Hao laughed, his eyes playful. Ju Xia stared with wide eyes, recalling the conversation she had just had with Chu Hao at the company gate. His face immediately turned red. She actually thought that Chu Hao was the model who came to the interview with her. Unexpectedly, it was her interviewer. Ju Xia, is this your name? Although I said those words to you at the company gate, I still keep my public and private lives separate. I still need to look at your ability to decide whether you can pass the interview. Please start showing your talents. Chu Hao said with a smile. Ju Xia did not dare to neglect it at all. After bowing to the three people, he began to perform his talent. A model's performance talent is naturally to show off her charm and figure. Ju Xia has a top-notch figure and looks. Now she deliberately shows off her figure. Nature is more attractive. Soon, Ju Xia has completed the several poses and catwalks she prepared. Chu Hao looked at Ju Xia's long legs and jeans and fell into deep thought. Judging from your movements, you should be quite flexible, right? Ju Xia was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Chu Hao to ask such a question. But she nodded anyway. Yes, I'm a dance major and have practiced ballet for a long time, so I'm a bit more flexible. She explained her profession, although she has already written all these things on her resume. But she must answer the interviewer's questions accordingly. I see. Chu Hao looked at her two long legs. So, can you do the splits? He suddenly asked a question. Splits. Zhu Xia blinked, a little dazed. It's not just Zhu Xia. Wen Shijing and Yang Qian, who were sitting next to Chu Hao, were also a little stunned. Because what kind of problem is this? Does this have anything to do with the model? Both of them looked at Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao ignored them, still staring at Zhu Xia. What? Can we do it? Sure. Zhu Xia nodded quickly. After saying that, she took a step forward without hesitation. The upper body remained straight. The two long legs finally fit completely on the floor. Nice legs. Chu Hao's eyes lit up. It would be a shame not to develop such good flexibility. And such good flexibility. Many poses can be unlocked. There are many things Chu Hao has never experienced. You can now experience postures that you can only see in videos. Chu Hao stared at Zhu Xia, thinking in his mind how to get this woman. Boss Chu, is this okay? Zhu Xia blushed a little and asked in a low voice. She is quite shy. Chu Hao nodded. Okay, get up. Zhu Xia quickly stood up from the ground. Chu Hao picked up Zhu Xia's resume. Congratulations, you performed very well and passed our interview. As he spoke, he handed Zhu Xia's resume to Yang Qian. Yang Qian and Wen Shijing on both sides had flickering eyes. There have been models who have passed before, but the models were notified and went back to wait for news. Zhu Xia was the first one to be informed by Chu Hao on the spot. Both of them couldn't help but look at Zhu Xia and remember this girl in their hearts. Be able to receive special care from Chu Hao. Although I don't know what the relationship between the two is. But obviously, it might not be that easy. At least in this company. They will give Zhu Xia special care. At least some dirty things would never happen to Zhu Xia. Certainly. With Yang Qian's personality, it is impossible to tolerate such a thing happening. I passed. Zhu Xia blinked, feeling ecstatic. Thank you, Mr. Chu. She bowed quickly to express her gratitude. You're welcome. You performed very well, and that's why you passed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be partial. Chu Hao spoke with a smile. No matter what he says, Zhu Xia was still very excited. For a student who has not yet graduated, being able to enter the Star Universe is already a great opportunity. This will also be of great benefit to her in the future. After passing the interview, I got instructions from Chu Hao. She then left the room. The next girl to be interviewed continued into the room. It's a pity that this girl is behind Zhu Xia. Chu Hao took a look and lost interest. And the girl's performance was also average. Chapter 35 Zhu Xia takes the initiative to invite. There are simply too many people to interview. Chu Hao looked at the thick resume on the table and lost interest. So far, it has only been halfway completed. Chu Hao looked at the three interviewers sitting beside him. Okay, continue with the interview. After Chu Hao finished speaking, he stood up and left. The three interviewers quickly stood up to say goodbye. Yang Qian and Wen Shijing also left. After the interview, Wen Shijing brought Chu Hao to the general manager's office. Chu Hao naturally sat in the position of general manager. Wen Shijing immediately went to make tea. Yang Qian took out various reports that she had prepared long ago and placed them in front of Chu Hao. Boss Chu, here are the various reports of our company during this period. Would you like to take a look? At work, Yang Qian is still very professional. Chu Hao glanced down and shook his head. No need, just say it directly. Isn't it making things difficult for him to ask him to look at these professional reports? He is the boss, not the worker. Okay, Mr. Chu. The company's total profit for the 12 months from last year to now is around 53 million. On average, it's about 4 million per month. Chu Hao still knows how to do such simple arithmetic. 4 million a month. For an ordinary person, this is enough to be a lifetime income. But there was no ripple in Chu Hao's heart. After all, his wealth is here. Okay, I understand. Chu Hao nodded. Although I am the boss of Xingyu, when it comes to the specific work content, I will leave it to you. That's all for today. I won't be here to interrupt your work. From now on, you don't need to notify me unless there is something serious. Chu Hao said, standing up. Yang Qian and Wen Shijing were stunned for a moment. Judging from what Chu Hao said, is Chu Hao planning to be a hands-off boss? What about the various ambitious goals we agreed on before? Boss Chu, this isn't a good idea, is it? You're the boss, and we need your opinion on many things. Otherwise, If any problems arise, I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it. Yang Chen was a little embarrassed and looked at Chu Hao. After all, she is just an employee, so it is impossible for her to make decisions for Chu Hao. And Chu Hao is speaking nicely now. If there is any problem in the future, she still has to take responsibility. It's okay, just do it. I have many businesses and it's impossible for me to focus all my energy on this. Even if there are any problems, you can come to me and I can solve them. Of course, if the company's profit in the next year can reach 60 million. The position of vice president of the company is yours. Your annual salary will be doubled, and there will be more rewards. Chu Hao patted Yang Chen's shoulder, his tone full of trust. Anyway, Xingyu is just his reward for signing in today. He doesn't care much about the company either, even if Xingyu really goes bankrupt or disappears. As for Chu Hao, he wouldn't feel bad either. Moreover, he really believed in Yang Chen's ability. Yang Chen was stunned after hearing what Chu Hao said. What does this mean? Her motivation. Although with Xingyu's current abilities, it's difficult to go further. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. If only she was more serious and developed the company. It's still okay. Well, thank you so much for your trust, Mr. Chu. Yang Chen smiled and took the responsibility. Chu Hao smiled and walked out of the office. Okay, you guys continue working, I'll go back by myself. After he finished speaking, Chu Hao was no longer in the office. In the office, Yang Chen and Wen Shijing looked at each other in bewilderment. Chu Hao's performance was beyond their expectations. Director Yang, congratulations. The new boss is so optimistic about you on the first day he arrived. When you really become the vice president, you have to protect me. Wen Shijing suddenly laughed and teased Yang Chen. Yang Chen rolled her eyes at her unhappily. That's easy to say, didn't you hear what he said? He wants the monthly profit to reach 5 million. What's so difficult about this? The boss believes in your ability, and I believe in it even more. Wen Shijing said with a smile. Besides, it was you, Director Yang, who single-handedly brought the company to its current position. It shouldn't be difficult to make further progress, right? As she spoke, Wen Shijing smiled even more happily. Looking at the boss's eyes just now, does he have any feelings for you? How about Director Yang? You take the initiative. Become the boss's wife in the future. Yang Chen glared at Wen Shijing and said unhappily, what nonsense are you talking about? Wen Shijing, are you itching for trouble? And do you really think I didn't see it? The boss looked at you many times during the interview just now. If you really want to talk about interest, I'm afraid the boss is more interested in you, right? Wen Shijing blushed and waved her hands quickly. Don't talk nonsense, that's not true. Although he said that, he couldn't help but think of Chu Hao in his heart. Young, rich, and extremely handsome. How could she not have some ideas about a boss like this? After leaving the office, Chu Hao walked towards the elevator. After what happened in the morning, now everyone in the company knows the identity of Boss Chu Hao. Therefore, everyone who saw Chu Hao took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chu. Good morning, Mr. Chu. Boss Chu works hard. Because it's a modeling agency, so the company is almost entirely staffed by women. Chu Hao listened to the various voices of a group of girls. I felt as if I had walked into a country of women. I have to say, it's really a pleasure. But he just smiled and nodded. Walking outside the company door, Chu Hao was about to get into the elevator. Boss Chu. Someone suddenly called him. Chu Hao turned around and saw that it was Ju Xia, whom he had just interviewed. Huh? Why is it you? Didn't you finish the interview already? Chu Hao was a little confused. Well, I'm here, waiting for you. Ju Xia blushed, and what she said surprised Chu Hao. Wait for me. Do you have something to ask me? Chu Hao didn't quite understand. Didn't we agree before that if I could pass the interview, I would thank you properly? I don't think you'd appreciate any other way of thanking me, so I'd like to treat you to a meal. I don't know, do you have time? Ju Xia was a little hesitant. If Chu Hao was an ordinary person, then after she passes the interview, you can thank her in any way you want. But Chu Hao's identity made her feel a little overwhelmed. Eat. That's fine. I haven't eaten yet, so let's go together. Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Ju Xia felt a little excited and relieved after receiving Chu Hao's affirmative answer. The two walked into the elevator together. Mr. Chu, what do you like to eat? Ju Xia took the initiative to ask questions. Whatever. I'm not picky about food. Chu Hao didn't make things difficult for Ju Xia. He is indeed not picky about food. Is that so? Then let's go to Tiannan Square. Chapter 36. Chu Hao actually has a boyfriend? Chu Hao thought hard, trying to find a place that was not too expensive but would not lower the standards. After all, we are inviting the big boss Chu Hao to dinner. You can't just find a street stall, right? Chu Hao's proposal made Chu Hao feel a little strange. He just came out of the company. Chu Hao just wants to go to Tiannan Square with him? That's a bit of a coincidence. But after thinking about it, Chu Hao no longer found it strange. Tiannan Square is the largest commercial square in Yanzhou City. There are also the most various restaurants. It's not surprising that Chu Hao would think of Tiannan Square. Okay, then Tiannan Square. Chu Hao nodded and agreed. Chu Hao felt relieved, and her favorability towards Chu Hao increased sharply. She was really afraid that Chu Hao would reject her proposal, or go to some very expensive restaurants. That was not a place she could afford. It seems that Chu Hao did not lie. He's really not picky about food. You can go to Tiannan Square. Although Tiannan Square is indeed very famous, but in reality, consumption is still mainly popular among the general public. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so much traffic. At this time, Chu Hao couldn't help but look at Chu Hao secretly. At such a young age, he is the boss of such a big company as Xingyu. And he is so handsome. Such a good personality too. He is simply the perfect male protagonist that can only appear in novels. The elevator quickly arrived at the parking lot on the underground first floor. Chu Hao took Chu Hao into the car. Get in the car, I'll take you with me. Chu Hao stared at the luxury car in front of her. After being urged by Chu Hao, he got into the car carefully. Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry. It was me who invited you to dinner, and I still have to trouble you to take me there. Chu Hao sat in the passenger seat, feeling a little embarrassed. Nothing, it's on the way anyway. Chu Hao didn't think it mattered. Soon, the car started and left the Yanqian building parking lot. Tiannan Square. After Chu Hao parked the car, he walked towards the reserved restaurant under the guidance of Chu Hao. On the way, Chu Hao suddenly said, You just said that you often come here with your classmates. Are you still a student? Well, I'm still a student. Chu Hao nodded. But don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'm fine at school now, and I can go to work as usual every day from now on. She hastened to assure. He was afraid that he would be fired by Chu Hao because of this incident. I finally got into such a big company like Xingyu. If I were fired because of this, she really had no place to cry. It's okay, I'm just asking, I don't want to fire you. Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Chu Hao to be so nervous. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your understanding. Chu Hao felt relieved. By the way, where do you go to school? Chu Hao chatted with Chu Hao. I'm at Yanzhou University. Chu Hao quickly answered. Yanzhou University. Chu Hao was stunned for a moment. Yes, Yanzhou University, the best university in Yanzhou. Chu Hao explained. Chu Hao's expression couldn't help but look a little strange. What's wrong with Mr. Chu? Isn't Yanzhou University good enough? That's not the case. Chu Hao shook his head. It's just that I'm also a student of Yanzhou University. Chu Hao. Mr. Chu, are you also a student? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Chu Hao looked at Chu Hao, not knowing what to say. Chu Hao, who is already a boss at such a young age, is actually her classmate? This is really outrageous. At this moment, Chu Hao suddenly remembered another thing. Mr. Chu, what year are you in now? Chu Hao said, Senior year. Chu Hao. That's such a coincidence. I'm also a senior. Chu Hao felt relieved. Fortunately, Chu Hao is also a senior. If Chu Hao was younger than her, her mentality would really collapse. But on second thought, there didn't seem to be anything to comfort her. They are all classmates. But she works in someone else's company. Chu Hao couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, people cannot be compared. Chu Hao's current achievements are something that many people will never be able to achieve in their entire lives. I don't know if it's because Chu Hao is a student of Yanzhou University. Chu Hao always felt much closer to Chu Hao. The two of them quickly arrived at the restaurant Chu Hao had booked. Chu Hao handed the menu to Chu Hao. After Chu Hao asked Chu Hao about his dietary restrictions, she ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes. Soon, the dishes, after being carefully arranged, were served one by one. Mr. Chu, please try these. These are the best in the store. Chu Hao introduced Chu Hao enthusiastically. Chu Hao tasted them one by one. I have to say, the food in this restaurant is really good. And it's quite economical. Yes, this is indeed a good place. Hearing Chu Hao's praise, Chu Xia smiled. Boss Chu, please try this. Chu Xia continued to recommend it to Chu Hao. She not only recommended it, but even took the initiative to pick up food for Chu Hao. And for Chu Xia's enthusiasm, Chu Hao accepts everyone who comes. Half an hour later, the two of them were satisfied with their meal and drink. Chu Xia apologized to Chu Hao. Sorry, Mr. Chu, I need to go to the bathroom. As soon as she left, the phone on the table rang. Chu Hao reached out and wanted to mute his phone. As a result, I saw the contacts displayed on the phone. Boyfriend. Chu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, with a playful expression. He didn't expect it. Chu Xia, who looks innocent, actually already has a boyfriend. But it's not surprising. After all, she is beautiful, so it is normal that many people pursue her. But in this case, Chu Hao became much less interested in Chu Xia. After all, Chu Hao doesn't like other people's things very much. He likes one hand. Moreover, the characteristic of Chu Xia that attracted Chu Hao was her purity. Finally got a boyfriend. This purity has become a bit distorted. Chu Hao retracted his hand. Soon, Chu Xia came back from the bathroom. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I'm fine now. I'll go pay the bill first. Chu Xia didn't know what was going on yet and looked at Chu Hao with a smile on her face. After a meal, Chu Xia felt that she was becoming more and more obsessed with Chu Hao. Such a perfect male protagonist. She really had no resistance. In such a comparison, those boys in school who were originally pretty good. There is no appeal at this point. Don't worry, take a seat first. Chu Hao's tone was flat. Chu Xia was a little curious. She could feel that Chu Hao's attitude had changed a little. But I don't know why such a change happened. She sat down obediently. You are so beautiful. There must be a lot of people pursuing you in school, right? Chu Hao looked at Chu Xia and asked. Chu Xia was stunned for a moment and couldn't help blushing. Ah, Mr. Chu, why are you asking this? Nothing, just a little curious. After all, I'm also a student of Yanzhou University, and I know very well the appeal of a girl like you. Chu Hao's expression remained calm. Chapter 37. Chu Xia must prove that she is clean. No, I'm very low-key at school. I go to and from school every day, and not many people are chasing me. Chu Xia spoke with a smile. So, do you have a boyfriend? Chu Hao nodded and asked again. Chu Xia. Boss Chu. Chu Xia's tone was a little coquettish. Chu Hao's tone was calm and he was not affected. Don't think too much about it, I'm just asking. Chu Xia looked at Chu Hao, looking a little shy, but hesitant in her heart. She didn't want Chu Hao to have rich experience. But after all, we are all seniors. Many things have been seen before. Chu Hao met her for the first time today. Still asking such questions. If she were to say that Chu Hao had no feelings for her, she would definitely not believe it. So here comes the question. How should she answer? Tell the truth? Although this is very honest, there is no need to worry about being exposed in the future. But she really wasn't sure what the consequences would be. She finally entered Xingyu. And she is liked by Chu Hao. What if Chu Hao abandons her because of her boyfriend? Then she might lose everything she has now. Boss Chu, I don't have a boyfriend. After a little hesitation, Chu Xia just spoke, her tone firm. No. Chu Hao suddenly smiled with a playful attitude. I just forgot to tell you that there's a call on your phone. Chu Xia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in her heart. She quickly picked up her phone and saw that it was a missed call from her boyfriend. The bad premonition has become reality. She went to the bathroom just now and forgot to take her cell phone. But what a coincidence, her boyfriend called. No wonder Chu Hao asked her these questions after she came back. Think about it this way. Chu Hao said he was curious. In fact, it was a test for her. But she just lied to Chu Hao. What would Chu Hao think of her? Chu Xia felt a little flustered. She looked at Chu Hao and said quickly, Mr. Chu, please listen to my explanation. Chu Xia's face was a little pale. She took advantage of this dinner opportunity to make significant progress in her relationship with Chu Hao. But just because of a phone call and her answer. Now it's all in vain. Chu Hao looked at Chu Xia with a calm expression. Explain. How do you want to explain? Just a note. Or, ex-boyfriend. Are you broken up now? Chu Hao has rich experience and has seen and heard more than Chu Xia. He naturally wouldn't believe explanations that had no basis at all. Chu Xia's face turned even paler. She looked at Chu Hao with a sincere attitude. Mr. Chu, I was wrong to lie just now, but I can indeed explain. I do have a boyfriend, But we just got together and haven't done anything yet. Is that so? Chu Hao sneered. Do you think I will believe it? Chu Hao's expression gradually turned cold. Forget it. You don't have to treat me to this meal. You don't have to go to the company anymore. Although you have excellent conditions, I really don't like you lying to me like this. After saying that, he turned and left. Jusia's face was extremely pale and she slumped in the chair. While eating, she was still in heaven. I got my dream job and met a great guy like Chu Hao. But now, she has fallen into hell. Nothing is left. A difference of one thought. It's just a matter of one thought. Jusia watched Chu Hao pay the bill and was about to leave the restaurant. The thought surging in my heart gradually became firm. She stood up suddenly. Boss Chu. At the restaurant entrance, Chu Hao stopped when he heard Jusia's voice. He turned around and glanced at Jusia. What? Do you have anything else to say? Mr. Chu, I didn't mean to lie to you. Nothing really happened between me and my boyfriend. Jusia hurriedly explained. Chu Hao smiled, a smile full of contempt. Does it matter? And how can you prove it? I can prove it. Jusia spoke quickly. Hearing this, Chu Hao raised his eyebrows. How do you prove it? Chu Hao looked at Jusia. Jusia hesitated and bit her red lips. Boss Chu, can you take me to the hotel? Tiannan Hotel. In the suite on the top floor. Chu Hao and Jusia's clothes were scattered around the luxurious bed. On the bed, Jusia's face was flushed as she lay in Chu Hao's arms. Boss Chu, do you believe it now? She was covered in sweat at this point, and her voice was a little breathless. After all, for a pure little girl. Just 1 hour, it was a huge load. Chu Hao put his arm around Jusia's smooth shoulders, looked at the dark red on the bedsheet, and nodded. It's like this. How could he not believe it? Jusia did lie to him about having a boyfriend. But what was said later was indeed true. And in the battle just now, Jusia's ignorance is not pretended. Many things require Chu Hao's hands-on instruction. Thanks to Jusia's flexibility, also completed many difficult moves. If I were to give a score, it would definitely be a high score. Chu Hao lit a cigarette and puffed out the smoke. So you did all this just to make me believe you? Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will find out? Chu Hao looked down at Jusia. From his perspective, he could just see 2 undulating mountains. Many people think that the bigger the mountain, the better. But in fact, each has its own advantages. And it also depends on the person. Jusia's appearance and temperament match perfectly with this semicircular peak. If it's too big, it will look weird. Chu Hao loves exercising and starts climbing mountains again. As long as you can believe me, Mr. Chu, I really can't do anything about it. I can change my boyfriend, but I don't want to miss this opportunity. Jusia thought about it and confessed her thoughts. It's hard to stay with your boyfriend in college until the end. What's more, they have only been together for a few days. There is no deep affection. In comparison, the relationship with Chu Hao and Xingyu's work are more important. Jusia knew very well which one was more important. So, between your boyfriend and me, you chose me. Chu Hao smiled playfully. She liked Jusia's frankness. You are quite clever. Chu Hao said with a smile. The two of them played around on the bed for a while. After all, the relationship between the two is different now. What was supposed to happen has already happened. Jusia was no longer as awed by Chu Hao as before. If you didn't know, they just met today. People who don't know them would think they are an intimate couple. Boss Chu, I've rested enough. Can I go take a shower? Jusia said to Chu Hao. Of course, go ahead and wash it. Chu Hao smiled and let Jusia go. Jusia then slowly stood up and walked towards the bathroom barefoot. After all, it was the first battle. Jusia now even has difficulty walking. As Jusia walked into the bathroom, the sound of water soon came from inside. Chapter 38. You answer the phone, I'll do mine. Chu Hao lay on the bed, thinking about the battle just now. I have to say, it's good to have a flexible body. Even though he had watched countless movies, this was the first time he met a woman who could unlock all the postures. Of course, not in the movies. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Chu Hao was savoring it, Jusia's phone rang again. Chu Hao took a look and found that he was still Jusia's boyfriend. TSK, poor guy. Chu Hao had a smile on his face. Jusia's boyfriend certainly wouldn't he have thought of this. In just 1 day, my girlfriend has become someone else's woman. He was still kept in the dark. Chu Hao looked at Jusia's phone and was about to mute it. But after picking up the phone, a thought suddenly popped up in Chu Hao's mind. He has tried taking a bath together. But there is really no such thing as letting a woman talk to someone on the phone. He had only seen it in movies. At this moment, I couldn't help but want to try it. Wouldn't it be more exciting if we were on the phone? Chu Hao muttered to himself. Think about that scene. Chu Hao couldn't help but get excited. Do it when you think of it. Chu Hao immediately took his cell phone and walked into the bathroom. Ju Xia was still taking a shower in the bathroom and had never thought that Chu Hao would come in. Seeing Chu Hao coming in, Ju Xia's face flushed, but she was also confused. Boss Chu. She looked at Chu Hao in confusion. Chu Hao handed the phone to Ju Xia. Ju Xia's expression changed slightly and she took the phone. But the look he gave Chu Hao was still full of doubt. Don't be nervous, I just want you to answer the phone. Chu Hao smiled. Ju Xia looked at her phone. Chu Hao walked behind Ju Xia and stood up. Ju Xia's expression changed slightly. She turned to look at Chu Hao, her face flushed. She suddenly understood Chu Hao's thoughts. No wonder Chu Hao brought his phone in. It's really too bad. She had noticed it just now when they were in bed. I didn't expect Chu Hao to have so many tricks. The splits she had performed before were already beyond her imagination. Now she is asked to continue doing this kind of thing on the phone. What if she couldn't help but scream? Even though I thought so in my heart. But she only hesitated for a moment. But he didn't refuse. And the moment she answered the phone. Ju Xia was caught off guard and couldn't help but scream. She held the wall with one hand and bit her lip quickly. This prevented the sound from behind from leaking out. But despite this, her voice was still heard by her boyfriend who had just answered the phone. Xia, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? On the other end of the phone, Ju Xia's boyfriend immediately expressed his concern. Ju Xia bit her lips hard. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. No, it's okay. She hurried to explain. Xia, what are you doing? Why do you sound so tired? Her boyfriend's tone was curious. Although I can't see it, I can still hear something by listening to the sound. Ju Xia was shocked. She panicked for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Did you hear wrongly? Is there something you want to talk about? If not, I'll hang up. She didn't want to continue the call for fear of being discovered. I just want to chat with you, nothing else. Her boyfriend spoke in a rather humble tone, afraid that Ju Xia would hang up the phone. Speaking of which, Xia, didn't you go for an interview today? How did it go? Ju Xia's boyfriend tried hard to find a topic to talk about. I don't want the atmosphere of the conversation between the two of us to cool down. Ju Xia feels so painful now. Not only does he have to withstand Chu Hao's attacks, I also have to think about dealing with my boyfriend. Interview. Ju Xia now has no idea what she is saying. I just continued what my boyfriend said. Thought about it for a long time. Only then did she react. I passed the interview. Ju Xia could only say as little as possible. Avoid revealing flaws. Passed. That's great. Xia, congratulations. Shouldn't we celebrate this great thing? How about I pick you up? We can find a place to have dinner. Ju Xia's boyfriend tried every means to get close to her. No need, I'll go back by myself later. Ju Xia quickly refused. Of course she couldn't let her boyfriend come to see her now. What if he saw me and Chu Hao together? Wouldn't that expose everything? Although she was already prepared to break up with her boyfriend. But judging from Chu Hao's expression, he probably likes her current state. So she also planned to let her boyfriend stay for a while. Ju Xia thought hard, thinking about how to hang up the phone. Sudden. Bang. A crisp sound. Chu Hao slapped Ju Xia on the butt without any warning. Ju Xia was startled and caught off guard for a moment, so she screamed. Ah. This voice naturally came into the phone. On the other end of the phone, Ju Xia's boyfriend couldn't help but get nervous. Xia, what's wrong with you? Ju Xia quickly explained. Nothing, I was just scared by a bug. Insect. Ju Xia's boyfriend didn't think much about it. Ju Xia didn't want to explain any more. She turned around and looked at Chu Hao with a resentful look. The slap Chu Hao just gave was too powerful. She could feel that her erection was hot. I guess it became very popular. Chu Hao didn't care about Ju Xia's eyes. His face was full of enjoyment. I have to say, in such circumstances, it is indeed more exciting. Especially Ju Xia was reluctant to accept it, but she also tried hard to pretend that nothing had happened. Do you feel like your husband is committing a crime? Chu Hao met Ju Xia's gaze, reached out and began to wipe Ju Xia's car lights. Chu Hao is professional in car cleaning and other aspects. Ju Xia's body trembled suddenly. The stimulation of being attacked from both front and back made her even more unable to control herself. Hang up first. If you have anything to say, we can talk when I get back to school. Jusia now just wanted to hang up the phone quickly. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for her boyfriend's reaction. The current situation is really too dangerous. It could be exposed at any time. She was about to reveal her flaws. After hanging up the phone, Jusia finally no longer needed to be patient and began to enjoy herself. Boss Chu, you are so mean. I almost couldn't help it just now. Jusia acted coquettishly towards Chu Hao, especially the slap Chu Hao just gave him. She was sure of it. Chu Hao definitely did it on purpose. If she hadn't reacted quickly, it was definitely exposed just now. Haha, it's fun anyway. This is my first time trying it too. Chu Hao said with a smile. Don't worry, you made me so happy, I won't treat you unfairly. I see you don't have any jewelry on you. I'll take you to buy some later. Chu Hao was quite generous. He continued to wipe the headlights and continue driving. Jusia couldn't help but brighten up when she heard Chu Hao's words. Thank you, Mr. Chu. You are so kind. Chapter 39. Jusia is actually with Chen Mengyou. Jusia had a flattering look on her face and performed even harder. As a girl, how could she not like beautiful jewelry? What's more, considering Chu Hao's wealth, even if it only costs a little money. For her, it is definitely a huge sum of money. It was another extremely enjoyable experience. After the blessing of the body-tempering pill, Chu Hao had just experienced 2 major battles. But I still don't feel tired at all. If Jusia couldn't bear it anymore, Chu Hao will definitely continue to fight. It was Jusia's first time, and Chu Hao was tormenting him like this. When walking out of the hotel, Jusia's legs were weak. The whole person can only hang on Chu Hao. The two returned to Qiannan Square. I randomly picked a jewelry store and walked in. Boss Chu, do you think this necklace is beautiful? Jusia, wearing a sparkling diamond necklace, looked at Chu Hao. Chu Hao took a look. A crystal diamond necklace hung below Jusia's delicate collarbone. It is nestled right in the middle of a deep valley. It makes Jusia's already fair skin even more dazzling. Yes, it looks good. Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Jusia's face was full of smiles. What about this one? Compared to the one just now, which one looks better? Jusia took out another necklace. It's the same diamond necklace, but slightly different. Anyway, in Chu Hao's opinion, he couldn't see any difference. They're all pretty. Jusia couldn't help but frown when she got Chu Hao's evaluation. She had a hard time making a choice. She likes both necklaces. But now I don't know which one to choose. Boss Chu, please help me choose one. So she threw the problem to Chu Hao. Chu Hao took a look. He groaned for a moment. Since they are all good, let's buy them all. Ah. Jusia was stunned for a moment. Is this the world of the rich? Just because you think they are good, you buy them all? Really? Only ordinary people like her would do multiple choice questions. Boss Chu, these 2 necklaces together cost almost 300,000. Isn't that too expensive? Jusia took a look at the price and felt a little embarrassed. Even though she knew Chu Hao was rich, but she asked someone to spend 300,000 yuan to buy her 2 necklaces. She still felt it was a bit of a luxury. It's only 300,000. What's that? If you practice the moves I taught you well, 3 million won't be a big deal. Chu Hao couldn't help laughing. Jusia blushed instantly. This is outside. How could Chu Hao say such a thing? Okay, Mr. Chu, I will practice hard. Jusia's face was full of shyness. Chu Hao looked very satisfied. He looked at the salesperson beside him and said, "Pack up these 2 necklaces." The salesperson's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, sir." She quickly began to pack. The 2 necklaces cost a total of 298,800 yuan. How will you pay, sir? The salesperson was all smiles. Her commission for this achievement is not low. Normally, we might not be able to sell these in a month. Chu Hao took out a black card. This was the first time he came. The card that Shen Qianni applied for him. As long as you are in Qiannan Plaza, no matter what you buy, you can pay with this card. The salesperson didn't know this. When she saw Chu Hao take out this card, which she had never seen before, she took it and swiped it on the machine. Chu Hao's information was immediately displayed on it. Ah, are you Director Chu? The salesperson was shocked. I didn't expect this young man in front of me. He is actually the biggest boss of Qiannan Plaza. Yes, it's me. Have you finished swiping? Give me the card. Chu Hao's tone was flat. The salesperson finally came to his senses and quickly handed the card to Chu Hao respectfully. Mr. Chu, take care. The salesperson bowed and said goodbye to Chu Hao. After Chu Hao took Juicy away, the salesperson finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad that there was nothing wrong with her service attitude just now. Otherwise, she was afraid that something bad was going to happen. Wait until you leave the jewelry store. Chu Hao took Juicy to the underground parking lot. Boss Chu, why did that salesperson just call you Mr. Chu? Juicy sat in the passenger seat and looked at Chu Hao curiously. This is Tiannan Square. It has nothing to do with Xingyu Model Company. Why is the salesperson so polite to Chu Hao? Because I am the chairman of Tiannan. Chu Hao said casually. Ah, Chairman Tiannan. Juicy was stunned. She gradually came to her senses and understood what Chu Hao meant. Boss Chu, do you mean that Tiannan Plaza is also your property? Yes, that's what I mean. Chu Hao didn't care at all and continued driving. Juicy was completely shocked. Xingyu Model Company is indeed very big. But it's just a modeling agency after all. And the scale is there. It's totally incomparable to Tiannan Square. The fact that Chu Hao had Xingyu Model Company was enough to shock Juicy. But even Tiannan Square belongs to Chu Hao. It's more than just shock. But I was a little scared. This is the largest shopping mall in Yanju City. How many secrets does Chu Hao have? There is such a big industry? Chu Hao looked at the shocked Juicy and couldn't help but smile. Are you scared by this? If Juicy could take a look at his bank card balance. Is this girl going to be scared to death? Boss Chu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Juicy came back to her senses and looked at Chu Hao with admiration. In her heart, Chu Hao's status was elevated again. Xingyu Model Company is enough to make Chu Hao a successful person. But there is Tiannan Square. Chu Hao is in her heart. Only then did he truly become the top big shot. After all, Tiannan Plaza is huge. It's simply not something a small modeling agency can compare to. Chu Hao couldn't help but smile. It's okay. As long as you behave well, I will let you see more in the future. Chu Hao said with a smile. Juicy nodded quickly and followed Chu Hao's orders. Although I have a boyfriend at school. But compared with Chu Hao, she has selectively forgotten that boyfriend. After leaving Tiannan Square, Chu Hao took Juicy back to school. Under Juicy's command, Chu Hao sent Juicy to the downstairs of the dormitory. However, after arriving downstairs of the dormitory, Chu Hao's expression became strange. Do you live in this dormitory? Chu Hao looked at Juicy and asked. Yeah, it's the second floor. Juicy nodded. Chu Hao didn't say much, but he felt speechless in his heart. This is such a coincidence. Juicy actually lives in the same dormitory building as Chen Mengyao. If he comes to pick up one person in the future and is seen by the other one. That's seen. Chu Hao shook his head in his heart. He didn't care too much. Anyway, this kind of time is bound to happen in the future. It was only a matter of time before they knew each other. Even if he encountered it, Chu Hao would not panic at all. Chapter 40. He is good at licking. After Juicy got off the car, Chu Hao left quickly. Standing downstairs of the dormitory, Juicy watched Chu Hao's car leave, and couldn't help but recall today's experience in her mind. Although I gave it away. But compared to what she paid, she got more. It's not just the coveted job at Xingyu Company. More importantly, she climbed up the big tree of Chu Hao. What a pity. It would be great if Mr. Chu was my boyfriend. Juicy couldn't help but sigh. Although she is simple, she is not stupid. Chu Hao's excellence meant that he could not be tied down by a woman like her. Although she is very beautiful. But with Chu Hao's wealth and status, there will never be a shortage of beautiful women around him. She simply didn't have the capital to monopolize Chu Hao. After Juicy and Chu Hao's car completely disappeared, she turned around and prepared to go upstairs. Sia, you are finally back. A voice suddenly called Juicy. Juicy looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was her boyfriend. She couldn't help but change her expression slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Why are you here? I'm worried about you, so I came to see you. Juicy's boyfriend looked calm and said with a smile. Juicy tried hard to act normal. When did you come here? Just now. I just got downstairs and saw you downstairs too. Do you think this is fate? Haha. Her boyfriend was still all smiles. But he probably never thought of it. My girlfriend was just standing downstairs. She was watching another man leave. And that man has taken over everything of Juicy. Juicy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fine. Since you just came here. Probably, He didn't team meet Chu Hao. It's quite a coincidence indeed. Is there anything else you need? Chu Xia's expression calmed down and her tone was flat. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first. I've been running around all day and I'm very tired. Having said that, Chu Xia prepared to go upstairs. She was indeed very tired. But it wasn't because of work, but because she was abused by Chu Hao. Although I took the car all the way back. But my legs are still a little weak now. No, we finally have some time, and I want to go shopping with you. Her boyfriend was getting anxious. He just got Chu Xia to agree to be his girlfriend a few days ago. He hasn't touched Chu Xia yet. We didn't even hold hands. Naturally, he wanted to find every opportunity to bring the two closer together. It's a pity that Chu Xia has no interest in this. Chu Xia shook her head and was about to refuse. Xia, when did you buy this necklace? Her boyfriend suddenly noticed the necklace on Chu Xia's neck. This was something he had never seen before. Necklace. Chu Xia was shocked, but her expression remained calm. I bought it today. Today? Didn't you have an interview? How did you have time to buy a necklace? Chu Xia, I had some free time at noon, so I went shopping and bought this necklace. Going shopping? Who are you with? Besides, this necklace looks very expensive. Can you afford it? Chu Xia's boyfriend continued to ask, his face looking a little ugly. Although he doesn't know much about jewelry. But this necklace looks very expensive. Given Chu Xia's situation, she definitely can't afford it. Chu Xia's face turned cold and she became a little angry. Liu Jiaqing, what do you mean? Do you doubt me? Hearing Chu Xia's anger, Liu Jiaqing couldn't help but change his expression. It took him countless efforts before he finally caught up with Chu Xia. I haven't gotten any advantage yet. Naturally, I don't want the two of them to break up because of this kind of thing. No, I didn't. I just have some doubts. Liu Jiaqing hurriedly explained. He tried to regain his position in Chu Xia's heart. Chu Xia sneered. No. When you say these things, don't you still doubt me? Tell me the truth. Did you think I couldn't afford it, so someone bought it for me? Okay, I'll tell you too. I really can't afford this necklace. Someone gave it to me. Everyone in the Liu family was dumbfounded. Xia, you? What are you talking about? He had just said it casually. I didn't expect that my guess would come true. When he thought of the girlfriend he had just gotten, he accepted the gift from someone else. Such an expensive gift. Liu Jiaqing felt like crying. Xia, are you doing me justice? He hasn't even gone shopping with Chu Xia yet. Chu Xia sneered. Liu Jiaqing, you really don't have good thoughts in your mind. Liu Jiaqing. What does that mean? Is he still up to no good? Chu Xia continued. My father bought me this necklace. Are you satisfied now? Chu Xia glared at Liu Jiaqing with a righteous look on her face. Everyone in the Liu family was dumbfounded. He was heartbroken just now. What's the result? It turns out that this necklace was actually bought for Chu Xia by her father. He thought Chu Xia had someone else outside. So he was overthinking it? That's what it looks like. Then Chu Xia's family conditions must be very good. And since the person shopping with Chu Xia is Chu Xia's father, there is no problem. I'm sorry, Xia. I care about you too much, so I can't help but think too much. Please forgive me. Liu Jiaqing immediately apologized. He is now filled with regret. If he hadn't been so nosy, this wouldn't have happened. Humph, even though it sounds nice, you still doubt me. I'm telling you, I'm with you because you're sincere. You're already doubting me just after we got together. I'm very dissatisfied. This is the first time and the last time. If it happens again, let's break up. Finished. Chu Xia didn't give Liu Jiaqing a chance to speak and turned and walked into the dormitory. Xia! Liu Jiaqing shouted. However, Chu Xia didn't even turn her head and disappeared into the dormitory building. Liu Jiaqing stood downstairs of the dormitory building, hitting his head in regret. I wanted to slap myself twice. He felt like a jerk. Chu Xia is his girlfriend. How could he doubt Chu Xia? Everything was going well. Maybe there would still be a chance to get close to her. The result was because he was talkative. Not only did he lose the opportunity, but he also made Chu Xia angry. No, I have to fix it quickly. Liu Jiaqing thought about it and quickly took out his cell phone. He found Chu Xia's prestigious friend. Baby, I was wrong. Please forgive me, I love you. After sending the message, Liu Jiaqing felt that it was not enough. I also sent Chu Xia a red envelope of 520. Only after doing all this did Liu Jiaqing breathe a sigh of relief. With the red envelope, Xia shouldn't be angry anymore, right? Liu Jiaqing thought happily, turned around and walked towards the dormitory. The other side. As soon as Xia arrived at the dormitory, she received a message and a red envelope from Liu Jiaqing. If it was before, seeing such a big red envelope. Chapter 41. Xu Shiding wants Chu Hao. Xia might even be happy for a while. But after what happened today, this red envelope no longer caused any ripples in Xia's mind. After all, the necklace she wore around her neck alone cost nearly 200,000. In comparison, Liu Jiaqing could only give her a red envelope of 520 yuan. How many red envelopes would it take to buy the necklace on her neck? As expected, people are still incomparable. Xia sighed helplessly. Having said that, but she still accepted the red envelope. If I don't accept this red envelope, I'm afraid Liu Jiaqing will continue to pester me. The other side. Chu Hao, who had already left, had no idea what had happened to Xia. After returning to the dormitory, he saw a familiar face he hadn't seen for a long time. Wang Ning. Ever since the last time I was hit by a leopard, Wang Ning stayed in the hospital and never came back. It's been over a week. Now Wang Ning is finally back. At this time, Wang Ning was sitting on the bed in the dormitory and talking to Chen Yu. Seeing Chu Hao coming back, both of their expressions changed. Chu, brother Hao. Wang Ning stood up and looked at Chu Hao. Originally, he wanted to call Chu Hao's name, but after thinking about it, he quickly changed his words. Ever since I learned Chu Hao's identity from Brother Leopard last time, Chu Hao's position in his heart has changed dramatically. In the past, he was still thinking about taking revenge on Chu Hao and continuing to bully Chu Hao. But now I don't dare to have any thoughts at all. This is the boss of Yi Se, a big shot that even Brother Leopard doesn't dare to offend. As a student, he naturally didn't dare to offend him. Well, you're back. Chu Hao's tone was flat. He could feel the change in Wang Ning's attitude. It seems that Wang Ning has indeed learned a lesson from this experience. I heard that this time, you were beaten by some gangsters in society. Chu Hao spoke again. Wang Ning didn't say anything, but nodded quickly. Just consider this a lesson. As a student, avoid associating with questionable people in the future. Chu Hao's tone was flat, with a hint of preaching. Otherwise, next time, I'm afraid it won't just be a simple hospitalization. He just said it casually and didn't mean anything else. But when Wang Ning heard it, he couldn't help but think more about it. What does Chu Hao mean? Is it a warning to him? Although he was hospitalized this time, it was nominally because he was beaten by Brother Leopard. But he knew that the real reason was Chu Hao's identity. He wanted to deal with Chu Hao, which led to the current consequences. So Chu Hao said this. Wang Ning couldn't help but think more. I think Chu Hao may have other intentions. Brother Hao is right. I'll remember it. He was willing to learn. This lesson really made him remember it. If Chu Hao really wanted to deal with him, just one sentence is enough. If you don't obey now, something bad will happen later. It's too late to regret. Chu Hao was too lazy to say more. I went to bed and played with my phone for a while, then felt bored and went to sleep. He had just fallen asleep. Liu Jiaqing also walked in from outside. Brother Ning, you're back. When he saw Wang Ning again, Liu Jiaqing was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of surprise. After all, he was Wang Ning's lackey before. After not seeing each other for a week, I was naturally excited to see each other again. Yeah, I'm back. Where have you been? You're back so late. Wang Ning looked at Liu Jiaqing with some curiosity. Liu Jiaqing chuckled. Before he could say anything, Chen Yu rushed in and said, what else could he be doing? He must have gone to see his girlfriend. Girlfriend. Wang Ning looked at Liu Jiaqing in surprise. Before he was hospitalized. Liu Jiaqing hasn't made any movement yet. It's only been a week and you already have a girlfriend? Yes, he's pursuing a girlfriend who's a senior in college. She's so beautiful. Chen Yu continued to reveal information. No matter what, Liu Jiaqing would not be given the opportunity to show off. Liu Jiaqing couldn't hide his pride. But he was still humble in his words. Brother Ning, don't listen to his nonsense. She's not that pretty, just an average person. If you don't believe me, I'll bring you to meet me when I have the chance. He put a lot of effort into pursuing Xia. It's natural to want to act like a neighbor in front of your good friends. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Hao opened his eyes. Only then did I realize it was pitch black. There were no lights on in the dormitory. Wang Ning and the other two were not there either. Chu Hao sat up from the bed, rubbing his eyes. It's really strange. Why have you been sleeping better and better lately? Chu Hao was a little confused. But when he thought about his recent consumption, he didn't find it strange anymore. Although he did become stronger. But the consumption is indeed huge. Not only do I have to drive myself, but I also have to teach newcomers. It's hard not to feel tired. No, I can't go down like this. If I were to live my life again, I would have to work hard and not indulge in the pleasures of life. Chu Hao couldn't help but reflect on himself. He felt that he was wasting his time. You can't spend all your time on women. Although he is not short of money now. But you can't always be against women, right? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Hao's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Chu Shiting. Chu Shiting. Chu Hao looked at the person who sent the message and raised his eyebrows. He just bought the car yesterday. Can't sit still today. He smiled and opened the message to take a look. Chu Shiting. Chu Hao, I'm Chu Shiting. Are you free tonight? A very simple message. But there is a very cute smiley face emoticon attached at the end. The flavor of the news has completely changed. Chu Hao couldn't help but smile. When he saw Chu Shiting asking him if he had time tonight, he was already able to guess all of Chu Shiting's subsequent actions. What's up? Chu Hao simply replied with a message. No emotion was revealed. Chu Shiting responded very quickly. Chu Shiting, what happened in the store yesterday was my fault, so I want to apologize to you. Chu Shiting, old classmate, you won't refuse me this opportunity, right? I'll treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? As expected, Chu Shiting wants to save the relationship between the two. Chu Hao looked at the message sent by Chu Shiting and couldn't help but smile. Then throw the phone aside. At this time, he has taken the absolute initiative. Of course, there is no need to rush. The person who should really be anxious is Chu Shiting. If you agree now, this woman might be feeling complacent. She felt that Chu Hao was easily controlled by her. Time passes slowly. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Chu Shiting, who had been waiting for Chu Hao's reply, finally couldn't sit still anymore. Chu Shiting, Chu Hao, is he there? But it's the same as before. Chu Hao still had no intention of replying. Chu Shiting held the phone in her hand and couldn't help biting her nails, feeling a little uneasy. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask a man of the same age out for dinner. As a result, Chu Hao's attitude made her a little unsure. I originally thought it would be an easy task. Chapter 42, come to my house and eat me. Is it going to fail the first time I take the initiative to ask someone out? Chu Shiting was somewhat unwilling. She thought about it and sent another message. Chu Shiting, Chu Hao, I really know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance? She doesn't want to give up. What happened yesterday made her realize. Chu Hao's wealth is likely beyond her imagination. A BMW worth 3 million is actually nothing. Mainly the Lamborghini Veneno. Another thing is how casual Chu Hao was when buying the car. Luxury cars worth tens of millions, plus an attitude of treating money as if it were nothing. That explains it. Chu Hao's wealth was definitely beyond her imagination. And yesterday in the office, she could feel Chu Hao's thoughts about her. As a woman, she was very sensitive to this kind of thinking. So, as long as there is a possibility, she didn't want to let go of Chu Hao, her rich son-in-law. Rich people do. She has met quite a few. But someone as rich as Chu Hao. But it is rare. And someone like Chu Hao is rich, handsome, and young. It's gone at all. If only I could seize this opportunity. Her future life will change dramatically. Time passes by every second. Chu Hao still showed no intention of replying. Chu Shiting became more and more anxious. Chu Hao, can you cook? Finally, Chu Shiting waited for news from Chu Hao. She couldn't help but send another message to Chu Hao. Cook. Chu Shiting was stunned for a moment. She looked at the message sent by Chu Hao and thought for a moment before replying. It's okay. She didn't dare to say too much. Just know how to cook. Come to my house, you cook, and we won't eat out. Chu Hao replied. I've been eating out all the time and I'm tired of it. Come to my house and give me food down there. Several messages in succession. Chu Shiting looked at the message sent by Chu Hao and couldn't help blushing. Go to Chu Hao's house? Do you want to give Chu Hao something to eat? She is not a little girl who knows nothing. Just go to Chu Hao's house. It goes without saying what will happen then. So now, what lies before Chu Shiting is a multiple choice question. To go or not to go? Chu Shiting was a little hesitant. Although she entered society very early. But he has always maintained his innocence. Just want to get real benefits. Moreover, she didn't want to use these things to exchange for anything. She wanted her first time to be meaningful. But if you don't go, once you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Agree first, and we'll see what happens next. Chu Hao thought about it. I still choose to agree. If she takes a chance, her life will change dramatically. And she also had a little hope in her heart. What if Chu Hao didn't mean that? And she knows the importance of money. Because she entered society very early. So I understand the importance of money better than my peers. If Chu Hao's value really exceeds her imagination, or to her standards, then it wouldn't be a loss to hand myself over to Chu Hao. Okay, can you come pick me up? Chu Hao replied like this. In the dormitory. Chu Hao looked at Chu Hao's reply and couldn't help but smile. Really? Chu Hao finally broke her bottom line. He was very sure. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Chu Hao wouldn't be so happy. Not to mention going to his house to cook for him. Even if we go out for a meal together, she may not agree. But now, not only did Chu Hao agree, she was also very proactive. The charm of money is still very effective. Send the location. Chu Hao sent a message. Chanyu Community. Looking at the message sent by Chu Hao, Chu Hao quickly sent the location to Chu Hao. Then I'll wait for you at home. Chu Hao replied the message and immediately started dressing up. It only takes half an hour to get from Yanju University to Chanyu Community. She has to prepare in advance. Chu Hao can't be allowed to wait for her. What should I wear? Chu Hao stood in front of the wardrobe feeling a little worried. She looked through her entire wardrobe and finally picked out a very sexy uniform. With the uniform and black stockings, Chu Hao shouldn't be able to refuse, right? She thought about the scene in the office before. Changing into this uniform, it not only did not lose the original flavor. Instead, it will become more tempting. Chu Hao had a confident smile on her face. Although he is not very old. But after all, I have seen a lot. So Chu Hao is full of confidence in her figure and appearance. And she was well aware of men's obsession with uniforms. She didn't believe that Chu Hao could resist such temptation. Chu Hao, if you are really rich, I will definitely take advantage of you. Chu Hao looked at herself in the mirror and smiled. She made a seductive expression, biting her lip. I feel like I can't stand it anymore. She quickly put on all her clothes and stockings and put on makeup. I turned around in front of the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong. Then she quickly picked up her donkey brand bag and rushed to the door. At the door, Chu Hao picked out a pair of black high heels with red soles. This is also a standard match with uniforms and black stockings. She was of good height. Add a pair of high heels. Therefore, it appears taller. Chu Hao changed her shoes and was about to open the door to go out. But someone outside opened the door first. A young man and woman walked in from outside. The two of them looked to be in their 20s, about the same age as Chu Hao. The woman is about 70% similar to Chu Hao, just more mature. The man couldn't help but flicker his eyes when he saw Chu Hao's outfit. Chu Hao looked up at the two of them. Sister, are you back? Chu Hao looked at the young woman. The young woman was Chu Hao's sister. Sister Chu Hao couldn't help but frown when she saw how Chu Hao was dressed. Shi Ting, what are you doing? A friend wants to see me, so I'm going out for a while. Chu Hao replied. Friends? What friends? Sister Chu Hao asked. An old classmate, long time no see. Oh, by the way, he's from Yanju University just like you. Chu Hao explained. From Yanju University? In other words, a student. Chu Hao's sister looked at Chu Hao. Shi Ting, how come I didn't know you had an old classmate from Yanju University? Looking at the way you're dressed, you're not an ordinary classmate, are you? This uniform and black stockings. No matter how you look at it, it's not like you're going to meet ordinary friends. Chu Hao smiled somewhat guiltily. Whether she is an ordinary classmate or not depends on whether she can come back tonight. Oh sister, don't ask. I'm not a child, so don't worry about it. He's almost here, I'm going first. After Chu Hao finished speaking, she left home. Sister Chu Hao wanted to say something, but seeing that Chu Hao had already left, she could only shake her head helplessly. This girl is becoming more and more disobedient. Chapter 43. Do you really just want to eat me from below? The young man standing by couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Shi Ting is in her 20s after all. She's definitely not a child anymore. It's normal for her to have her own ideas. I hope so. I only have this one sister. I hope she doesn't go astray. Sister Chu Hao couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, I'm very good at judging people. Although Shi Ting didn't go to college, she won't go astray. Besides, didn't she just become a sales manager? Being able to reach this position at this age shows that Shi Ting has grown up. As the man spoke, he quietly placed his hand on the woman's shoulder. That's true. The woman nodded. But the way she was dressed just now, she looked very mature. Almost the same as you. The young man couldn't help but speak again. When Sister Chu Shiding heard this, she couldn't help but frown. But he didn't say anything, just walked into the house. The man originally wanted to follow in, but was stopped by Sister Chu Shiding. Shu Yi, I'm home, you can go back now. Sister Chu Shiding looked at Shu Yi. Shu Yi looked at his girlfriend in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can't I even come in and sit down? I brought you back from school. Even if I don't get any credit, I still have to work hard, right? I'll just have a glass of water. Shu Yi said, looking at his girlfriend eagerly. However, Sister Chu Shiding was not fooled at all. No. We agreed that before we get married, you can't force me in any way. Although we are a couple, we are not married after all. If you want to come in, wait until after you get married. After saying that, Sister Chu Shiding closed the door. Shu Yi stood outside the door, looking at the tightly closed door. Although I didn't dare to do it, there was nothing I could do. Okay then. I'll go back first. Be careful at home. Shu Yi plays the role of his good boyfriend. But when he turned around to leave, his face couldn't help but darken. It's really abominable. We've been talking for such a long time, and you won't even let me touch you. If you weren't beautiful, I wouldn't want to waste my time on you. Shu Yi couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was thinking about his girlfriend in his mind, and couldn't help but think of Chu Shiding who had just left. But speaking of which, Chu Shiding has matured. If there's a chance to bring the two sisters together, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Shu Yi couldn't help but think of the scene of the two sisters together. I suddenly felt my blood boiling. He quickly took the elevator down. He returned to his Porsche and took out his cell phone. Monkey, are you free tonight? If you have time, take the two girls to Yundang to have some fun. Shu Yi sent a message to his friend. At the same time, at the entrance of Qianyu Community, Chu Shiding, dressed in uniform, stood by the roadside, quietly waiting for Chu Hao. Not long. There was a roar of an engine. Chu Shiding looked over subconsciously and saw a cool black sports car coming towards her. Laugh. Accompanied by the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. The sports car stopped in front of Chu Shiding. Chu Hao lowered the car window and looked at Chu Shiding. Have you been waiting for a long time? He looked at Chu Shiding in her uniform and black stockings, and couldn't help but be dazzled by her beauty. Only then did Chu Shiding see Chu Hao in the car. No, I just arrived. She said with a smile. Well, I'd feel guilty if I left a beauty like you waiting on the side of the road for too long. Chu Hao said with a smile. But how much sincerity there is in that is hard to say. Chu Shiding also had a smile on her face. She looked at Chu Hao and said, So, you still have sympathy for women? Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Of course, I am the jade-faced young master. He opened the car door and said to Chu Shiding, Get in. It's getting late. Go home and make me something to eat. Cloud New Garden. Chu Hao brought Chu Shiding back here. Chu Shiding had naturally heard of the name of Yunduan Xinyuan. But this is my first time here. She couldn't help but look at the environment here with envy in her eyes. She had already guessed that Chu Hao was rich. But I didn't expect it. Chu Hao actually has property here. This is the top villa area in Yanju City. Only the top bosses in Yanju City can live here. Cloud Garden. Chu Hao, your home isn't here, is it? Chu Shiding was a little shocked. She knew too well the status of Yunduan Xinyuan. That's why I was so shocked. This isn't something you can buy simply by having money. Sufficient social status is also required. Yeah, right here. Chu Hao nodded. He drove all the way back to Villa Area Number 1. The Lamborghini Veneno was parked in the garage. Chu Hao thought about the scene when he came back last time and couldn't help but smile. Even though it's my own home. But in fact, this is also his second time back here. The last time I came back, he also brought Shen Mengyao with him. This time it became Chu Shiding. Chu Hao took Chu Shiding into the villa. Same as Shen Mengyao. After Chu Shiding walked into the villa, she couldn't help but be dazzled. How is it? This villa is pretty good, right? Chu Hao looked at Chu Shiding with a smile, his eyes playful. It's more than good. This place is simply heaven. Chu Shiding was immersed in shock. She looked at Chu Hao. Chu Hao, what do you do? How come you are so rich? Or, were you pretending to be poor all the time when you were in high school? Whether it is the Lamborghini Veneno or the Yunduan Xinyuan Villa, or that 3 million BMW that you bought on the spur of the moment, everything Chu Hao showed was more than just being rich. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Xu Shiding couldn't believe it at all. Chu Hao didn't have any special features when he was in high school. Now he has such a huge fortune. I didn't do anything, I just got lucky. Chu Hao smiled. It was indeed luck that allowed him to obtain these. After all, as an ordinary person, suddenly I was reborn and gained a system. This in itself is a manifestation of luck. Unfortunately, Xu Shiding didn't understand what Chu Hao meant. Hearing Chu Hao say this, he thought Chu Hao didn't want to tell him the truth. But she had no complaints. After all, they are just ordinary friends now. If she continued to ask without knowing the consequences, she would be immature. Chu Hao took Xu Shiding into the villa. Come to the hall. Chu Hao pointed to the kitchen. The kitchen is over there, you can go cook. Xu Shiding glanced in the direction of the kitchen, but did not go over. Instead, she looked at Chu Hao with a charming expression. Chu Hao, didn't you say you wanted to eat me? Is it really just a meal? Xu Shiding's tone was full of temptation. Very suggestive. You feed me from below, isn't that just like eating? Chu Hao pretended not to understand, his face full of confusion. Xu Shiding walked up to Chu Hao and gently pushed him on the chest. Chapter 44. You are so awesome, I am going to die. Xu Shiding pushed Chu Hao down on the sofa and then rode on Chu Hao. She lay on Chu Hao's chest, her expression even more seductive. Now, do you understand? Chu Hao smiled and shook his head. But a pair of hands had naturally been placed on Xu Shiding's sexy thighs. His hand slid across Xu Shiding's legs, and suddenly he pinched the flesh on her thighs with his fingers. Even if it's just a little pressure. But it looks like you can still see some bruises. But Xu Shiding didn't mind. She just stared into Chu Hao's eyes, smiling teasingly. Don't you feel anything through the stockings? As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and pulled her stockings. Tear. The stockings were torn directly. The snow-white skin is revealed from under the stockings. Chu Hao's eyes lit up. He hugged Xu Shiding directly and turned over. Press Xu Shiding under him. Woman, you're funny. He stared at Xu Shiding, his eyes full of passion. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already possessed Xu Shiding and kissed her red lips. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, in the villa bedroom, Chu Hao just woke up and saw Xu Shiding in his arms. He couldn't help but recall the scenes of last night in his mind. From the sofa, to the kitchen, then the stairs, and finally the bedroom. Even as an old driver, Chu Hao still felt extremely enjoyable. But for Xu Shiding, it was completely different. Last night was her real first time. New cars are built like this as soon as they hit the road. No new car can handle it. Chu Hao looked at Xu Shiding, who was still sleeping soundly, pulled back the quilt and looked inside. On Xu Shiding's snow-white skin, purple-blue marks are clearly visible. Chu Hao thought about the madness of last night, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. This Xu Shiding is really a witch. He is obviously a new driver who just got on the road. But it almost made this veteran driver lose his mind. I have to say, in this regard, Xu Shiding is very talented. No wonder he can become a sales manager at such a young age. Chu Hao shook his head. He covered himself with the quilt and prepared to go to the bathroom. As a result, as soon as I got up, I felt a pain in my lower back. He quickly reached out and rubbed his lower back. Damn, women are really the root of trouble. You have to exercise some restraint in the next period of time. Otherwise, if you keep playing like this, there will be no fun in the future. Chu Hao shook his head and prepared to recuperate for some time, even if it has been tempered with the body tempering pill. But it's this late every day. He can't bear it either. My back has started to ache now. Keep playing like this. I'm afraid it's just empty. Oh right, the lottery. Chu Hao suddenly remembered. He suddenly remembered that there had been no lottery draw today. System, draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a body tempering pill. The system seemed to know what Chu Hao needed. A voice sounded. In Chu Hao's hands, a brand new body tempering pill has appeared. Chu Hao looked at the body tempering pill in his hand, and his expression became quite interesting. After an unknown number of days, he finally won the body tempering pill in the lottery again. If the system had a body, he now wanted to hug the system and kiss it twice. This system is so sensible. Chu Hao swallowed the body tempering pill without any hesitation. The familiar feeling came again. A few minutes later, the effect of the body tempering pill faded. Chu Hao felt his refreshed body and couldn't help but smile. Just now he was still thinking about being more restrained in the future. But now, moderation is bullshit. Keep having fun. Xu Shiding couldn't understand it at all. Why Chu Hao after a night of madness? You will still be full of energy the next morning. She only knew that she was woken up by Chu Hao. After some trouble, Xu Shiding was lying on the bed, feeling like she was about to be broken. This time, the battle lasted for 2 hours, plus the madness of last night. Not to mention a newbie driver like her. Even an experienced driver can't handle it. After all, she didn't have any body tempering pills to strengthen her body. Even between the two of them, it was basically Chu Hao who took the initiative. But passively bearing it is also a huge consumption. Chu Hao, you are really amazing. I was afraid I would die in my bed. Xu Shiding was listless. It is said that there are no fields that are ruined by plowing, only cows that are worked to death. But now it seems her field is really going to be ruined. She was already very tired last night and almost passed out. Not to mention this morning. Next to Xu Shiding. After the war, Chu Hao finally felt less excited. Hearing Xu Shiding's words, he couldn't help laughing. If you say this, then I still admit it. But don't worry, I won't torment you like this again in the future. He reached out and stroked Xu Shiding's long hair. From his rebirth till now, there are only 3 women. Chen Mengyaro, Juxia, and now Xu Shiding. There are various things going on between the 3 of them. But to talk about enchantment, charm, and temptation, Xu Shiding is definitely the best. Right here. Xu Shiding's expression suddenly changed. She sat up suddenly in bed. However, this vigorous movement made her face turn pale. The injuries on his body were affected. She lay down again. What's wrong? What are you doing? Chu Hao was a little confused. It's already past 10 o'clock. I'm going to be late today. Xu Shiding's face was a little pale, even though it's the weekend. But there is no such statement at the Four Sons store, especially as a sales. Weekends are the peak time for traffic. The easiest car to buy. She has never been late in all the years she has been working. I thought it was some big deal. Is this it? Chu Hao smiled. However, Xu Shiding did not relax at all. Chu Hao thought for a moment and stretched out his hand. Give me your phone. Cell phone? What are you doing? Xu Shiding was a little confused and didn't understand Chu Hao's thoughts. But she still found her cell phone and handed it to Chu Hao. Chu Hao took out his cell phone and found the store manager's number. Call your store manager. Chu Hao smiled. The call was connected quickly. Hello. Manager Xu, what's wrong with you today? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. The store manager's voice sounded cold and a little angry. Xu Shiding couldn't help but change her expression. Of course, she could also tell that the manager was angry. Hello. Is this Manager Zhong? I'm Chu Hao. Chu Hao spoke in a calm tone, not caring about Manager Zhong's tone at all. Chu Hao. Mr. Chu. Hearing this familiar voice, Manager Zhong said in a different tone. Mr. Chu, why are you using Manager Xu's phone? Manager Zhong's tone suddenly became enthusiastic, and he smiled. He just thought it was Xu Shiding calling. That's why I used that tone. But Chu Hao is different. I just bought a BMW worth 3 million from the store yesterday. Chapter 45. Brother Hao, don't move, I'll do it myself. Chu Hao himself also drives a Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions. Such a big customer. Of course he was very polite. Xu Shiding is with me now. I called you to ask for her leave. She's not feeling well, so she'll take a day off. Is that okay? Chu Hao spoke in a calm tone, with no intention of getting close to Manager Zhong. It's called a request for leave, but it sounds more like a notice. What? Manager Xu is with you now? Manager Zhong sounded a little surprised, obviously not expecting such a situation. But he reacted quickly. I see. I was wondering why the always diligent Manager Xu would suddenly be late. It's okay. Manager Xu has worked hard over the years and deserves a vacation. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Chu to take care of Manager Xu. No need to ask for leave. I'll just give Manager Xu a paid vacation. Manager Zhong's tone was completely different from just now. Not only did he not blame Xu Shiding for being late, but he also took the initiative to give Xu Shiding a day off. They even gave Xu Shiding paid leave. This treatment can be said to be a world of difference. Xu Shiding, who was standing by, heard Manager Zhong's words clearly and couldn't help but widen her eyes. You know, she worked in the Saisan store for several years. But I have never seen Manager Zhong so easy to talk to. Manager Zhong wishes that his employees could have no rest for 365 days a year. Don't even mention it's a holiday. It is difficult to ask for leave, and wages will be deducted. However, just one phone call from Chu Hao changed Manager Zhong's attitude so much. Well, I'll trouble Manager Zhong then. By the way, if you have time, please help me order another BMW 5, the top model. I'll go over and swipe the card when I have time. Chu Hao's tone was calm, as if he was giving orders to his own people. When Manager Zhong heard that Chu Hao wanted to buy another car, he was shocked but also overjoyed. Okay, Mr. Chu, don't worry, I'll do it right away. Manager Zhong didn't mind Chu Hao's tone at all. On the contrary, he was very polite. Chu Hao nodded, said a few more words, and then hung up the phone. Okay, now you don't have to worry about it, right? Chu Hao said with a smile. He returned the phone to Xu Shiding. Xu Shiding looked at Chu Hao with shining eyes. At this moment, she just felt that Chu Hao was so handsome. So handsome. She was worried about being late. However, Chu Hao solved her problem with just 2 words. Brother Hao, you were so manly just now. Xu Shiding already had some admiration for Chu Hao. Chu Hao smiled. By the way, Brother Hao, you already have a BMW 7. Why would you buy another BMW 5? Isn't it good to have 7 open? Xu Shiding looked at Chu Hao with some curiosity. Although the BMW 5 is also considered a luxury car, but compared with the BMW 7, it is a long way behind. Not to mention that Chu Hao also has a Lamborghini Veneno. Just now, Chu Hao specifically said that he wanted to order a car. Xu Shiding was a little confused. That's not the case. Chu Hao shook his head, his tone meaningful. I didn't say that, I drive this car myself. Ah, is it for someone? Who is it for? Xu Shiding was stunned. Chu Hao smiled but said nothing. Xu Shiding looked at Chu Hao's expression, was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes widened in disbelief. Give me, she said cautiously and tentatively, somewhat incredulous. Chu Hao nodded. Xu Shiding's guess finally came true, and she couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Brother Hao, you are so good to me. Xu Shiding said in surprise. As she spoke, she ignored the pain in her body and turned over to press Chu Hao under her. Brother Hao, don't move. I'll do it myself this time. It was another exciting battle. Xu Shiding was extremely tired. Chu Hao also paid a huge price again. After the war, both of them were exhausted and lay on the bed. Until the afternoon. The two of them just woke up. As promised, Xu Shiding went to the kitchen to feed Chu Hao. After finishing the meal, Chu Hao sent Xu Shiding away. Just like Chen Mengyao and Zhu Xie before. After taking Xu Shiding away, Chu Hao brought Xu Shiding to Tiannan Square. But come here this time. Chu Hao didn't want to buy anything for Xu Shiding. The reason why I came here. It was to buy some clothes for Xu Shiding. Especially stockings. After last night's battle, Xu Shiding stockings are completely unwearable. So that Chu Hao can tear the stockings in the future battles. Naturally, buy more. Let's go to Balenciaga first. Chu Hao said to Xu Shiding. He brought Xu Shiding from the underground garage to the first floor of the square. Found the Balenciaga branch in Tiannan Plaza. This branch is also the only one in Yanzhou City. This can also be seen from this. The status of Tiannan Square in Yanzhou City. How about these stockings? We've got plenty of time anyway. You can try them on. After Chu Hao brought Xu Shiding into Balenciaga, they went straight to the stocking section. Xu Shiding had personally experienced the madness with Chu Hao. When she heard Chu Hao say this, she immediately started blushing again. Took her to Tiannan Square for the first time. Just to buy stockings. Chu Hao's thoughts were simply too obvious. But Xu Shiding did not refuse. After she picked out a few pairs of stockings, she walked towards the fitting room under the guidance of the salesperson. When Xu Shiding was wearing stockings, Chu Hao sat in the store waiting. However, it didn't take long. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hao. Chu Hao looked up and was a little surprised. Is it you? The person who came was the general manager of Tiannan Plaza, Shen Qianni. Mr. Chu, it's been a long time since we last met. Shen Qianni greeted with a smile. But no matter how you look at it, this smile makes him look like an old fox. Chu Hao stood up and asked, how did you find this place? Shen Qianni smiled and said, after you came here last time, all the staff in the mall know you. So as soon as you came over, I got the news. So I came here immediately. Shen Qianni's face was full of smiles. Although in the eyes of many people, he is a well-known boss in Yanzhou City. But he knew very well. In front of the boss Chu Hao, He is just a senior worker. I see. It seems that Mr. Shen does have a lot of control over Qiannan Plaza. Chu Hao nodded. He didn't doubt Shen Qianni. As the general manager of Qiannan Plaza, if he really wanted to pay attention to someone, it would be easy for him to get the information. So, you came here just to say hello to me. Chu Hao's tone was flat. Although he is the boss of Qiannan Plaza, but as long as there is no problem with Qiannan Square, he is too lazy to care. For him, he only has two things to do every day. Lottery, pick up girls. Except for these two things, he really doesn't care much about career matters. There are fewer companies now and not much seems to be going on. But as he won more and more lottery tickets, he had more and more assets.